Waking up from a terrible dream. Have you ever found yourself in another nightmare? The city is devastated. All the buildings are destroyed. There's a lot of fire and smoke around. A crack between the worlds is visible in the sky, from where many terrible monsters fly out, which sow chaos and devastation on the city. A huge worm wrapped around a tall building rushed down to the main character. Against the background of this worm, the main character looks so small. An ugly worm, towering over the main character, is preparing to attack. But, concentrating my strength, the hero gives the worm a rebuff. Someone is calling the main character. What's happening? When Shen came to his senses, he realized that he was in class for a lesson. The angry teacher tries to wake him up, and the class watching all this burst into laughter. The teacher began to reproach the hero, saying that in 6 months exams, and he sleeps in class. Can't she really sleep at home? The teacher said that if Shen continues in the same spirit, he will not even be taken to the construction site. Continuing to shout at the main character, the teacher asks him a question about the health status that is needed in order to become a builder. Confused and drooping, Shen replies that he remembers. This status is 0.8. But the teacher does not seem to hear Shen and continues to shout at him, hoping that the main character understood why he was saying all this. Shen's classmates also join the teacher here. One of them says that the teacher should not pay attention to the main character. Let Shen continue to sleep. Another classmate, agreeing with the first one, adds that the hero's health status is 0.7 and with such a status he has no future. To which the teacher says, turning to Shen, that he is not even trying. At this, the teacher announced the end of the lesson. The class began to disperse. Liu Kaiming, one of Shen's friends, turned to him and asked him about the nightmares that the main character has. Shen became alarmed and closed his eyes. He dreamed again of that dark apocalyptic world where there was not a soul around except monsters. Shen says that nightmares will definitely drive him crazy someday. Because of the nightmares, his status dropped by 0.02. And now he will have to use a bunch of wheels and work up a sweat to get back to past performance. Liu Kaiming advises him to give up on all this, saying that they are just ordinary people. They just need to sit and not draw attention to themselves. Moreover, Shen's status is even lower than that of his friend. A friend recommends that he leave heroism to geniuses. Liu Kaiming suggests a friend to go and play something. But now Shen is not in the mood, so he refuses. He says he'd better go home and sleep. Astonished, Liu Kaiming asks if a friend is ill, and still continues to insist on his own, saying that time and gas are at his expense. Shen shook his head negatively and replied to his friend that not today. He really wants to get some sleep. One of the classmates is calling Liu, to which Liu replies that he will come in a minute. Shen says goodbye to his friend, agreeing that they will play later. Shen has left school and is heading home. Along the way, he begins to tell himself that he would never have thought that, having been reborn in a new world, he would worry about fucking exams. Also this damn math. He needs to at least read it. But, apparently, this world and the one from which he came are not so much different from each other. But still, then suddenly someone shouts at him. It was a girl who wasn't carrying a bunch of boxes for herself. Shen was surprised by the girl's strength. The girl is really very strong. But will the hero ever be able to become the same? In the evening of the same day, at home, Shen's mother glues compresses on her husband's back. At this time, the main character comes home. Mom is happy that her son has already come. The father, putting on a t-shirt, says that he will cook something soon. Mom tells Shen that his sister has not come yet, so while they are waiting for her, Shen can have an apple snack. But the hero, concerned about his father's condition, asks him why they still haven't bought a blood circulation device. Shen heard that the device improves blood circulation and increases the level of vital energy, as well as promotes the regeneration of lumbar and back injuries. The hero says that his classmate has one, and it's a good thing. The father answers his son that it is not his injuries, it is just a manifestation of old age. And he adds that he has a gift for Shen. And these are the latest healing powders from the charity clinic. Mom, hearing their conversation, says that really these are the same powders for $20,000 that were shown on TV. Shen is clearly worried about something, but the parent does not notice the change in his face and continues to talk. Slapping her husband on the back, she praises him, saying that she has heard how they are very useful for school students. Today, Shen's mom just got the remains of a pig's head. She suggests celebrating it. The father supports the idea of a wife. Concluding the dialogue with her husband, Mom asks Shen what's up with his status, whether he has already reached 0.85. After all, his sister has already reached 0.9. His parents are very worried. Mom says she heard today that the status threshold for admission to high school exams will be increased by 0.01. Terrified and worried, Shen replies to her that he knows this. Later in his room, the hero decides that he needs to pump up. He exhales and concentrates on the 24th body reconstruction technique. He starts with 14 exercises. This is radio gymnastics. Shen says that the International Martial Arts Union recommends these 24 body reconstruction techniques. These union masters developed these techniques based on ancient yoga and judo. They help the masters strengthen the body. And now Shen is doing the 13th exercise. After the world changed 300 years ago, cracks began to appear in the sky and on the ground. And the monsters that came out of these rifts changed the course of history. Modern weapons have lost their relevance, and humanity had to find new ways to fight. At that very moment, the genetic feature inside people was unlocked. And after that, each person's strength began to grow exponentially. Subsequently, the human race entered a new era, and this era of the heyday of martial arts. But despite this, the problem with monsters still threatened humanity with extinction. Everyday cities were destroyed under the onslaught of monsters, which did not promise humanity anything good. Modern school children were not born at the right time, and now they have to build the future. All of them were specially trained in martial arts, the legacy with which they now have to go out into the adult world. After Shen exhausted himself by doing 3 sets of body reconstruction techniques, he realized that his status had not changed. After all, his younger sister has already reached 0.9. And because of his nightmares, he still cannot return to the old indicators. Shen understands that his parents tried very hard to allow him this powder. The universe gave him another chance, a second life in this martial arts world. And is this really his limit? Very tired, Shen is not ready to give up. He wants to continue his training further. He had fallen into the same wasteland from his dreams. Shen found himself in some abandoned place, where complete ruin. What's going on here? Has the hero fallen asleep again? Unexpected, a terrifying monster jumped from the back at Shen with a loud roar. The monster knocked the hero to the ground. Is it really a zombie? The hero thought that he had already been released. Why is he being punished like this? The zombie opened its mouth and was already aiming at Shen, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. But the guy is not going to give up, and even though he is bad in close combat, and his status is below 0.7, this does not mean that Shen will give up so easily. The hero kicks the zombie in the stomach, and the monster flies away, which makes it possible for Shen to quickly jump up and grab the nearest stone. The guy jumps on the zombie, puts a stone behind his head with both hands and hits the monster in the face with all his might. Hits until the zombie stops moving. Shen dealt with the monster and realized that the head was their weak point. But it didn't end there. The remnants of his strength stand out from the monster's flesh and rush to the hero. Memories of the monster that used to be a man flash through Shen's head. He sees events from the vacation of a man who wanted to enter the defensive corps after his graduation. How this man became a member of the team of defenders of base number 1359. They were taught 2 things, breathing techniques and body reconstruction techniques. The main character saw how the base and the creatures that invaded it were attacked, and some strange black fog. Shen realized that these were the memories of that zombie. The hero saw these flashbacks after the zombie died, and now his body has become stronger. This power spreads throughout the hero's body. The hero realized that by killing a zombie, he got not only his memories, but also his power. Did Shen now absorb the life experience of that zombie? Is this possible? The hero would very much like it not to be a dream. But in any case, the place is very strange, even for the inflamed consciousness of the protagonist. Everything looks very realistic. After seeing the skull, Shen absorbed someone's memories again, and then remembered about base 1359, which appeared in the hero's past memories. And now the hero intends to find this base, and perhaps there he will find at least some information about what is happening here. This time, the feeling of memory absorption felt easier for the hero than the first time. He realized that in order to become stronger, he needs to kill zombies who are dressed in military uniforms, and the memories of these monsters will be useful to him. Something strange started happening again. The wind rose, the clouds thickened, dust flew into the eyes, and then Shen moved back to his room. The hero woke up. Shen's sister was standing in the corridor and was calling him to dinner, indignant at how long his brother could lie in bed. Shen opened the door to King. That's his younger sister's name. Ting told her brother not to lie to her about him exercising. After all, his face says the opposite. Shen laughed awkwardly and said that he didn't notice how he passed out. The nurse turned around and said that since he was awake, he could go eat, otherwise the food would get cold. And surprised by what she saw, Shen opened the door to her in a wet t-shirt that showed his abs well. She thought that when he became so muscular, apparently, he really decided to take himself seriously. Shen informed his sister that he would be right there, and he plunged into childhood memories. He remembered that when he and his sister were little, she did not leave him. But as soon as they went to school and King found out the results of her status, her attitude towards her brother changed. It's quite amazing. After all, her health status was above 1.0, and her combat skills were above 100. Soon, she even received an invitation to a prestigious martial arts university. And in order to increase the already huge gap between brother and sister, nature also rewarded King with a brilliant mind. Well, Shen is just her stupid brother, a smart sister and a thick-headed brother. That's a cliché. While the hero recalled his childhood, he stood at the mirror and changed his wet t-shirt. He turned his attention to his body. It's strange, he didn't have such a body before, and Shen's weakness is gone. The drowsiness was gone, and on the contrary, he felt a surge of strength. Wait a minute, those memories that the hero received from the zombies, they were still with him. Yes, and the tricks of those zombies Shen remembered well. Incredibly, it seems the hero has become stronger. It turns out that the hero is allowed to transfer into reality the abilities that he receives in a dream. Sleep makes him stronger. Why Shengyu seemed to have fallen into a fairy tale. Munching on mom's food, Shengyu noticed that her food seemed to have become tastier. He needs more food. He asked for more. The family was surprised by this statement, and Shengyu himself was surprised that he asked for more. But he hesitated, thanked me for the food and said that he was full. But his father picked him up and told Shen not to talk nonsense. After all, they will not allow him to starve in his own house. The father asked his wife to cook something else for a quick hand. Mom nodded approvingly and got up from the table. The joyful father patted his son on the shoulder, saying that Shen was becoming a man, and now he will be forever hungry, and the hero will curb his appetite only when he dies from how much he ate. So welcome. Tomorrow his father will buy him a lot of useful things. Puberty is a great way to improve a hero's health status. It is a sin not to take advantage of such a chance. I wonder how far they can go. The nurse sitting at the table said that it was not puberty. The hero is already 18 years old, and the last time his status was about 0.8. That's not all. The status cannot grow at Shen's will. To which the father responds to his daughter so that she stops bullying her brother. After all, King herself knows what the difference is between an ordinary university and a highly specialized university. While his father and sister were arguing, Shen realized that his status had really improved in a dream. He wasn't imagining it, was he? He needs to be evaluated at the dojo. In the evening, Shen went to the city to get a job in the dojo section. He read on the poster that the master of the dojo is Nai Hongchuan, and he specializes in boxing. Once I got into the top 10 at the 23rd conference, which was dedicated to martial arts. Nai Hongchuan is a 4th rank martial artist. Also on the poster were presented Ki Chuchai. He is a martial artist of the 1st rank and a promising student. The international standard for martial artists of the 1st rank is the presence of health status, which is equal to more than 1.5 and combat skills equal to more than 150. Lai Lam. She is a 2nd rank martial artist and a professional instructor. The international standard for martial artists of the 2nd rank is the presence of health status, which is equal to more than 15 and combat skills equal to more than 15. Shi Jim. He is a martial artist of the 3rd rank and is also a consultant. The international standard for masters of the 3rd rank of martial arts is the presence of health status, which is equal to more than 100 and combat skills equal to more than 10,000. And finally, Nai Hongchuan. He is a master of Jodo. A martial artist of the 4th rank can only become one whose status exceeds the peak value of 200 units and whose combat skills are estimated at 100,000 points. From the values he saw, Shen was surprised, thinking that the health status of the Jedi Master was probably 300. A person's position in society largely depends on his rank. High-ranking masters are literally superhumans, and the requirements for admission are just crazy. And if King wants to enroll, then her parents will surely find the money to send her to this section. But the money is for Shen. Unlikely, and besides, the hero will be able to learn everything in a dream. He doesn't need this stupid section at all. Shen headed for the exit, but the girl behind the reception desk called out to him. She greeted him and asked if the hero wanted to sign up for a class. Shen replied in a drawl that he didn't want to. He just wanted to know his health status and evaluate his combat skills. Despite the fact that the girl smiled at the hero, but she thought about him disdainfully. It flashed through her mind that the guy doesn't even have a personal trainer. He smells of poverty. The girl told Lu Shen to go further down the corridor to room 8, and there he would find a car for evaluation. She also asked if the hero needed help, but Lu Shen thanked the girl and said that he did not need help. He knows how it works. Later in room number 8, the hero is standing by this car and is ready to start by checking his status. He put his hand on the evaluation ball and the results were displayed on the scoreboard. His health status was 0.963 and his rank was beginner. The hero was jubilant. His status really grew by 0.2, and he grew for some hour there. This is what is called progress. Lu Shen has almost caught up with his sister, and she's actually a genius. At this rate, the hero will soon be able to build a career as a martial artist. So, well, now let's check how much his fighting skills have grown. The hero went to another car for the test. I concentrated, telling myself that everything would work out, because Lu Shen has the skills of those zombies, and those movements are carved into his subcortex. Lu Shen took a swing and hit the car with all his might. The car swayed and showed the result of the hero. His combat skills were 113. Lu Shen was surprised and said that it was just incredible. The increase is even greater than the status. It's true, Lu Shen will be able to become a master, because in 1 hour he was able to advance so far. What will happen if he drinks 8, 9 or even 10 hours? In just one night, he will be able to transform. The night of the same day, Lu Shen is lying in bed and can't fall asleep. Outraged, the hero jumps onto the bed and throws a pillow with all his might, saying that when he needs to, he can't fall asleep. What kind of filth is this? Did he get enough sleep all day? What kind of sleep mode is this? Then Lu Shen came to his senses, turned on the light and saw the time. He realized it was only 9 more. He was in a hurry. He said that it would be better to go to work out, since after the exercises sleep usually comes by itself. Now that his health status has grown, Lu Shen has to fix it. He took a deep breath and began to do exercise 13. The hero began to make the first movement, but then something strange happened. Lu Shen started doing the wrong exercise. It can't be. This is the exercise of that zombie soldier. When he finishes doing the exercise, Lu Shen says that he needs to do it 200 more times. With every movement, he feels the energy spreading throughout his body. But it's not just about exercise. Here, breathing plays an important role. He catches a flashback again and hears a man say that they have all learned the breathing technique, and the man will make sure that it is always used, even when the soldiers are asleep. Lu Shen finds himself thinking that this is amazing. It's like he's been training for a whole year, and maybe a few years. His dreams are really a real treasure. While doing the exercise, Lu Shen's stomach rumbled violently. He was very hungry. The hero has never been so hungry in his life. It turns out that with the growth of Lu Shen's body, his needs for food also increased. Now he can't live on ordinary food. He needs pharma. However, his family's budget will not be able to afford such expensive drugs. And if he can't get this drug, then his growth will stop. Lu Shen needs money. Then maybe he should get a scholarship. And as far as Lu Shen remembers, the Bai-He scholarship pays 10,000. And if the hero wants to get it, then he needs to get better. The next morning, Lu Shen went to the gym. He met his friend in the locker room. Liu Kaiming said that today the teacher did not even check their documents, which is very strange. Apparently today the class will have sparring sessions, and they haven't been for a long time. Listening to his friend, Lu Shen was changing clothes. Seeing the hero's press, Liu Kaiming was surprised, saying that where did he get the press from? It's only been a few days since Lu Shen managed to change so much. He is almost unrecognizable. Liu Kaiming wants to touch his friend's abs, but Lu Shen beats off his hand and says he was just exercising. And translating the topic, he touches his hair and says that he has grown a lot. He needs to get a haircut. Liu Kaiming asks if the hero really wants to show off in front of the girls. And because of that, he's been tearing his ass up all this time, or in order to show themselves in sparring. To this Lu Shen replies to a friend, so that he does not judge by himself. After all, he does it all because of the upcoming exams. Lu Shen hopes that his friend will prepare well for them. On the way from the locker room to the gym, Lu Shen thinks that it is also possible to show off. Why not? Because this is his chance. Later in the gym, combat instructor Zhang Zhenguo announced that today the class will learn the basic fighting techniques that they discussed in class. Liu Kaiming whispers to Lu the puppy that he has heard that they're second-rank master. And yet, they say that the teacher fought monsters in the wastelands. He even has a scar on his arm, which he most likely got during a battle with monsters. Lu Shen noted to himself that it means their teacher has the second rank. However, the hero believes that the teacher's techniques are quite primitive and not honed. Zhang Zhenguo demonstrates to the class the techniques that they will learn in class today. The teacher calls one of the class named Janifel to repeat what the teacher has just shown. Jan Ifel gets up and goes to the teacher. The girls in his class took their breath away. One said that Ifel is so handsome and he has no strength. Another one picked it up, saying that it was not for nothing that he was the strongest in the class. Liu Kaiming sighed with displeasure, saying that young Ifel was always in the spotlight. He is handsome, rich. That's not fair. Of course, Jan Ifel will be strong. With such money you can afford the best farm. And his status, by the way, is already approaching 1, 2. So to all this, he also goes to the teacher's favorites. How can they, ordinary guys, compete with someone like Jan Ifel? Lu Shen, listening to his friend, thought that he would have agreed with this in the past. But now the hero intends to displace this major. After finishing practicing the exercises, the teacher told young Ifel that he had done well. Jan Ifel is in good shape, but he needs to work on balance. Later, Zhang Zhenguo promised to show how to fix the shortcomings. But you can't give up training, because Jan Ifel has a lot of potential. Jan Ifel thanked the teacher for his instructions, and he thought that the teacher was a babbler. He's a weakling himself, so he still dares to correct him. He is no match for Jan Ifel's family. Of course, he will have a good future. No one doubted it. The teacher addressed the class, saying if anyone would like to come out against Jan. But everyone looked away. No one wants to go up against Jan Ifel. Liu Kaiming, addressing a friend, said that there was no point in this. After all, Jan Ifel will not leave a wet spot from them. Stupid question. The teacher, looking at the class, reflects in his head, saying that every time the guys look away and wince, it is necessary to finally take the head out of the ground. How can he be taught if they are all afraid? The school teaches only the basics, and one day the day will come when they will have to defend themselves. Only the strongest will undergo natural selection, in which the basics will play an important role. The students think that Zhang Zhenguo has a pet, but this is not the case. And then Zhang Zhenguo noticed Lu Shen's gaze and thought that his gaze was different from the others. Looking at him more closely, Zhang Zhenguo realized that his eyes belonged to someone who had been subjected to severe trials. Zhang Zhenguo turned to Lu Shen and ordered him to stand up and take a stand. The hero obeyed, and the teacher himself noted that he did not know that there was such a guy in this class. A worried friend told Lu Shen to be careful. After all, exams are coming soon. You need to take care of your head. And you can't let pride overshadow your mind. Lu Shen told a friend not to worry. After all, the hero has already said that he trained. The teacher announced that the time limit is 10 minutes. And do not forget about security. We need to remember this lesson. The guys stood up against each other and prepared for the fight. The skill check starts right now. The teacher continues to wonder how he could not have noticed Lu Shen earlier. Zhang Zhenguo asked the hero how much is his status. Lu Shen said that last time his status was 0.802. The teacher, confused, thought that 0.8 was really not enough. Lu Shen has a big difference with Yang Yifel. In response, the teacher gave advice to Lu Shen, saying that more attention should be paid to the development of strength, since this is the basis of the basics. Then the teacher told him to get ready and announced to begin. Jan Ifel was sarcastic, saying that he had heard the teacher. You need to train your strength and not give up. It is necessary to keep your hands at head level, since Jan Ifel intends to hit exactly there. Lu Shen thanked for the advice and told Yang Infel to attack as he was waiting. Jan Infel swung and aimed his fist at the main character's face. At that moment, Lu Shen had all the advice about the fight flash through his head. That you need to keep your distance and watch your movements. It is also necessary to think over a counterattack and try to find a balance between attack and attack. You need to follow the rhythm, using jabs to study the opponent and use heavy blows. After all, status is needed for all this. Attacking Lu Shen, Yang Infel knows that the outcome of the battle is already a foregone conclusion. The winner will be the strongest. After all, weaklings like Lu Shen should lose in disgrace. But it wasn't there. Lu Shen was not so simple. At the last second, he manages to dodge the opponent's blow. And without having time to understand what is happening, Jan Infel gets slapped in the face and flies away. Everyone is in shock. Jan Infel is defeated. Everyone is shouting in chorus that Lu Shen knocked out a classmate with one blow, knocked Yang Infel out with one blow. Lu Shen defeated Yang Infel with just one punch. Everyone was surprised and amazed, because no one expected this from him. The teacher ordered a nurse to be called. Help arrived. Putting Jan Infel on a gurney and fixing his neck, they took him to the hospital. Lu Shen called out to teacher Zhang. The hero asked for forgiveness, because he didn't want it to happen that way. Lu Shen referred to the fact that he had not calculated the force, to which the teacher replied that injuries are an integral part of sparring. And I told the hero not to worry about it, because Jan Infel will definitely recover. And then teacher Zhang called Lu Shen to his office because he wanted to discuss something with him. The hero agreed and, saying goodbye to his friend and telling him not to lose him, followed the teacher into the office. Terrified and agitated, Liu Kai-ming, not understanding what was happening, began to think too much for himself. For example, he began to think that a friend was taking drugs, because how could he have such power? He knocked out Jan and fell with one blow. And Yang's status is around 1.22, and it still wasn't enough to stand up to Lu Shen. Has his status really grown so much? Arriving at the teacher's office, the first thing Lu Shen noticed was bonsai. He was surprised by this, because he did not know that the teacher was fond of this. The teacher said that it was just his little hobby, because everyone has their own secrets. The teacher emphasized the latter. Zhang Zhenguo said that Lu Shen's status should now be about 0.8. To which the hero replied that these were the results of the last test. And now everything is different. Continuing his speech, the teacher forcefully and slightly raising his voice said that he hoped that Lu Shen did not use illegal drugs to raise his status. After all, it is forbidden by the rules of the school. And since anabolics are harmful to health, a student can be expelled for using them. But Lu Shen desperately swears that he does not use anything illegal. The teacher believes him and wants to check the status of the hero again. He took out a ball that determines the status, put it on the table and said that if Lu Shen used anabolics, then his status would be unstable. The balloon will show it, and then they will test his fighting skills. Stability will be the best proof of his words. Lu Shen agreed and put his hand on the ball to determine his status. The teacher was very surprised by the indicator he saw. The ball gave out Lu Shen's result. His status was 1.5. The shocked teacher thought that Lu Shen was already a master, despite the fact that he was only 18 years old. There is no such genius in their school, or even in the whole of White Lake City. While the teacher was lost in his thoughts, Lu Shen decided to determine his fighting skills. But the device could not withstand the guy's strength and broke down. The teacher screamed as the head that flew off the machine broke his bonsai and flew into the wall, stuck there. The frustrated teacher thought that even if this car was made for students, it still had to withstand his blow. Lu Shen's strength goes beyond a master of the first rank. The teacher and Lu Shen sat down opposite each other. The teacher was the first to speak, remembering that the hero said that his status was equal to 0.8. Zhang Zhenguo asked when the student last took the test. The guy replied that the last time he took the test was about half a month ago. The teacher opened his mouth wide in surprise and confusion. When he came to his senses, he said that the guy wanted to say that he had more than doubled his status in just half a month. Is he blue-blooded, or maybe a student began to study with some famous master? But Lu Shen assured him that he was an ordinary guy and no one was teaching him. As for how he raised his status, he replied that it was a secret. Still shocked, the teacher cannot understand how it is possible to improve their performance so much in just half a month. Now his disciple's rank is much higher than the first one. And at his age, Zhang Zhenguo had a good record. But it took him 2 years of meditation to reach the second rank and enlist in the military. It was only on the battlefield that he realized that a man in front of a monster is nothing. In the face of an unfathomable and uncontrollable force, humans are just pathetic ants. And the only people who can somehow resist these monsters are those whose power is just as destructive, unpredictable, and incomprehensible. And these people are also kind of monsters. Zhang Zhenguo said that everything was clear to him and advised the hero to study in a class for the gifted, since with his skills only there he would be able to get a decent education. The teacher will call the dean about him. Lu Shen thanked the teacher, but refused his offer, saying that he wanted to stay in this class. Learning in a dream is much better than anywhere else. Puzzled, Zhang Zhenguo said that this school would be able to fully unleash Lu Shen's talent. But in any case, if he has any difficulties, then the student can safely turn to him. To which Lu Shen replies that since that's what it's all about, he has 2 questions. The first is whether he will be able to receive a scholarship, and the second is that he would like to have a more flexible schedule. Well, to put it simply, the main character needs money. The teacher listens to his request and says that he will request a scholarship from the ministry, and talk to the dean about Lu Shen's schedule. The request will be processed for about 2 days, so the hero should not waste his time in vain. Let him go and start training. In the meantime, the hero can take his teacher's card. Lu Shen was very taken aback by this. After all, this is a black card of martial artists. There will be at least 100,000 on it. But his scholarship is not that big. The hero thanked his teacher, to which the teacher instructed him that the student should continue in the same spirit, and then the school would help him in everything. And Lu Shen, in turn, will glorify her. The disciple thanked Zhang Zhenguo again. After Lu Shen left, the teacher, pleased with this conversation, began to say that in this godforsaken place there is such a genius as Lu Shen. He hasn't even turned 18 yet, and he's already practically at the level of a second-rank master. Now you need to talk less about Lu Shen. He will become their secret weapon in the state exam. Everyone's going to be freaking out now. Well, now Zhang Zhenguo needs to hurry up and please the bosses. And yet it's not just about exams. After so many years, they finally found him. A soldier who will be ready to go outside. In the store, Mom buys her daughter a nutritious tonic Heart of an Orchid. This is the newest product of the medical pavilion of resin. The girl consultant says that it is best to use the tonic to stabilize the status when it reaches 0.8. In addition, it is designed specifically for female masters, and at the moment its price is only 30,000. The daughter says that it sounds good and asks her mother to buy her this tonic. After the purchase, the mother tells her daughter that she should train well so that the tonic is better absorbed. The daughter assures her mother that with this tonic she will definitely take first place in the exam. Hearing all this conversation, Lu Shen understands that even if his parents work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I still won't be able to afford to buy a tonic for 30,000. Only those who are not more expensive than 3,000 will be able to. Strong masters earn a lot and invest this money in their children. It is still very difficult for children from poor families to get to the top. His sister, King, is a genius and therefore she has everything to change her life. However, she has a ballast in the form of Lu Shen, which takes away from her the opportunity to grow and develop well. And the main character is always complaining about his worthlessness, but without making any effort to change it. He just spends his youth aimlessly on all sorts of stuff. Lu Shen longed to see the wonderful world of martial arts, but hid in games, because it was the only thing that reminded him of his past life. He was like a fish in an aquarium. I dreamed of sailing into the open ocean, but I stayed in my safe and calm little world. But in any case, everything is different now. Lu Shen went beyond his capabilities and saw the real world around him, having received this opportunity to change fate again. Now he will act consciously, making a minimum of mistakes. Over the past few days, Lu Shen has gained a lot of combat experience, instantly increasing his strength. With this knowledge, he managed to break the vicious circle. You will know your nature and you will be able to know yourself. Did the teachers talk about this in class? Lu Shen finally took a step forward. He promised his family that he would definitely become stronger. Later, the hero went back to the wasteland, killing zombies to pump himself. The zombie attacks him, but the hero manages to fight back, knocking him to the ground. Lu Shen notices that this zombie used to be a master, and that means they can use combat techniques. According to the zombie soldier's memory, base 1359 should be ahead. However, Lu Shen does not see any black fog and a large number of monsters. Monsters, by the way, the hero has never met anywhere. It's very strange. Going forward and killing a small number of monsters along the way, Lu Shen manages to get to base 1359. Descending from the slope, the guy notices that the size is like a whole city. He caught a flashback to the attack of the Titans and thought that he wouldn't be surprised if monsters were climbing the wall now. Climbing up the high, broken in half wall, Lu Shen noticed that the walls were very thick, at least 20 meters in thickness, but it's hard to imagine what kind of creature could break through these arrays. This world surpasses Lu Shen's world in all respects, both in technology and in martial arts. If even such a powerful civilization has fallen at the hands of monsters, what awaits the world of Lu Shen? Climbing even higher, Lu Shi saw a building on the opposite side that was different from all the others. It must have been a military base or command center in the past. Then Lu Shan noticed that there was someone in that building, and it seems to be a zombie. At this moment, the hero was thrown back by some kind of psi attack. What a huge and terrible power. Well, apparently it's too early for Lu Shen to go there. Let's leave this place for the suite. In the meantime, he should look around. Just those zombies that are at the bottom look pretty harmless. Lu Shen jumped off the wall, bounced off the zombie's head and moved to another fence. Having entered some place similar to an ordinary apartment, the hero realized that there seemed to be no one there. The owners must have been eating when the world went to pieces, since the dishes on the table were left uncleaned. The doors and windows are intact. Apparently, people didn't even have a chance to escape from this black fog. Lu Shen noticed a strange device on the other countertop. Is he still working? Approaching him, the hero put his hand on him. Then the device started working, informing Lu Shen that the exit from sleep mode, reboot, had begun. Then a girl with light, long hair appeared from the device. She greeted user Tian Heng. Lu Shen thought it was just gorgeous. Is it really a hologram? But wait, she speaks the same language as Lu Shen. This girl speaks the same language as the main character. Could it be that this is some kind of high-tech translation? The girl said she was a product of Tianheng Technologies, that is, the built-in holographic artificial intelligence of the 16th generation. Her name is Ellie, and she is responsible for controlling the network server of base 1359. It turns out she is a hologram, artificial intelligence. This is 100% of the technology of the future. Lu Shen asked Ellie to tell him exactly what happened here. Ellie replied that she would be happy to do it and started connecting to the network. Then the inscription flashed that the connection was broken, but still she managed to restore the connection and get access to the database 1359. Ellie found a lot of information and brought it out for viewing. It told about the 11,024 year of the combat calendar. On June 21st, the main base number 2 successfully launched the 58th spacecraft in search of intelligent life. The destination was the Lyra galaxy. In the same year of the combat calendar, on July 24th, base 105 was captured. On September 24th, Lieutenant General Sun Kang reached the 10th rank of an interstellar martial artist, becoming the 472nd 10th rank martial artist in history. At the moment, 23 masters of the highest rank are alive in the International Martial Arts Union, and bases 114, 838, and 1022 fell one after another. The 8th Division is currently searching for survivors. In 11,024, on November 19th of the combat calendar, the 24th Council of Grandmasters was created at the main base number 1. At this base, they discussed a further plan of action to combat monsters. Lu Shen realized that they had the same grading system as he had in the world. The hero could not even imagine how strong they were. Then Ellie uploaded a video fragment of how monsters penetrated through the rift into this world. Lu Shen saw that the technology and martial arts of this world had reached unprecedented heights. However, despite such a high level of combat skills and these huge thick walls, in the face of monsters, they could not oppose anything. The inhabitants even tried to leave their Earth, sending their research groups to other galaxies, in the hope that they will find a new home for themselves. But in any case, none of them gave the signal, right up to the time when humanity fell. Now only one thing is clear. This world was destined to die. This civilization was really great. It's a pity that it fell. After Lu Shen found out all this, he turns to Ellie, asking her to show the history of this world. Ellie said she was happy and started recreating the history of this world. Even such an advanced civilization could not cope with the monsters. Lu Shen hopes that their experience will help them avoid the same fate. Ellie has already launched the history of the world, and the hero has started reading it. He read that in the first year of the combat calendar, rifts began to appear in the world, from which unprecedented creatures from other planets and galaxies began to emerge. In the 34th year of the martial calendar, the first world-famous martial artist with inner Kai was born in the ancient Dragon Kingdom. In the same year, the World Martial Arts Union was established, and then Lu Shen realized that all this was the history of his world. Now it became clear why, the same language and the same gradation system. All that he now saw in this world was not his destruction, but his world. Only after 10,000 years, Lu Shen has now seen the future of his world. He began to calm himself down, thinking that it might just be a coincidence. Well, or one of the parallel universes. Lu Shen asked Ellie if she had information about certain people, to which Ellie immediately responds to him, saying that the search is completed. She found 36 people. Ellie gave Lu Shen his own data. The hero began to read them. He recognized himself that in the year 297 of the combat calendar, in June, he was really born. But what happened? Why did he die at the age of 28? The information on the scoreboard stated that the time of his life was from the 297th year of June of the combat calendar to the 325th year of February of the combat calendar. His occupation was a citizen, which Lu Shen was very surprised at. The achievements indicated his marital status. Lu Shen was single, and there was no historical rating at all. Lu Shen came up with something and asked Ellie to show the hero his own life in March 299. But Ellie told him that access was denied. Outsiders are forbidden to view information about martial artists. In order to register, Ellie asked Lu Shen to provide blood as genetic material. Lu Shen was surprised and asked how exactly he could do it. Maybe there's some kind of syringe here. At that moment, tiny Ellie wrapped her two hands around Lu Shen's finger and licked the pad of his finger. The hero blushed all over with surprise, and Ellie announced that the blood had been collected and began to conduct an analysis. Lu Shen, still doubled up and confused, thought that this is really how they take an analysis in the future. And this is despite the fact that she is a virtual character. Ellie began to behave strangely. Everything lit up red, and she announced that the analysis of the genetic material was completed. The Luch project has been launched. She connected to the storage of base 1359. The connection was successful and access is now allowed. And Lu Shen had a question about what kind of project Ray is and whether it could be that this project is somehow connected with the search for another world. And then the hero thought that he had really changed the future. Now Lu Shen saw other information about himself. His name is still Lu Shen and his gender is male. And then the information was different. The time of his life was from June 297 of the combat calendar to August 334 of the combat calendar. In the nature of his activity, it was said that he is a martial arts master of the 4th rank, and the access level is the 2nd. Lu Shen's achievements stated that he graduated from Bei High School with honors, took 1st place in the school exam and 23rd in the city. He entered Bei University. After graduation, Lu Shen joined the ranks of the martial arts army and served in the Tianan division. During the battle in the southern part in August 334 of the combat calendar, he died at the age of 37. Lu Shen was single. He also received the rank of lieutenant. In the military merit it was indicated that he received 3 medals of the 1st, 5 medals of the 2nd and 12 medals of the 3rd class, and he had no debts. Lu Shen's historical rating was 2 stars. Lu Shen also drew attention to his photo. If in the first photo he looked sluggish, not well groomed, tired, with bags under his eyes, and his gaze was lifeless, then in the second photo the situation was different. Shen had a big scar on his face, he had stubble. He looked more alive, healthy and strong. It turns out that if the hero becomes stronger, he will be able to change the future. His life path up to the age of 18 is the same. It even states that his strength has increased dramatically with the entrance exams. However, on the scale of history, this is a small achievement. Nothing but ripples on the water. In this huge user base, Lu Shen is far from a genius. In addition, during these 10,000 years, these geniuses were born, a wagon and a small cart. Wanting to leave a mark on history is nothing but ordinary pride. The records also said that in the exam, Shen's status was equal to 2012, and his combat skills were equal to 257. It turns out that if Lu Shen does not pump in his sleep, but will use only those techniques with which he trains at home, it will be able to achieve this result in about 200 days. But on the other hand, if you take into account his sleep training, then Lu Shen will be able to achieve these results in the near future. He is Lu Shen only the 23rd in Bei. No, he has to become a leader across the country, and then absolutely everyone will know his name. Lu Shen will definitely build a new future thanks to the fact that he will become stronger. He must definitely prevent the coming end of the world and save everyone. He will become a ray of light for all mankind. The next morning the family gathers for breakfast. Lu Shen left the room without changing his clothes yet, and mom asks her son why he hasn't changed his clothes yet or he doesn't need to go anywhere today. To which Lu Shen replies to his mother that the teacher told him that he could study at home. The hero does not have to come to school, so that the school allows you to study yourself. It's really amazing. After the hero had breakfast, he said that he would go to the room and do business. And mom answered her son, saying that let him go and study hard. The sister, who was sitting at the table all this time, thought that something was wrong with her brother. He seems to have changed a lot lately, not as dumb as he used to be. He also became quiet and strange. After entering his room, Lu Shen called teacher Zhang and said that the hero had received a scholarship. Have him come and pick her up after lunch. The hero thanked the teacher. The teacher also asked why the hero did not come to school today. Teacher Zhang would like to discuss the question of the time of the hero's visit, because he hopes. But the teacher didn't have time to finish, as Lu Shen interrupted him, saying that he didn't have much time to waste. It is difficult for the hero to explain this and he said he would call back. Lu Shen can't afford to fool around anymore. He wants to be the best. He wants everyone to be horrified. And the only way to improve his abilities is with resources. Lu Shen needs to get to the heights as soon as possible to find a way to change the future. Soon Lu Shen falls asleep and meets with Ellie. He asks Ellie to show the hero all possible training options by the type of notes, manuals, practices that are related to martial arts. Ellie said that okay, she would do a search on this query. A second later, the search was completed. She found 465,751 results of this query. The hero was puzzled by such a large number and asked Ellie to filter out a request to improve the skills of martial artists of the first level, as well as masters with the most valuable information. Ellie accepted the request and started filtering the result. According to the restriction of the master of the first level, she found 34,521 results, and sorting by the results with the highest overall score, she received that this result was only 3 people. Lu Shen knew that these were the best techniques in 10,000 years, and then he decided to familiarize himself with these techniques. Stellar Tempering Technique Introduction. Its creator is Wang He, a member of the Union of the Strongest Masters of the 11th rank, and she is included in the Ray Plan. Next, the Technique of Natural Breathing Introduction. It was created by Yang Yizhu, a member of the Union of the Strongest Masters of the 11th rank. His technique is also included in the Ray Plan. The next technique is Crystal Vision Introduction. Its creator is Duan Yifeng, a member of the Union of the Strongest Masters of the 11th rank. The technique is also included in the Ray Plan. Lu Shen was very amazed that the masters in the future are of the 11th rank, because the strongest master in reality is only at the 9th level. Before the hero is the whole legacy of the 3 strongest masters of the 11th rank. It's just unbelievable. Let this be just an introduction to their techniques, but their value is unspeakable, and also all of them are included in the Project Ray. Apparently, people from the top of the Union knew about the impending fate, although they couldn't do anything about it. They have left behind the best of what they have learned in a lifetime. After all, they hoped that someone would come after them and continue what they started. But the masters clearly did not realize that this would not be a successor, but their long-time ancestor. Lu Shen decided to try their techniques. He started with the Stellar Tempering Technique. The human body is arranged like a miniature universe. Thoughts are lost, but the spirit is not lost. The blood begins to purify, and the body begins to strengthen, improving the mind and every cell, turning each cell into a star of infinite power. The flowing blood turns into a river of stars, transforming the infinitely changing star field inside itself. The master's body density will reach an extreme level. Protection and strength are unimaginably huge. The blood begins to glow like stars, like a real star stream. It's just amazing. If before that, the body hardening that Lu Shen did gave 1, then the star gave 1,000, if not more. This introductory practice is no different from the usual morning gymnastics. Encouraged, Lu Shen moved on to the next technique, the technique of natural breathing. He discovered this technique and began to perform its first part, which began with fire breathing. After taking a breath, the hero felt that countless flames seemed to be burning in his body. Even Lu Shen's blood was boiling. And this is only the first breathing technique. There are several other techniques of a different nature. That's a thrill. Next, the hero began to perform the Crystal Vision Technique. This technique cleanses thoughts and strengthens consciousness. It deals with the most mysterious part of the practice, spiritual power. But does this mean that Lu Shen needs to practice it? Well, the hero aims to try this technique. Having begun to fulfill it, he plunged into his inner world and saw himself there. Soul and consciousness are very important for practice. A strong-minded master will not be subjected to useless thoughts. The combat power and cultivation speed far surpass the capabilities of a martial artist with a weak will and a lot of desires. But how can Lu Shen beat this? He looked all over himself, examined, beat on the head, looked into the eyes and shouted in the ears. Yet he does not understand at all what needs to be done. Well, probably everything should come with time. Lu Shen woke up exhausted and tired. What a strong feeling of fatigue he has. It was as if he hadn't slept at all. But what does it smell like? Then the hero drew attention to himself and realized that he was sweating profusely and very dirty. But really, even though everything happens in a dream, in reality it affects the body in full. Well, okay, now the hero needs to take a shower. Star technique and natural breathing complemented each other, and this combination allowed Lu Shen to get rid of all the negativity in his body. It's really just incredible. The hero is making great progress in his training. Now that he gets his scholarship, he will be able to create his own pills. Pills of the future. His strength will be legendary. Lu Shen will turn the whole pharmaceutical market upside down. Baya Institute. Lu Shen came to see teacher Zhang. The teacher tells the hero to at least contact him next time before coming to school. Lu Shen said he would warn you next time and thanked you for the scholarship. Zhang said that if the hero is busy now, he can go. But I asked him to attend school at least once a week. When the hero left, the teacher noticed how much Lu Shen had changed. Although he hasn't seen him for only a couple of days and already feels a huge gap between them. Walking down the street, the hero rejoices that he finally has money. Now we urgently need to solve the issue of nutrition of the body. He has recipes for the world of the future and now it is most effective to make your own supplements. The last time he rummaged through the Ray database, Lu Shen found there a recipe for what suits him best at the moment, at this stage. And these are vitality serum and bone marrow pills. Even the simplest herbal poisons require professional tableware. A small difference in heating and dosage can greatly affect the result. Lu Shen needs a specially equipped place. Buying everything yourself sounds impractical. After all, the hero's wallet is not rubber, so let's see if Lu Shen can rent pharmacy equipment. When he came to the pharmacy, he turned to the man with a simple lease of his equipment, to which the man indignantly replied that the guy was joking. The production department is the heart of any pharmacy, and the hero just wants to know their secret recipes. Does the hero think he's stupid enough to let Lu Shen in? So the man slammed the door in front of the hero with all his might, shouting that he would not let him in for anything and told him to get out of here. This is the 7th refusal. Apparently, this is unrealistic to pull off. Lu Shen has already bought all the herbs he needs for the serum and even some with a reserve. On the card that the teacher gave the hero, there were not 30,000, but all 80,000. This is probably an additional sponsorship. If Lu Shen still doesn't wear a lab, then he will have to order something primitive from the internet and try to do something on it. After walking across the street, the hero found another pharmacy there. Well, opening a point in the damn nowhere is not a good idea. Although, Lu Shen walked into this pharmacy and said hello. There was a guy sitting at the cash register who, interrupting the hero, said that he could look after what he wanted and come to him for payment. Lu Shen tried to convey to the guy that he did not want to buy anything, because he had a request to him. But the guy, without listening to the hero, said that he would not take something and run away. There are cameras everywhere. The hero was surprised and angry by the guy's behavior, because despite the fact that in previous dreams he was refused everywhere, but they asked the hero to want to buy. But it's not like that. It looks like they don't want to have anything to do with him at all. Therefore, unable to stand it, Lu Shen hit the table, to which the enraged cashier ran over him, asking that he wanted to die. But seeing what the hero's strength was, the guy held his horses and asked what he needed. To which Lu Shen replied that he just wanted to ask if there was a production department in the pharmacy. Not understanding what the hero was driving at, the cashier replied with a hit and run that it didn't matter if there was or not, because he needed medicines. Smiling, Lu Shen replied that if they have a production department, then he would like to make a deal. The guy led Lu Shen to an iron door with many locks. The hero had already reached out to her, but the guy stopped him, saying that they had agreed 500 an hour, the same amount if he stays less, and he gives the hero a maximum of 3 hours, and yet. But the guy did not have time to finish, as the hero said that he understood and handed over the card, since the payment is in advance. The joyful cashier opened the door and wished a successful job. Lu Shen entered, put on a robe with gloves and started his first creation. At first, he started with the processing of raw materials. Lu Shen placed the lizard in a flask of solution. In a green scaly lizard, it is necessary to separate the scales using this solution. Then you need to add a neutralizer, mixed to a concentration of 35% and store at a constant temperature. Next, the liquefaction of the moonstone using a laser emitter. Visible radiation is tuned to certain wavelengths. The material is split into a fluid liquid state. Then it needs to be collected and cooled. And, finally, the zogger of the petrified root of the paper tree is cut. These roots are impossibly strong, so strict dosage control is necessary. And then processing, where the chemical properties are regulated after the mixing process. Mixing is carried out in the correct proportions and order. Well, the final product is a vitality serum. Lu Shen couldn't even believe that he would succeed the first time. The hero has created a serum that will be invented only in 10,000 years. Although, it's too early to judge. The serum needs to be tried again. Lu Shen raised the serum flask to his lips and drank a little. And I realized that there are no sensations, no taste. Really a failure. But then something happened. Lu Shen fell, clutching his chest. He felt a sharp pain. Later, after the pain had passed, he was lying on the floor in the laboratory, all scared and excited. That's a side note. On the other hand, all the vitality that had been lost by prolonged training was instantly restored, even with a vengeance. Such a powerful drug that almost does not harm the body. It's just unbelievable. Moreover, this powerful tonic improves blood circulation. It also has additional advantages. It increases the density of the skin, whitens it and moisturizes, narrows the pores. Here it is, a piece of the world of martial arts of the future. Before he could finally come to his senses, there was a pounding on the door. The hero opened the door and asked what happened, because the time has not passed yet. Didn't he say not to interrupt him while he was working? But the guy who let him in here shouted that there was no time to explain. Lu Shen needs to leave urgently. We need to go through the back door, since his boss's wife has returned. The girl brought a box of flasks and put it on the table. Taking one of the flasks, with a green filling, she drank it and said that it was all wrong. Ineffective synergy of herbs. There are no medicinal properties at all. This stuff won't even go for a tonic. The girl remembered a phrase from an advertisement that said that a pro should not talk bad about himself. The main thing is not to stop. Let the past scatter to the wind. Do not keep the remnants of yesterday and today. Only by cherishing the present can they reap the benefits of tomorrow. Wang Hu pills for real men. With the rapid development of martial arts, the complementary medicine industry is also changing rapidly. New and improved tools are being developed every day, and the old ones are unnecessarily lost in time. The reason why this girl's family is almost bankrupt is that they are conservatives and stick to old ideas. They don't even try to keep up with the times. The old tools that still lie on their shelves are already under 100 years old. These funds have not been competitive in the market for a long time, and she still can't find a new recipe. The family business that the girl's father handed over to her will be, well, if she doesn't have any ideas for development, then the only way out will be to consult with an old pharmacist. Mr. Zhang from a nearby town was able to develop a new drug. She aims to go there and try to learn something. After all, it could change the fate of the He family. The guy ran out to meet Ms. He and tells her that he thought she would not return to the city today. Still, she's back a little early. An angry and dissatisfied mistress goes inside the laboratory. And at this time, the guy begins to think about the lady that she is a beauty queen. So cold and so charming. The goddess he would worship forever. In a gradually fading family, he is the only one who will be by her side. And in the end, the lovers will stay together forever. Career and love, together to the top. It's just like they say in novels. Ma Fei is pulled out of his fantasies by an enraged Mrs. He. She saw the soiled lab coat that Lu Shen had left behind when fleeing through the back door. She asks Ma Fei how he could let anyone use her lab. But looking at her beloved mistress, Fei continues to hover in the clouds, telling her that she looks charming even in anger. His mistress calls him, and he comes to his senses, saying that he would never dare to bring anyone here. The still angry mistress sighs, calling him a fool, and says that tomorrow he may not come here anymore. A frightened Ma Fei asks her to let him explain everything. Later, in the laboratory, the mistress throws away the soiled robe. And still angry, she says that now she will have to re-disinfect the entire inventory. You need to wash the table and wipe it. Here, also the activator with laser controllers are dirty. Starting to clean up, he notices a large flask with the remains of scales nearby. Was the activator used on the green lizard? But also the most valuable comes out. Madam has never heard of such a method before. She thought that this man seemed to be one of those who wanted to develop their own drugs. But the development of a new substance requires enormous knowledge in the field of pharmacology, as well as a huge amount of money and the same number of attempts to combine components. And this man, who doesn't even have his own laboratory, but he already dreams of wealth. However, he is pinning his hopes on unrealistic dreams. Although, isn't that what the mistress is doing now? When she saw the broken flask that Lu Shen had left on the floor, she began to lament Fei again, saying that he just went into someone else's pharmacy and used the equipment, so I also scattered everything that lies unevenly. Great, and how many more surprises are waiting for her? She took the broken flask with the remains of the drug and began to examine it. He saw a moonstone, a petrified root in the composition, and was very surprised by the combination of such ingredients and what kind of reaction it causes. Madam has never heard of this recipe before, but maybe. She took and licked a drop of this drug. Ma Fei, upset, trudges home with his things, saying about Lu Shen that he is a sheep who framed him. He shouldn't have taken the money. He can't believe that his relationship with the goddess will end like this. Let someone at least let him look at her, at least with one eye. And then he sees his mistress running after him and calling him, asking him to stop. Ma Fei can't believe her luck. He throws all the things and runs to her, saying that he knew she was thinking about him. He's not going anywhere. Fei is ready to be with his mistress forever. But he grabs him by the collar and shouts at him, asking who was in her lab. She urgently needs to see him. Ma Fei still can't come to her senses and doesn't answer anything. Then he starts shaking him even harder, shouting that she urgently needs to see this man. If Fei can find this person, then the job will be his again. Plus, she'll double his salary. Fei answers in a drawl that he has that guy's number. Nizzy snatched the phone out of Fei's hands and started looking for Lu Shen's phone number. She realized that the remedy that the hero created is 10 times more effective than any other supplement, up to 100,000 yuan presented on the market today. Definitely the component is strong in restoring and building muscles, and God knows what else. The main ingredients of this drug are ordinary herbs, and the cost of these herbs is less than 5,000 yuan. This is a new world-class drug, and she finally found something incredible. This is her chance. Lu Shen is practicing those techniques again. The star tempering technique is a grade 11 technique that is 10,000 years old. The development of the potential of the human body is so great that one can hardly believe it. At this rate, perhaps a real star will be born in Lu Shen. The natural breathing technique is also amazing. She has great power, and without this technique, the recovery of the body will not be as effective. The hero has more vitality, and the effect of the drug makes itself felt. The hero prepared as many as 12 pieces of such a drug, and with his current physique, he will be able to consume 2 bottles a day, and in 6 days he will need to do even more. At that moment, the phone rang. Lu Shen picked up the phone. "Mrs. he replied. She greeted him and called him the master, saying that she was worried about him and introduced herself as the owner of the House of Kindness, Hisu. She also said that she saw the medicine that the hero created. Hisu continued to praise Lu Shen, saying that his drug would be a worldwide breakthrough, and they can work together. The House of Good will promote this product. Lu Shen answered all this listlessly, saying that they could meet in a week. Hisu exclaimed, saying that the hero can now. But she didn't have time to finish, as Lu Shen dropped the call. Hisu attacked poor Ma Fei again, shouting that it would not work out today, only in a week. And from now on, Fei will be in charge of finding Lu Shen. The sooner he finds it, the better. She promised that she would give Ma Fei 10,000 for each day. When Fei realized what had been said, he was very happy. He just shone all over, telling his mistress that he would definitely keep his word. But I noticed that the person who asked him to let him use the laboratory was just a teenager. He looks like a student. Is he really the kind of master his mistress is talking about? From what she heard, Hisu felt confused, thinking to herself, what kind of person is this? Lu Shen went back to his dream to pump up his fighting skills. There he met a zombie who was not like the others and decided that this would be his goal today. He decided to take a chance, as he is a martial artist of the 1st rank. But will he be able to defeat this monster, which is a master of the 4th rank? The monster started attacking first, but the hero managed to defend himself. Well, it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. The monster is twice as strong as him. The hero won't last long. At this time, the zombie took a swing again and wanted to strike already. But Lu Shan dodged, moving behind the monster's back, and from there he struck. The monster fell and then Lu Shan struck the final blow. It turned out not to be a monster for leveling up, but a hero who deserved respect. He died in battle defending the city. Lu Shen bowed to him, absorbing his strength. In life, this monster would have been rank 5. No wonder his fists are so powerful. If it wasn't for his severed arm and lack of intelligence, then Lu Shen would have had to fight relying solely on his body's fighting instincts. And even in this case, the hero would have been defeated. For almost a week he has been practicing star tempering, natural breathing and crystal guidance. With the help of spiritual practices and an invented drug, Lu Shen was able to advance far. And the knowledge that he absorbs about the conduct of the battle also bears fruit. Using the secret techniques of breathing and the star galaxy, Lu Shen will be able to unleash a force that is not how many tens, no, even several hundred times stronger than his usual one. He called this technique with unification, the power of the stars. The following day, Lu Shen decided to test his skills again, or rather how much he had improved them. He went to the same place where he was at that time. Lu Shen greeted the girl at the reception desk. He said he would like to use the machine to assess strength, and asked if there was a spare room. The girl recognized him right away and asked what he was doing here, because she had heard that he had an exam soon, and in a short period of time his strength could not be increased. Lu Shen hesitated and said that he hoped that he would raise his bar at least a little. But indeed, this month he comes for the 2nd time. For an ordinary person, at least several months, or even 6 months, pass before the test. Even those schools that care most about the academic performance of their students evaluate the parameters once a month. The girl said that room 206 is free, the hero can go there, and wished him good luck. When Lu Shen came to the right room and stood in front of the car, he said that if he hadn't developed so fast, he definitely wouldn't have wanted to come and look at the 0 result. Well, let's check his status. He put his hand on the ball and the machine showed that his status is 15.6. Really huge progress. This is much higher than the norm for a 2nd level martial artist. Although if you think about it, what's so amazing here? Lu Shen used the best techniques of future years and plus the most advanced tonic. It would be surprising if the increase wasn't so significant. Well, now let's check the combat skills. Lu Shen went to the next car and hit it. The result was 3,137, and this is as much as 2 times higher than normal. And it was an ordinary blow. What will happen if the hero strikes with all his might? If the indicator increases, it means that Lu Shen has no limits in the development of combat power. The hero decided to hit again, but with all his might. He used a technique with unification, which he called the power of the stars. At parting, the girl wished him neither fluff nor feather on the exam. When the hero left, the girl behind the counter said about him that he was cool and his smile was cute. And at this time another girl came and asked who she was talking about. The girl behind the counter was surprised. This is Nai Shuang. She is the daughter of the director of the Crimson River Martial Arts School, with a younger brother. Nai Shuang said that she came out only for a second to go with her brother to the restorative bath, and the girl was already in a love fever. And then she asked if the guy came to check, to which the girl behind the counter replied that she was not in a fever because it was just a schoolboy. He's just very handsome. Then brother Nai Shuang got into the conversation, saying that what's the point of a beautiful face? They can't protect themselves from monsters. In their society, only combat skills are valued. Besides, this guy looks like a kid from an ordinary family. Why then would he check for a deliberately negative result? Listening to her brother, Nai Shuang thought that science was for the poor, the sword was for the rich. Resources for learning martial arts play a huge role. And Lanner, her brother, has been drinking tonics since childhood. Even before he started training, his stats were much higher than others. Now he practices a variety of arts. The gap between him and his peers is increasing every day to a vile, arrogant type. For such words of her brother, Nai Shuang gave him a slap on the head, saying that one should not compare oneself with children from ordinary families. If he has time to grind his tongue, then let him go and practice, instead of spending the whole day praising your achievements. Lanner promised his sister that it wouldn't happen again, and I decided to ask her for a favor. He'd like to see that guy's test result. The sister asked why he needed it. Lanner replied that the guy looked a few years older than him. Lanner thinks he's from high school. He just wants to check if there is an effect from all his hard work. After all, he doesn't know what to expect. The sister agreed to help her brother, but the brother must remember that this is just an ordinary boy. And I asked my brother not to turn up his nose too much. My brother agreed. The girl brought a tablet with Lu Shen's results and said that he was the only one who came for testing today, so they can see the results right now. Nai Shuang took the tablet and made sure that Lu Shen was really a high school student. But when she saw the result, she was very shocked. The siblings were stunned by Lu Shen's results. Lanner even thought that the device was broken, but the girl assured him that this was out of the question, because yesterday all the equipment was checked. Nai Shuang asked Xiao Lin about Lu Shen's phone number and address, but Xiao Lin said that he is not a member of the club, but often comes here, maybe he lives nearby. Nai Shuang asked her to contact the free staff and find information about the students of this area. They have to find him. Nai Shuang must definitely find Lu Shen. Lu Shen arrived by taxi for the exam. The taxi driver said that it was nice to chat with him, and if they meet next time, he will definitely introduce him to his daughter. Lu Shen thought that this uncle is very sincere. He could tell him that he was going to the Martial Arts Association to take the exam for a master of the second rank. But then the uncle would have thought that Lu Shen had gone crazy and would have dropped him off in the middle of the road. When Lu Shen wanted to enter the building, an exiting man flew into him, shouting that this could not be, because he had been training for so long. His fighting skills can't be less than 150. The two guys who came out next were talking to each other. One of them said there was nothing to be done about it. After all, the association's equipment is made to order. It is the most accurate of all that is in the country. The other guy replied that in order to pass the test, you need to give your best. Hearing their conversation, Lu Shen was delighted, because a more accurate result is great. Finally, he will be able to find out how strong he really is. Lu Shen entered the building. There was a girl sitting at the reception desk, from whom he asked how he could pass the exam for a martial artist. The girl said that first you need to fill out a questionnaire, and then go to room 5203 for a test. The hero memorized the questionnaire and went into the test room. Lu Shen saw a huge queue there. How he doesn't want to waste time on this. What should he come up with? The two guys standing in front of Lu Shen paid attention to the girl, saying that she was very beautiful. Did she come for a test, too? She's so young and dared to come to the exam. Apparently this girl is very capable. Beautiful and strong, straight komsomol. Lu Shen noticed that most of the people in the queue are about 25 years old. Compared to them, the hero is just a snot. But it seems that this girl is even younger than him. At this moment, a huge man enters the test room. There was a couple standing nearby. The man said that today is the day when he will embark on the path of a martial artist. This is the beginning of a new stage in his life. His girlfriend, who was standing next to him, supported him, saying that he would succeed. But the big guy who entered the room walked past them without a cue, politely asking the couple to give way. Seeing this big guy, the man's eyes popped out. It seems this big guy is bigger than these two put together. But the girl didn't like that he got in without a cue and ran over the big guy, asking if he was fucked up. The scared guy of this girl, hiding behind her, said that he should go without a queue if he was in such a hurry. But the girl did not let up, because there is actually a queue, and let him only dare to say that he is only asking. Or the big guy thinks that if he is so huge, then the rules can be broken. But the uncle who takes the exam, taking the questionnaire of a huge man, said that everything was fine since he was on a ticket. Zhao Chengfeng, that's the name of this big guy, should be the first in the exam. He is being tested for a master of the 3rd rank. Hearing this, the whole hall was stunned. After all, this is very rare. There are a little more than a dozen people in the whole city who are awarded the 3rd rank. The world of martial artists is dominated by force. Whoever is stronger has privileges. The examiner announced to Zhao Chengfeng that he could start the test. First he has to check the health status. That girl still wouldn't let up, saying what's wrong with Zhao Chengfeng being a master of the 3rd rank. He's still just an ordinary person like everyone else. And then Zhao Chengfeng's result was highlighted. His health status was 107. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. It is the first time she sees indicators that exceed 100. This is really a big indicator, and the examiner announced that Zhao Chengfeng would then test his combat skills. The big guy swung and hit the car so that everyone in the room fell from his might. The test results showed that Zhao Chengfeng's fighting skills are 10,831. The examiner congratulated him and said that from now on Zhao Chengfeng is a 3rd rank martial artist recognized by the Martial Arts Association. Now Zhao Chengfeng will receive a master's allowance of 30,000 yuan every month. Turning around, the big guy saw that only 2 people remained standing, Lu Shen and the girl whom the guys admired. This girl was stunned by Zhao Chengfeng's fighting strength, because the wave from his blow was able to shake all the primates. Lu Shen, on the other hand, remained on his wave, saying calmly that this means the power possessed by martial artists of the 3rd rank. The girl, hearing his words, was surprised. After all, the hero looks normal, but was able to stand on his feet. Is he just pretending to be a weakling? Lu Shen asked the examiner to be tested next, because there is no one else in the queue anyway. The uncle, smiling at the hero, thought that how could he behave so calmly after seeing this blow? It's impressive. And he said that Lu Shen could start the exam. The examiner tried to encourage the hero, saying that he was not worried and recommended breathing evenly. We need to do everything as usual. At this time, Lu Shen had already put his hand on the ball and saw his health status result. This status was 15.7. The Komsomol girl was so amazed that she asked if Lu Shen had a tonic flowing through his veins instead of blood. Zhao Chengfeng was also impressed, thinking that the guy looked about 18 years old, and this is a high enough status for his age. Meanwhile, Lu Shen moved on to the next test. The examiner asked the hero to relax and ignore the consequences of Zhao Chengfeng's blow. Lu Shen can test his fighting skills as many times as he wants. Let the hero hit and not be shy. To which Lu Shen replied that he would figure it out himself. One blow is enough for him. The hero concentrated and swung. Everyone froze in anticipation, and Lu Shen hit. There was a bang, so strong that the glass was broken from behind. His combat strength index was 15,709. Lu Shen exhaled and thought that the concentration of energy in one blow combined with the power of the stars and natural breathing. This allows him to increase his combat power by 10 times compared to the standard level. This is the beauty about martial arts techniques. An examiner approached him. He turned to Lu Shen and said that he congratulated him on passing the level 1 martial arts master exam. Not even that, his strength completely surpasses that of a level 2 or even level 3 martial artist. The examiners apologized to him and said that he could not give him a grade now. But don't let him worry. He will report to the top management of the association right away. They won't let their talent go to waste. No, geniuses. A genius like him. He'll take the report right away. He puts his career on this, he will definitely give a satisfactory answer. He can be sure of that. The examiner ran away. Lu Shen stood at a loss and said whether this meant that he could already go. Then the big guy came up to him. Lu Shen looked at him and asked what was wrong. He needed something from him, didn't he? The big man held out his hand to him and said his name was Zhao Chengfeng. Lu Shen shook his hand and told him his name. Zhao Chengfeng was very happy. After that, others began to molest him. Some guy greeted him and said his name was Van Dafen. This man asked him to shake his hand. Did some guy take pictures of him at all? The other said his name was Hu Changming and asked him to give him a few minutes. Lu Shen couldn't stay there any longer and ran away. A whole crowd asked him to stop. Someone said that damn, this Zhao Chengfeng was ahead of them. Moscow Masters of level 3 also thinks fast. 3 girls were standing outside and waiting for their girlfriend. One of them said that Young still hadn't come out. I wonder if she's okay. The girl with the short haircut told her not to worry for a genius like her to easily get a level 1 martial arts master certificate. A friend agreed with her and said that it was true. Then they saw Lu Shen come out of this building. Among these girls was his younger sister King. Lu Shen decided to approach her. He approached his sister and asked what she was doing here. King told him that wasn't she the one who should be asking him about it. He doesn't go to school, sleeps every day in his room. What did he forget here at all? Lu Shen thought that since school, let's say, but how does she know about the fact that he sleeps most of the time? He cleared his throat and said he was here on business, and I asked them what they were doing here at the association. The girl with the short haircut greeted him and said that they were King's classmates and her name was Feng Fan. But to friends she was just Fan Fan. She pointed to the girl next to her and said her name was Zuno. They came with their friend Yang Yuan for company. She is taking the exam today. And he turns out to be very beautiful, not the way King described him. Lu Shen thanked Fang Fang for the compliment. King ran into them and told them that they had completely forgotten who had raised them all through school instead of their parents. Fan Fan calmly told her that of course she called her granny. Lu Shen patted his younger sister on the head, said that he would probably go. So see you later. Fan Fan said goodbye to him. When Lu Shen left, Fan Fan turned to his younger sister and said that they get along well together. King sarcastically replied that yes, of course not bad. Have they gone completely blind? Zuno said Yang Yuan was coming out. Yang Yuan walked up to them. King asked her what, how did it go, did she pass? Yang Yuan sighed sadly and told her not to ask. The unexpected happened and the exams were suspended. She thinks she'll have to wait until noon. Fan Fan asked what? Unexpected. What can make you suspend testing? Yang Yuan said that one monster, no, not even that, a guy about her age. He had a score of 15,7. Combat power surpasses even a level 3 combat master. He has more than 15,000. Until that moment, she thought she had good grades. But then she saw that guy and realized that there was no point in the exam. Fan Fan asked that, by the way, what is that person's name? Does she know? Yang Yuan said his name was Lu Shen. Everyone looked at King. She asked if it was really her brother. Lu Shen went into the bakery and was already on his way home. On the way, he noticed 3 women. One of them asked who it was. What kind of commotion is this? Another woman said she heard they were looking for someone from a martial arts school. 3 The woman said that this means someone crossed the road to the combat school. He was unlucky. These masters themselves are very aggressive. It seems that if they find him, they will break all his legs. Luashi thought that the Crimson River School. It looks like this is where he was tested under. Are the people there so evil? At that moment, his phone rang. He thought he wasn't answering, so why were they calling him? Well, it's none of his business. Ma Fei, the pharmacy clerk, called him. Lu Shen thought that they were calling from there again. How could he get rid of them? In the end, for each future recipe, you can easily get a lot of money. But how suitable they are for this, he has yet to find out. Lu Shen came home and went back to bed. Did he enter that world again? He uploaded a digital lady. He asked Ellie to upload his biography. Ellie said it was accepted. She started downloading on request. His biography was written that his name was Lu Shen. The gender is male. The lifetime is from June 297 to July 383. His occupation, martial arts master of the 6th rank. Its access level is 2. His marital status, married. He has 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest rank, lieutenant. He has no military merit. Historical rating, 2 stars. Lu Shen was very surprised. He read his whole story again. He read that he became a level 2 martial artist at the age of 18 and gained popularity in the city. His White River Martial Arts Association recommended him to the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp. There he entered the top 20. After 3 years, he graduated from the University of Martial Arts, and she joined the army. After 5 years, he retired with the rank of lieutenant and founded a sacred martial arts school in his city. At the age of 45, he received the 6th rank of a martial arts master. At the age of 50, he tried to pass the exam for a 7th rank master, but all to no avail. He died in July 383 at the age of 87 from an attack by a beast. Lu Shen said it's true the future can be changed. At least his future is possible. Weeks ago, he was a level 4 master and only lived to be 37 years old. And now he is a level 6 master who will live to be 80 years old. And he even has prospects up to level 7. But Lu Shen thought that it was still not enough. This is a small change. It means nothing for the world of the future. In order to change the fate of the human race, to set the direction for the development of the world for the next 10,000 years, even more power is needed. A level 6 master is not enough. Then 7 or 8 will be very little. At the same time, at level 9, he will be able to do little to help the world. If he wants to change the fate of this world, then he needs to reach the top. He needs to overcome level 10 or even 11. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Although the chance is small, but he chose this path himself, and he won't turn back. The man was sitting in his office and drawing hieroglyphs. At the same time, he was communicating on the screen with another man. The man told him that immobility generates light, movement makes him soar. The spirit follows the body into action, it is strengthened. The beautiful spirit of the body is free. A good handwriting shows that Representative Zio has high spiritual power. Surely becoming a level 7 master is only a matter of the near future. If Chairman Zio also tried to train people, it would be much better. Zio Yu is the president of the Martial Arts Association. He has rank 6. The president of the association laughed and told the Lao leader not to joke about him like that. He is the one who would like that a sensible master appeared in the association. But he also knows that there have been no heirs from the clan of martial artists in Beja for a long time, and they don't have enough resources. Anyone who has talent from birth goes to develop in the capital. He will not be able to influence it in any way. The head of Lao told him that it would be time to open a training camp very soon. They haven't been able to send anyone to it for many years. Such a big organization, and not to mention achievements. And what a shame when they say that there is no one to send. This time, no matter what, he has to save the face of the association, and he really hopes that the president of the association has understood everything. After that, their conversation ended. The president of the association was very angry. He asked if they really think he wants to look for all these talents to achieve success and reach heights. Out of rage, he squeezed all the sheets of paper. He wondered where they could climb with such resources. Who needs all this writing with the spirit? Raising to the level is also not in sight. Then a woman burst into his office and said that something had happened there during the exam. The chairman asked her what, why is she rushing with you over her head? She even forgot to knock. What's the big deal? The woman came into his office and apologized, saying that, however, it was necessary to report it urgently. The examiner had just told her important news. An 18-year-old teenager appeared, a rank 2 combat master with a combat power of 15,000. The chairman snatched the tablet from her hands and told her to quickly show him the video. After that, the two of them began to watch a video with Shen. The chairman of the association was delighted. He asked, "Is this really a perfect fist fighting technique?" The woman asked him what it meant. The chairman explained to her that this is the terminology they use in the martial arts world. But since she is not one of them, he will tell her only one thing. There are no more than 10 people in the world who have perfected their fist fighting technique at this age. And he thought he didn't. Even a perfect technique is impossible to achieve health status 15,7. And for combat skills 15,000 is too much value. After all, this technique only increases combat power by 2 times. And he is only 18 years old. His indicator is 10 times higher than the average. And he's also from an ordinary family. He said it had to be it. It must be otherwise inexplicable. The woman looked at him questioningly and called out. Here the chairman burst into loud laughter. He lifted Zio Zhu into his arms and began to spin with her. He told her that he was a 1 in a million gifted martial artist. He can't believe that there is such a talent in their city. From Zio Zhu, already dizzy, she asked the chairman, "What kind of gifted martial artist is this?" The chairman stopped and said that among those who practice martial arts there are those who have a unique talent. They awaken forces that surpass the imagination of an ordinary person. After awakening, the status rises sharply and special abilities appear. Some of them are incredibly explosive, and some are as fast as lightning. They are called remote martial artists. He laughed again and told his secretary that he would go to Shen's house himself. He will pay a visit to his parents and thanks them for having such a wonderful son. Zio Zhu said that she would tell the driver to get the car ready. Meanwhile, in Nai Shuang's house, a guy was rushing towards her at full speed. He said he found it. Nai Shuang asked what and what. The guy caught his breath and said his name was Shen. He is a student of Bay College. His father works as a loader in Shenyang Logistics, and his mother is a cashier in a supermarket. He also has a younger sister who studies in the 1st grade of high school. His family lives in the neighboring Bailan district, house 15. Nai Shuang said it was great. The guy looked very worried. He asked her what she wanted from this man. Had he angered her? If she wants to know his opinion, then he's just a poor boy from an ordinary family. No need to be like that. Nai Shuang told him to shut up, because that's not what he thinks. She called on the phone and said yes, she understood. This guy thought, did he really get it all wrong? Didn't she look at her husband? Nai Shuang said she knows that quickly. She herself did not expect that they would cope so soon. She looked up from the phone and told this guy to go and buy something expensive, suitable for the parents and the girl. The guy said it was fine. Then he ran to do her bidding. And I thought myself, is it really true that we are going to get married? Nai Shuang thought that she had finally found him. Meanwhile, Lu Shan was sitting in his room and meditating. Then his sister knocked on his room and told him to come out because someone was looking for him outside. Lu next said he knows and is on his way. He got up and thought that it had been a long time since he had heard King call him brother. Who else could be there? When he came out of his room, he saw his parents, sister, and Nai Shuang. Mom asked him to come here. The chairman greeted him and said that he was Xiao Yu, chairman of the Bay Martial Arts Association. He's here because of his test result. And I held out my best hand to him. I thought that this was the chairman of the Martial Arts Association. He's also a level 6 master. He shook his hand and greeted him, and he also introduced himself. The chairman of the association thought that this was quite good. He was very calm and collected. This is a very rare sight. Lu Shan pointed at one girl and asked, who is this? Mom told him that it was Miss Nai Shuang in the Red River Martial Arts School. Nai Shuang greeted him. She said that they had already crossed paths at the martial arts school. Doesn't he remember? Lu Shen said yes. I said hello to her. The chairman of the association said that well, he would be very brief with him. On behalf of the Martial Arts Association of their city, he hands him the official level 2 martial arts badge. Given his outstanding result in the combat skill performance tests, he is already well beyond level 2 proficiency. His monthly martial arts allowance will be paid to the supplies of a level 3 martial artist. And that's not all. In order to encourage his outstanding talent in martial arts, they decided to give him a cash bonus of 1 million. His whole family was in shock. The sister asked if he was really level 2. Mom asked her husband to pinch her, to which her husband replied that he would not do it, otherwise she would suddenly wake up. The chairman of the association said that he very much hopes that he will continue to achieve success in martial arts in the future. Lu Shen thanked the chairman and their association for their support. However, cheese will be free only in a mousetrap. The association gave him too much. He also has to pay her with something. And I asked the chairman of the association if there was anything he could do for him. The chairman said he was really very capable. Then he would tell him directly. They want him to take part in a training camp in Dongning province. Then Miss Ni jumped up. She asked the chairman what he said to the camp. The very camp for the most gifted martial artists. But this place also ruins talents. Their esteemed elder brother, who was once a member of their school, visited this camp. He was a man with great ambitions. But when he came back, he was completely broken. He barely looked like a human. She turned to Lu Shen and told him that he had a great future ahead of him. There was no need for him to take such risks. The chairman agreed with her and said that yes, it would be a risk. This is a place where real talents are selected, the best of the best from different cities. There is a risk of becoming a stepping stone for someone. But Lu Shen is not like that. Judging by the strength he has demonstrated, his future heights are not limited to anything. However, the choice is still his, and I asked him what his answer would be. Lu Shen chuckled and told the chairman that he was right. He also believes that he has no limit. Then he accepted the envelope. The chairman of the association exhaled, saying that he would come for him in a couple of days, and now he won't bother them anymore. Everyone got up to see the chairman off. The chairman told Lu Shen that they would see in 2 days. After that, the chairman of the association left. Lu Shen called out to Miss Nai and told her that now it was time to tell her why she was here. Miss Nai looked at him and was confused. She thought, is he really that much more beautiful compared to the photo? She cleared her throat and said that she was here to invite him to become an honorary student of their martial arts school in Red Rivers. Lu Shen asked what honorary disciple. What does it mean? Miss Nai said that being a respectable student, it's not necessary to attend regular classes. On the contrary, he can switch whenever he wants. All classes and equipment are free. Her father can even personally train him. He will have access to all the benefits of the dojo. In fact, it's just a title and no obligations. And she herself thought that if they put up an 18-year-old martial artist of 2 or even 3 levels, then their school would enjoy great success in the city of Bay. She can't even imagine how many parents will rush to send their children to them. But then Lu Shen told her that he wasn't interested. Miss Nai said that all the conditions could not be discussed yet, so he should not be in such a hurry to refuse. Lu Shen agreed with her, said that honorary membership is, of course, very good, but he does not want to spread about it. He doesn't need their gym and their training. He has his own methods. He can become a member of their dojo only anonymously and in no other way. And he will also take tests there in the future simply because the school is closer to home. Miss Nai exhaled and said she was fine. But this title is the highest award of their martial arts school. She will immediately pay him a monthly salary, which will be accrued. Today it will be about 100,000. She will leave them. Then she got up and, after saying goodbye to everyone, left. When everyone left and only their family was left, Mom said that God, it wasn't a dream. Is there really a reward of 1,100,000 per month? The father asked that was it really a real trader? So also with a personal visit, when did he manage to become a level 2 martial artist? What is going on here anyway? Shen said it was all true. He really is a level 2 martial artist. He sat in his mom's hand and said that she could stop working at night at her age. Staying up late is very unhealthy. And turning to Dad, he said that he no longer needed to do all this hard work, and his back will finally be able to rest. From now on, he will earn, and they will not be able to spend their lives on earnings. Meanwhile, in the house of goodness, Ms. he didn't know what to do already. She said it had been a whole week and she didn't know a name or even a face. She has searched all registered pharmacists recently, but can't find him in any way. Where did this genius come from? And why is there no trace of him left? She thought that the tonic he made in. The more she analyzes this data, the more impressive it becomes. It is not only several times more powerful than level 1 and 2 tonics, which were published by the Association of Pharmaceutical Manufacturers, but also surpassed most level 3 drugs. More than a dozen additional effects, almost complete absence of side effects and frighteningly long duration. And it is no more than 1,000. The price of a class 3 drug can be hundreds of 1,000 floors of a great new drug. She hit the table and said where the hell was he? Had he evaporated? Ma Feng, who had been sweeping the floor all this time, told Ms. He that he had found it. Ms. Hai asked that where is he? Ma Feng showed it on the TV, said it was him. They said on TV that an outstanding martial arts genius appeared in their city yesterday. At the age of just 18, he passed the official level 2 martial arts exam. The combat power index even exceeds the standards of a level 3 martial artist. This achievement broke the record of the same age group in their city martial arts association. They congratulate him, and this talent's name is Shen. He is currently a student at Bay College. Ms. He was surprised and asked if he was really a student. Meanwhile, the Shuhai forest on Mount Guhu, Shen was racing through this forest right now. He thought that he did not know that star power could be used in the technique of practicing movements. The fourfold star power combined with the technique of training in a dream, it helped the movement to reach a new level. His speed was at least 5 times faster than an ordinary level 2 martial artist. He'll call it cloud running. He climbed to the very top of the mountain. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, thinking that this is how natural breathing is actually used. With each breath, energy is drawn from the air, a constant source of energy simultaneously with the constant unfolding of the potential of the body. At the same time, you can feel everything around you, to feel the changes of all things, being between heaven and earth. Then he applied this technique. He opened his eyes and said he had done it. His Kai level has increased significantly. The star power has been improved, and he thinks that now he can strengthen even 6 times. This is a very unexpected promotion. Initially, he came to Guhu Mountain in order to collect materials for the creation of pills, but he didn't even expect that he would have a big breakthrough in training. Earlier, he had run out of vitality serum, and every day it became less effective. He needed to start preparing a bone marrow pill. In this era, it was not yet discovered that this herb has medicinal properties. If the system had not prompted him, he would not have found this insignificant trifle, and the rest of the raw materials are waiting at its foot. Now he will quickly prepare everything. What a good time to check how fast he can get down. After that, he used the cloud running skill again. He immediately reached the foot of the mountain. There he met a man with whom he greeted and said that he had ordered grass from him. He asked him if everything was ready. The man sighed and said that he was already here. Don't let him worry so much, they're all ready. Everyone is already here. Shen started sorting through everything. He said that the sprouts of the sun lotus, frosted foliage. The man said that yes, everything is in place and fresh, even age appropriate. Well, Shen said it was fine. 10 pieces of each herb, as they did not agree. As they agreed, 500 apiece means you need 5,000. The man grinned and told him to take his time. Per unit is not 500, but 1,000. And he also has to buy everything he has. Shen asked what does all this mean? There were many men hiding nearby. The seller said that he himself knows. He's not a local here, is he? Since he came to them, he must follow their rules. Didn't his parents teach him that? As they say with wolves, to live like a wolf howl. Shen said so they want to take everything by force. The surgeons were laughing. The seller said that he did not advise him to do anything stupid. His brother is 8 excellent fighters. Even if he calls the police, he won't prove anything, because there are no cameras here, and who would believe a stranger? And this means that if he resists, he should not blame. then his guys for causing him trouble. Lu Shen hit the mountain so that it cracked all over. They were all very scared. Lu Shen rubbed the stone in his hand into dust, then lowered his hand and said that then he would like to ask them. By the wolf's rules, they're playing now, aren't they? The man was so scared that they started bowing to him and apologizing. They began to call him now not brothers, but master. They asked to forgive their blind fools. They are very guilty. Lu Shen said that enough is enough for them. Then he will take it, that's it, and go. The seller said that it was good, easy road for him. Let him take everything he needs, and everything is free for him. Lu Shen took what he needed and said that his parents taught him that business should be honest and transparent. The man thanked him and said that thank you for the guidance. They are mandatory, they will change, and they will become completely different. Lu Shen thought that he wanted to give them money anyway, but they refused themselves. Now that everything is ready, you can go to the training camp. The seller thought, what is going on here at all? Are students really such monsters now? Now he really needs to find a new job. I'm the guy who pulverized the stone with just my hand. Is it normal? One day later, Lu Shen arrived in Dongning province for a talent training camp. There were already a lot of people there, and they were all being processed. He got out of the car and thought that this was the talent camp, but it looks more like a military base. He noticed that all the guys have a badge of distinction. Lu Shen thought, is this really the master's sign? Is it really necessary to correct it here to wear it on yourself? And his mother put his master's sign in the place of honor, and he forgot to take it with him. But he hopes it's not that important. He approached the man in order to register. The man asked him where he was from and why he came alone. Lu Shen said he was from Bea, he was just a little late. Hearing this, the others began to whisper. The girl asked that he was from Bea. Didn't their representative arrive yesterday? Who is he? The guy said he didn't even have a master's mark. Apparently, he was added to the list at the last moment. This is very strange, because no one has been sent from Bea for so long. And this year, 2 at once. The man said he came alone. Then he remembered and asked that he was the same Lu Shan that the president of the Martial Arts Association mentioned, wasn't he? Hearing this, the guy laughed harder than ever. He said that then everything is clear. It turns out that the president of the Martial Arts Association himself took care of him. He began to clap him demonstratively. He told him that bravo, he had established a relationship with his head in the association. It's much cooler than being a rank 3 master. He is even afraid to imagine how many more of them got here by the gang. Then the man, unable to stand it, shouted at them to shut up there. After that, he told Lu Shen that he would go along with the people of Qinyuan City. After entering the camp, an initiation ceremony awaits them. He can leave all his things here, and then they will be taken away. Lu Shen said it was fine. After that, they began to be admitted in groups. He thought, is it possible that the entrance to the camp is carried out in groups? Doesn't this look like a normal ceremony? He stepped on the floor in this room, realized that something was wrong here. After the whole group came in, the entrance was closed. The others were very scared. They started asking, what is it? What's going on here? What was that all about? Were they locked up? There's some mistake here. The man who took everyone's documents told them to calm down and listen to him very carefully. Their main task is to reach the exit on the other side of the corridor. If they succeed, it means that they have passed the entrance exam to the camp. In case of failure, they will go straight home. After that, he wished everyone good luck. Someone asked what's what. They were talking about the initiation ceremony, weren't they? What kind of exam is this? Who asked you what to do? What does that even mean? They should tell them more specifically. But no one else began to give answers to their questions. The floor collapsed and everyone fell down. Lu Shen, using his abilities, landed neatly on his feet. They found themselves in a new enclosed space. Who did you ask that? Where are they? Someone, apparently, did not fall very successfully, said that it hurt. What is this trap from antiquity? This room resembled a huge long corridor. It was also very similar to the corridor from space movies. Lu Shen closed his eyes and concentrated. He scanned the whole room. He thought that, yeah, so it's not that simple here. And what was that shadow he saw? The ability of crystal vision is really amazing. It's like a superpower from a comic book. A guy stood next to him and said that, and he thought that there would be something special here. Is that really all? What a bore. Some guy started shouting at him, calling him Lin Sheyu. He asked him what he knew about what was going to be at the opening ceremony of the training camp, didn't he? He called him a jerk and added that he would at least have told them, then they wouldn't have hit so hard. Lin Sheyu said that if he can't adapt to the changing environment, then why does he call himself a martial artist? He would just disgrace Qinyuan. He doesn't belong in this camp. He's just a pathetic joke. And this guy started calling him names, but a girl came up to him and told him to calm down. She told everyone that they were from the same city, so they needed to act together in order to get inside the camp. The main thing now is to pass this test as soon as possible. Lin Shui looked at this girl and said that yes, she was right. The residents of Qinyuan City should work together, you can't lose anyone. This is the famous talent camp. It shouldn't be easy to pass the entrance test. He pointed his finger at Lu Shan and said that, but there was a stranger here with them, and they don't know him at all, so maybe he'll go first and check the road for them. The girl objected to him and said that it was wrong. The guy who was standing next to her had already presented a funny picture, and, laughing, said that it was a great idea. Send a mouse, check all the mouse traps for them. Lu Shen wasn't scared at all and told him that since he didn't want to go there, then let him make way for him. Lin Shui told him what an active guy he was. He called him a boy from Bay and told him to behave himself, and then they might think about helping him when he got into trouble. Lu Shen looked at him and grinned, saying that the tiger always hunts alone, and only sheep walk in a flock. Lin Shui didn't like it, and he asked him who he called a herd. Let's clarify, he's talking. Lai Shen stepped on. He activated one of the traps. Huge pink balls rolled out from everywhere. Lin Shui asked, what else is this? Then these balls stopped and began to move. They were mechanical dolls. Lin Shui said that this is the weakest of them, not inferior to a rank 1 warrior in strength. There are too many of them. Did they really decide to kill them all? One of their guys said that it was too crowded here, so it would not be possible to escape. The girl asked what they should do. Lai Shen thought that they say that these puppets have certain programs that allow them to use strong martial arts techniques. The most powerful attacks are comparable to a rank 4 warrior. This is the first time he sees such a thing. Making this doll is many times more expensive than training a warrior up to rank 4. Then Lin Shui called out to him. He asked, is this idiot from Bay really completely brainless? Sensing the approach of a living being, the puppet immediately activates and attacks. Their bodies are made of special alloys. Their fists are terribly powerful. This kid doesn't even look like a rank 1 warrior. Trying to attack first is just a ticket to the next world for him. Then the girl shouted that be careful. This puppet almost hit Lai Shen, but he wasn't even scared at all. There was a big explosion. Lai Shen stopped the fist of this puppet with just one of his hands. No one expected this. Lin Shui said he stopped him. He said it with a kind of contempt. Lai Shen asked, is that really all? After which, he picked up this doll with one of his hands. He clenched his hand into a fist, thereby breaking the doll. There were questions that who the hell is he? How is it so similar that he is not a weakling at all? Lin Shui decided to get out of this awkward situation. He laughed very loudly and said that he already thought he had been deceived. So these puppets are just a bunch of garbage. They only look very scary real power, like a piece of wood. Otherwise, they would definitely not have passed the tests with so many dolls. He pointed his fingers at Lai Shen and asked what else. How could this sucker be able to repel their attack so easily? Someone from the crowd said that, well, no, this is not a weak puppet. Lin Shui told them to score because they don't understand it's stupid. If they don't get it, then they should open their eyes and watch carefully how he will deal with him now. Then he pushed off with his foot from the floor, and 2 with his foot hit this doll on the head. Everyone was delighted. The guy said that this doll is really just a dummy. Lin Shui laughed and said that he had said the same thing. It's just garbage. But at that moment, this doll hit him in the face with her fist, and this guy slammed into the wall. Lin Shui said that this is not a rank 1 doll, but a rank 2 killing machine. Did this guy run up to him? He started shaking Lin Shui. He told him to wake up, and I asked him if he was okay. The girl who was standing next to them thought that they were rank 2 puppets. Then what was his strength? Meanwhile, Lai Shen easily dealt with the rest of the dolls. He thought that each doll has one weak spot. Hitting it will not be difficult to win, but there are too many of them. How boring it is. The guy who was responsible for these puppets was very surprised. He asked, what is it? What's going on there? The system of all mechanical puppets is out of order. But how so? Didn't they just put them into operation? Have they all broken down already? How can a bunch of boys who have just stepped over rank 1 break the mechanisms of rank 2 dolls? Then Lai Shen got to this guy and asked what was it 2 after all. He finally got there, and called this guy a guard. This man thought that why is he calling him a guard? Lai Shen said he hoped he had met their expectations. He used his star power skill, and activated the attacking strike. Meanwhile, in the office, a girl was standing and typing. She was very focused. That man burst into this office and said that let the new day be filled with happiness. He noticed her and said that she was already here, calling her Kingsu. Kingsu told him not to call her that. Osama called him Major Qin Shaojun. If he is bypassed now, then let him come here and help her look through all the materials. Major King sat down in a chair and said yes, calling the girl Lieutenant Colonel Don Kingsu. Major Kin sprawled on a chair and asked her what would she say about the fighters. Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu grabbed her head and said that everything was not so rosy unless there were 8 more or less suitable for them. But they only awakened their strength. The major said that only 5 of them are pretty average, mostly their talent is strength, and the other 3, speed, defense, and spiritual type. The lieutenant colonel brought the girl to the screen and said that she was the strongest. Her name is Charlene. She is 18 years and 8 months old. She finally awakened her talent less than 2 years ago, currently approaching rank 2. In their spiritual abilities, martial arts talent is also not bad. The major said, "Isn't it wonderful? She's just an absolute genius and just like her at the time. And the eyes are just as cold and emotionless." Lieutenant Colonel Grozny looked at him and said, "No kidding. She identified it as the main find of this training camp." The major told her that, but the others are not bad. But then something surprised him very much. He even had coffee flowing past his mouth. He told him to die by asking what else is it. At the same time in Polygon number 7, there it was Charlene herself who dealt with these puppets. Having overcome the last one, she exhaled and said that it was the last one. She thought she sensed danger ahead, and the rank of this danger is not lower than 3. But no one has yet shown up to notify her of the completion of the test. Somehow it's all very strange. Who is responsible for this testing at all? Then she entered a new room, and I saw a lot of soldiers with shields there. She thought, what is going on here? Why are there so many soldiers here? What are they preparing so hard for? What's going on inside? She applied her skill and looked through the wall. She thought, are these two really fighting? Why are these people fighting against each other? Isn't the essence of the test in a fight with robots? And who is he anyway? Lu Shen must have noticed that she was watching him. This scared Charlene very much. She ran out of this room and closed the door behind her. She squatted down and, hugging her knees, thought, what was it? It was such a frightening feeling. She's really scared right now. Then the major and the lieutenant colonel were called. The major asked what was going on inside. Have you heard anything from the observers? He was told that all the cameras that are located at the door are damaged. There is no information. Communication with the observers was cut off 3 minutes ago. They have already reported this to the management. Major Kin told them to provide him with copies of all the materials on number 12, and quickly. But Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu said it was useless. Then Lu Shen came into them. At first, everyone was very happy and said that before this, an ordinary schoolboy. The realization terrified them. He was dragging the observer behind him. The lieutenant colonel told him that he was not from Kinyuan City. He should tell her immediately who he is. Lu Shen dropped this observer and said his name, and he added that he was from Bei. Major Kin said he was not bad at being dangerous. He smeared a whole bunch of expensive puppets, even flew to the instructor. Lu Shen is to blame, averted his eyes and said it was an accident. He just thought it was also part of testing. This guy was strong, so he suffered uncritically. Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu used her strength. She decided to check on Lu Shen. After that, she closed her eyes and, approaching him, she told him that she congratulated him on successfully passing the test, and called him a student of Lu Shen. Then she added and said that he should rest first. Their employee spends it in the hostel. Lu Shen said it was fine. When they were alone together, Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu told Major Kin that this guy was just crazy. In his hands, rank 2 robots are like weak dummies. Major Kin showed her the calculations and said that the results show that his life force is about 15, and its combat power is equal to 15,000. After which he asked that how is this even possible? Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu said that she used her spiritual powers to test him, but she didn't feel anything at all. Major King asked her what she would do with this monster then. Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu said she hasn't decided yet, but she thinks his grades aren't accurate until she puts him among the 7 who distinguished themselves with Charlene. And I thought myself that it seems this time the selection will be very exciting. Lu Shen was taken to the rest room. He thought she was definitely testing his abilities, wasn't she? And her spiritual strength is at least 5 times greater than his. Although he tried to hide all his abilities, but he does not know for sure whether he managed to remain unnoticed. Then his stomach rumbled very loudly. The man who accompanied him said it was lunchtime, and he offered to take him to the dining room to begin with, and only then he would show him the way to the hostel. Lu Shen clutched his stomach and asked for forgiveness, then thanked the man. He asked, "What, is there a lot of food there? He's been eating so little lately." The man told him not to worry. He can eat whatever he wants. The canteen of this camp, however, was very amazing. There was a lot of varied food here. Lu Shen quickly finished his portion, and then with a few more, Then he shouted out that it was just gorgeous and asked to give him 5 more servings. No, 10 is better. Then a girl came up to him and asked him that he was Lu Shen, wasn't he? She said that her name is Yang Yuan. She is also a student from Bei who passed the selection this time. She was standing next to him with her tray and asked him that they had already met at the testing. Doesn't he remember? Can she sit down next to him? Lu Shen, apparently, misunderstood her and pressed his food closer to him, told her that she could go to herself for food. There was a lot of it. Yana Yuan was also angry because who gave up his food at all? And since she's here in bulk, why is he so zealously protecting her? Lu Shen told her that the president of the association said that no one from Bei comes here, and asked her how did she end up here? Yang Yuan told him that he was wrong. Every year enough guys from Bei come here, but for many years most of them have not been able to pass the entrance test. And if they do, then soon they are driven to the neck because of a lack of glasses. Even after a hard struggle and incredible efforts in the eyes of others, they are only garbage that are unworthy of attention. Lu Shen said that's how it is, and he asked what kind of glasses are these. Yang Yuan explained to him that points are equated to currency here. He needs them in order to use the resources of the camp. For the use of training equipment, contacting instructors, purchasing medicines, and even for living. All this requires glasses. For example, the meat that he is eating now can be obtained later only for points. And now only 3 people in the camp have already earned them. Lu Shen asked that there were only 3. And how do I get these points? Yang Yuan told him that for the first time they are awarded for passing the entrance exam. These 3 received the highest results. One is a talented and rank 2 baguette named Cao Yun. He has the talent of steel muscles. 2. This is Mang Jin. He is a rank 2 fighter from Dungan City. He has incredible speed. And last of all, her talent is different from the skills of those 2, because she recently awakened her power. She is the strongest in the training camp at the moment. She is a master of spiritual power, whose name is Charlene. And now she was in the dining room too. Then she saw Lu Shen. Charlene was very scared and screamed. From fright, Charlene almost dropped all her food. But in time she applied her skill called object management. Lu Shen saw her and said that's how she is. Yang Yuan asked him if they really knew each other. Lu Shen said that there is such a thing, and asked her what she was saying. That only these 3 got points, didn't they? Yang Yuan said that they say that there is also 4. But it seems to her that this is just a fairy tale. Allegedly, this guy single-handedly put all the rank 2 robots with his bare hands. They also say that he was just crazy and beat up the instructor, so he had to be taken to the hospital. It's just crazy. Hearing all this, Lu Shen already choked, because he realized that it was said about him. But, laughing, said that they were making it up. Yang Yuan thought that although this camp clearly lives up to its reputation, there are geniuses gathered here which are not to be found. The best, of course, has made a noise Bei. But here he will be overshadowed by much more talented guys. She handed him a napkin and told him not to worry so much, because she believes in him. With his talents and powers, he will definitely become like those 3. Lu Shen accepted her napkin and thanked her for it. Then some men came up to them. They turned to student Lu Shen. The oldest of them began to read that at the entrance test he damaged 18 mechanical dolls and crippled one of the instructors. So they need to have a conversation with him. He has to follow them. Everyone who was in the dining room right now was shocked by this. Lu Shen stood up and said he understood. Only he hasn't finished yet. And he asked if he could wrap something with him. The man said that it was possible. Lu Shen turned to Yang Yuan. After asking her forgiveness, he said that then he would go. Yang Yuan was still in a stupor and said yes. Well, let him go. As soon as Lu Shen left with those men, there was a commotion in the dining room. Someone asked if all this was really true. Does such a monster really exist? It's just a nightmare, so 4 is Lu Shen from Bei. Well, wow. Yang Yuan was still sitting in a stupor. She couldn't even utter a single word. From everywhere one could only hear that he was a monster, a crazy madman, that it's just some kind of nonsense or a bike. She only said that her tongue was her enemy. Meanwhile, in the command control room, Lu Shen was brought here. Lieutenant Colonel Kingsu was already waiting for him there. She told him it wasn't bad. He only destroyed their semi-annual budget with a couple of blows. The cost of each of these mechanisms is above 10 million, and now none of them can be restored. That's pretty good. However, after carefully considering everything, they came to the conclusion that he was doing what he had to, since this is an introductory test. Then Major Qin came in with Charlene and 2 others. When he saw Lu Shen, he asked that he had already appeared. This is great. Now everyone who distinguished themselves at the entrance test is in the assembly. Lu Shen looked at them very carefully. Lieutenant Colonel said that first they should allow them to introduce them. She praised them and said that they had performed well. It was really not bad. As they probably already know, in their training camp, strength determines the amount of resources available. So, the 4 of them get their first points as a reward for passing the tests among the best. These points will accumulate on a special card, which they are about to receive. The big guy thought that this was the same golden card that the teacher had told him about, so she has 100 points on her. The fastest of them thought that it was great that he had already broken into the lead. Charlene thought that as many as 100 points. This should be enough for her to receive private lessons from the strongest master of telepathy. She looked at Lu Shen and thought, why is his card white? Lu Shen looked at his card and said, what is a white card? He hadn't heard of one. She must not even be wearing glasses, right? The rules for the use of glasses were written on this card. Meat of an exotic animal in the dining room, 1 meal cost 5 points. The training room, 1 hour was worth 10 points. Personal training with an ordinary instructor for 1 lesson cost 30 points. With a senior instructor or his deputy, it was worth 100 points. Lu Shen said he thinks there's only enough for meat. Major King told him that he was really a very funny guy. He shouldn't be so shy. In his hands is a card for 1,000 points. If it wasn't for the senior instructor, he would have been deducted a lot of points for damage, although even so much would have remained. Everyone else was shocked and asked what's what. A whole 1,000 points. The big guy grinned and said that, and he thought that strength was the most important thing in this training camp. Who knew that connections also matter? It's so depressing. The fastest of them said that such connections and the truth are amazing. Charlene told them that, yes, they just didn't see what he was doing there. The big guy said that of course they already know. The rumors have already spread. He must have bribed the students and instructors, didn't he? Lu Shen looked at this big guy and thought that the instructor at the entrance test was definitely not lower than rank 3. You need to be at least 4 in order to cope with them. Yes, even with such a talent, his power is simply amazing. Besides, with such a physique, he is also agile. If only the strongest get resources in the training camp, then now he has to prove that he is strong, right? Major Kin wanted to stop them already, but the lieutenant colonel stopped him and made it clear to him not to get involved. Lu Shen exhaled, asked him if he was sure. The big guy was very angry and shouted at him that enough was enough. Today he will show him what true talent is. He only needs a blow, and then But it's better not to use his skill to easily deal with this big guy. This big guy made a huge hole in the wall. Then Lu Shen himself tensed up and thought that he hoped that they would not force him to compensate for all this damage. After that, Lu Shen asked if he could go. I'm about to leave, the lieutenant colonel called out to him. And I told him to make up his training plan. With so many points, she can become his mentor. Lu Shen thanked her, but said they were worth it. He has more important things to do. Major Kin asked what? Is this really more important than training under the guidance of a lieutenant colonel? Lu Shen said exactly what. He needs to go to bed. Everyone looked at him questioningly. Major Kin began to laugh. When everyone left, the 2 of them decided to see where Lu Shen had gone. Major Kin told her to look, because he really went to bed. Then he laughed again. Lieutenant Colonel King Zhu asked what he should do there. There are absolutely no resources in the hostel. Major Kin said that when he saw him for the first time, he immediately realized that he was not easy. He does whatever he wants. She just doesn't understand it, because he will be able to motivate others to grow as a sharpening stone. The lieutenant colonel asked him what the sharpening was. Does he think that their blades will not sharpen, but break? Does he remember their first set? That guy Zhang Peng. Major Kin said that of course. The mere mention of it makes him feel sick. In one set of training camp, he was just a king who outshines the rest. The lieutenant colonel said that it is the talents of the power type that have a great advantage in the early stages. It's easy to fight with huge fighting power behind your shoulders. However, skills, speed, observation, logic, experience, technique, and tactics, strength is not only physical, but also comprehensive development in the process of growth. A power type who relies only on talent will eventually sink into oblivion. So she's afraid that Lu Shen. Meanwhile, Lu Shen has already gone to train and pump. He had already dealt with one monster and exhaled, said that he thought that during his lifetime he was a rank 6 master. It is equal in strength to the head of the Xiaoyu Martial Arts Association. Not surprising. If he had not blocked the attack, then using all his strength, he is afraid that he would not have succeeded. He thought that strengthening Kai and blood energy is nothing compared to the skills and combat experience, the improvement of which is a priority for him. Dexterity, punches or kicks, accuracy, handling weapons, no matter how well-rounded a person is, his strength is still limited. However, he is able to learn from the experience of countless people. Boundless strength and perfection. This is his path in martial arts. He is a perfect master. He woke up and remembered, saying that he also had spiritual abilities. Without them, he would definitely not have repelled the zombie attacks. It is a pity that while they are not sufficiently developed, they only work against zombies in a fight with a raw martial artist. Nothing would have worked out for him. He needs to strengthen his spiritual power as soon as possible. He decided to do this now. He concentrated and began to analyze. He was analyzing his spiritual powers and concentrated his spirit. After that, All-Start Zai said that he had succeeded. And now he hasn't looked at his future for so long. He also knows how it has changed there. He called Ellie again and asked her to open his database. Ellie said she was fine and started downloading the information. His name was still Lu Shen. His gender was male. The time of his life has changed. He was born in June 297 and died in March 452. His occupation has also changed. He was now a rank 7 martial artist. In the achievements it was written that he became a martial arts master of the 2nd rank at the age of 18 and gained popularity in the city of Bei. The Martial Arts Association of his city recommended him to participate in the Dongning Province Talent Training Camp. There he took first place in the ranking. In the same year, we entered the University of Martial Arts, the same place where we trained in the camp with the highest score in the city. He was the first in the province and the 53rd in the country. After 3 years, he graduated from university and joined the army. After 5 years, he retired with the rank of Major General and founded a sacred martial arts school in his hometown. At the age of 65, he received the 7th rank of a martial artist. He died due to the effects of old injuries in March 452 at the age of 156. Marital status: married 2 daughters and 1 son. His highest rank was Major General. Historical rating: 3 stars. Lu Shen was very happy. He said that he was rank 7, so he could still become a rank 7 master. With such successes in ancient times, he could have become a viceroy, but in their realities he will simply be able to achieve a lot. And I thought that his rating and authority had also increased. He asked Ellie to lead in the search for techniques: star tempering, natural breathing, and crystal vision. Ellie said she was listening. She brought up star tempering, advanced. The description of the technique stated that it was created by members of the Union of the Strongest Masters, a master of the 11th rank of Wang Qi. He was also included in the Ray project. Natural breathing was also advanced. The description of the technique stated that it was created by a member of the Union of the Strongest Masters, the master of the 11th rank Yang Yizhu. Natural breathing was also included in the Ray project. Crystal vision was also advanced. The description of the technique stated that it was created by a member of the Union of the Strongest Masters, a rank 11 master named Duan Yifan. This technique was also included in the Beam project. Lu Shen said that although he is limited to rank 3, he can use more advanced techniques. Then he saw something and asked what it was. He opened it and it was written there that it was a Sutra of Spiritual Illumination. The description of the technique stated that it was created by a rank 11 master named Duan Yifeng. This technique was also included in the Beam project. Lu Shen asked, "Is this really the whole technique?" Lu Shen looked very surprised. He said it was a spiritual enlightenment sutra. He could not imagine such a thing. No wonder none of the martial arts masters knows about this skill. It is designed specifically for spiritual masters. Sutra B contains not only the skills of using spiritual power and tactics. The main thing is that this practice is radically different from other spiritual sutras and scrolls. The essence of the spiritual enlightenment sutra is the use of spiritual power to create a warrior's spiritual body. We can say that this is the second person. It is possible to create muscle fiber at the cellular and even genetic level, and all this for the sake of comprehensive development. The first stage of the Sutra of Spiritual Enlightenment, the use of spiritual power to strengthen the organs of the body. This allows you to accelerate the movement of Kai in the body, and exactly what he lacks so much. Lu Shen was already able to increase his combat power, but the Kai movement was at a dead point. This has always been an obstacle to his development. If he can figure it out, then he will be able to strengthen his body completely. Lu Shen said that using spiritual power to influence the movement of Kai in the body is simply unthinkable. Until now, he underestimated martial arts. They contain the wisdom of millennia. Now no one can even think about it. Duan Yifeng, should he remember that name? Talents like him are born once in a century. Lu Shen is afraid that even among rank 11 masters, he can be considered one of the strongest. However, even such a person could not prevent the collapse of civilization. He has a lot to do. He has a very long way ahead of him. Every minute, every second, he has to spend all the time in order to become stronger. 1 month later, Charlene was training now. Then Lieutenant Colonel King Zhu came into her training room. She praised Charlene and said it wasn't bad. She's a very fast learner. She can already control 3-star cones without interference. If he learns to control 6, then it means to reach the first stage of spiritual mastery. Charlene bowed to her, thanked her for these words. She said her help was invaluable. The lieutenant colonel said it wasn't worth it. It's just about her talent and diligence. However, she realized something. Apparently, there is a huge hole in her spiritual will. Someone put traces of spiritual influence on it, didn't they? Charlene remembered that look from Lu Shen and said that was right. And I asked my mentor if there was a way to solve this problem. Her mentor said it was very simple. She must find the person who sowed fear in her soul and beat him up or kill him altogether, and then the trace of the impact will disappear. After what she heard, Charlene was just terrified. She asked what to do. What? The mentor asked what is it? Her powers are rapidly increasing. Would it be so difficult to do this? Charlene thought that they were saying this guy had a crisis, so if his strength remained the same, then maybe she could really do it. Then the lieutenant colonel left the office. Major Kin was already waiting for her. He asked her, "What, is it really finished already? And how did it go?" Lieutenant Colonel King's eye said that Charlene is very talented, but too softly cordial. Major Kin said that it was, but she doesn't think that everyone is the same as her. Besides, her character is not so bad when compared with his subordinates. Lieutenant Colonel King Zhu called the name of the guy who was very fast and said that she taught him everything, although it took about 2 months. After which she asked that, by the way, how is he there? Meaning Lu Shen. Major Kin said that this guy, every time food is delivered, he sleeps sprawled on the bed. He thinks he's just hopeless. And I asked her if she remembered what she said, because he can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't harm the staff. Then he left. The lieutenant colonel clicked and said she shouldn't have told her that. Major Kin decided to finish her off, asked if he would become their grindstone. The lieutenant colonel shouted that damn it, she needed to be stricter with him. Let him do what he wants, and he should train Myung Jin well. Otherwise, Charlene will mercilessly beat him during the training check. Major Kin stuck out his tongue at her and pointedly said that he was very afraid. Meanwhile, Young Yun was cleaning up the training hall. Then a girl called out to her and asked if she hadn't finished yet. Then she will help her. Young Yun thanked her. This girl said that she, after all, last time she also helped her. She sighed and said that she envied those who got 100 points each. This will be enough for them for 2 whole months. Young Yun added and said that, and the poor ones have to count every penny, because there are only enough points for 2 days of food. So pathetic. Then this girl asked that, by the way, what does this Lu Shen from her city do? Aren't they on good terms? Yang Yuan said she didn't know. The girl grinned and said that she didn't know either. They say he went berserk after he arrived at the camp. And what is the result? The next day, not a word, not a ghost. He spends the whole day in his room. She thinks that many have already overtaken him in strength, and asked Yang Yuan what she thought. Surely he was just scared, wasn't he? If he had known earlier that the talents of the power type were fading so quickly, then he would not have stuck his head out in order not to become a laughing stock, wouldn't he? Yang Yuan thought that this could not be, because Lu Shen is not like that. After that, she said that she should rest, and she would do the rest herself. There were screams. Everyone shouted that it looked like Cao Yun was experiencing 4-fold gravity right now. Someone asked if it was really true. The girl asked Yang Yuan what she had heard. Power increased by 4 times. Is it really true? Just an incredible gain rate. Yang Yuan said that last time she went into the double gravity room and sat there for only 20 minutes. And here it's 4-fold. The girl grabbed her by the hand and said they had to go, because she wanted to see. Yang Yuan mentally asked what Lu Shen was doing now. Meanwhile, he had just woken up. Everyone came to see Cao Yun. Some guy said that he already holds for 4 minutes, which is half a minute more than last time. At that moment, just the same Cao Yun pressed stop and left the room. Everyone started clapping for him and saying that this is the power. They will not be able to resist the simple gravity of the father for 10 minutes. And he is able to withstand swarm gravity for as long as 4 minutes. Cao Yun, he exhaled and said that it was so good. And he thought that now they respect him and are afraid of him. What will happen when he can overcome 4-fold gravity? Then a man came up to him and, turning to him, said that it seemed that he would soon master 4-fold gravity. He has already received rank 3, and he doesn't even know who will be able to compete with him in competitions. Cao Yun felt a nagging headache and asked how he was now. The guy asked what he was, and clutching his head, he laughed and said that he was talking about Lu Shen. he's as usual. When food is brought to him, he sleeps. This guy laughed and asked that yes, how much is possible? How cheeky is he? Cao Yu put on his jacket and said that, of course, at first he was inferior to him. But anyway, a turtle is able to outrun a rabbit if he sleeps. He wasted a whole month as well as his glasses. Now he is definitely not inferior to him. At that moment, Lu Shen walked past him, saying that they should let him pass. He entered this room and took the remote control, asked that this was the room for gravity resistance training, wasn't it? She looks good 8th. Cao Yun told him that he had finally appeared. And how did he sleep for more than a month? Have you deigned to practice now, or what? Lu Shen didn't pay any attention to him at all. He just thought that he didn't think that he would spend so many points on food. And I decided that he would put you on for 3 hours to begin with. He put 3 hours of double gravity. He pressed the red button and was told that the points had already been deducted. After that, he said that a whole month had already passed and it was time to check the growth of his strength. Cao Yun laughed and said that yes, what height was he talking about at all? Because he slept in the dorm all day. Don't let him make him laugh. The system notified him that the countdown had already begun. Cao Yun asked him that he had entered the gravity room and hadn't even warmed up. The system recommended to him that he use his physical strength in order to cope with gravity. Cao Yun kept mocking him and said that the gravity resistance processing room was no joke to him. If you do not carry out the necessary warm-up to warm up the muscles, then external pressure can easily cause the rupture of internal organs and bleeding, in which he will be immobilized. Now his song is sung. The countdown was over. Everyone was waiting for an interesting sight. But nothing happened. The guy who was standing next to Cao Yun said that the gravity system is working properly. But why is there no reaction? But Lu Shen easily coped with all the obstacles that the system had prepared for him. Someone was very surprised, asked if it was really not the same Lu Shen. Can he really make dissecting strikes in conditions of increased gravity? Is this really serious? So that they all fail? How so? Lu Shen finished his training. He said what an unusual feeling it was. He went back to the panel and said that then he would try, right? Cao Yun thought that he really couldn't stand it and was going to stop. But it was not there, there was a strong noise. One of the guys plugged his ears and asked what was going on. Cao Yun said he turned on fourfold gravity. Lu Shen stood motionless and thought that this was how the strengthening of gravity felt. That's great, then he'll try. Everyone was watching him closely. The guy said he didn't seem to be able to stand it. Meanwhile, Charlene was passing through this corridor. She was very tired after training. She said that how tired she was, these workouts were exhausting her very much. Then I looked at the crowd in surprise and thought, why are there so many people there? She came closer, saw that everyone's mouths were open. She went up to some guy and asked him what they were staring at. But then I looked myself and saw Lu Shen standing on one arm, and more precisely on 2 of his fingers. She asked, is it really Lu Shen? Cao Yun was furious. He thought, why? Why is he so strong? He's been asleep for over a month, hasn't he? He won't be able to compete with him again. Meanwhile, Lu Shen thought that fourfold gravity was quite fine. It's like she even knows me. He got to his feet and increased gravity. Everyone outside was just in shock. One guy shouted for them to come faster. They should call everyone here faster. Lu Shen kept improving. His natural breathing technique is transitioning into the breath of the earth. Even more people gathered to gawk at Lu Shen. The girl asked what's what, and the guy told her that he had already told her. We need to go to the training room as soon as possible. The guy Lu Shen took the training test with was also there, and he, too, was clearly dissatisfied with this. He asked if it was serious or something. This kid is back. Yang Yuan also came to see it. She said it couldn't be. Is it really him? Cao Yun was furious. Lu Shen had already experienced 5-fold gravity. He thought that increasing the gravitational pressure by 5 times was almost suitable for training him in his current state. With such pressure, he should barely be able to move the star power technique. He needs to increase the level until it becomes very difficult for him. But it's still not enough. It's too little for him. He needs even more pressure. Pressure that will push him to the limit of his abilities. He went back to the control panel. Some guy asked what he was going to do. Had he finally decided to give up and end it? The other guy said 5-fold gravity. In general, it's amazing that he was able to hold out for so long. He wouldn't have stood there for a second himself. But Lu Shen wasn't going to give up. He increased gravity. Meanwhile, the lieutenant colonel and the major were sitting in their office and reviewing the characteristics of their students. The major went into the office and brought a cocktail to the lieutenant colonel. Lieutenant Colonel King Stua said there were 2 more today. So many people left the camp in just a couple of days. Major Kin gave her a cocktail and said they were all just sisses. In order to become stronger, you need to go through a series of tests. Unsurprisingly, not everyone can stand it. Lieutenant Colonel King Zhu asked that couldn't they handle a little difficulty and pressure, and if they find themselves on the battlefield and they have to fight monsters of incredible strength, will they cope then? Major Kin told her that she was just taking it too seriously. In fact, there are really a lot of good students this year. According to his forecasts, about 80% of students will be able to reach the end. Let her look at the training camera. Gravity. Someone broke the record, but after looking at the one who broke the record, he was very surprised and asked what. He said that someone had set a new record in the gravity resistance training room. Lieutenant Colonel King Zhu asked, what is the record? Who? Maybe Cao Yun. Hey, I remember that he has already reached 4 times the pressure, right? Major Qin looked further and said no, it wasn't him. The one they least expected it from. This is Lu Shen. He's at 8 times the pressure right now. In surprise, the lieutenant colonel squeezed her glass with such force that it burst. She asked the major what he had just said. Is it really Lu Shen? Major Qin said that this kid. What rank is he? The lieutenant colonel said she didn't know that. But this is exactly the person they need. Meanwhile, Lu Shen continued his training. He thought he could handle 8 times the pressure of gravity while it was too heavy with his current Kai. He's almost at the limit. Then he should try his new technique. After trying it out, he felt a surge of strength. He himself was surprised by this. He was able to get up on his knees and, looking at his hand, he said that by building only a part of the heart, he was able to increase his Kai by almost 10%. So that's what this Sutra of Spiritual Enlightenment is. Great, and now he'll see what his limit really is. He went back to the control panel. His audience was very shocked. Someone asked what he was doing. This is already the case. He has 8 times the pressure. He can tee. Who even started to crack the glass already? Someone asked, what is going on here anyway? Is the pressure in the room so strong? They couldn't even stand on their feet anymore. The pressure was really very strong. Cao Yun asked what, after all, was he up to? There was already tenfold pressure. But Lu Shen wasn't going to give up. He thought it was very hard for him. The bones are already bursting at the seams. His blood seems to be boiling. He can't even move a millimeter. All he can do is stay conscious. So that's what tenfold pressure is. He won't be able to cope with this yet. That's why it suits him best. Who will be able to change the future and prevent a tragic ending? Someone who practices complex techniques, right. Someone who is incredibly talented or someone with unlimited resources, right. Someone who goes beyond their capabilities. And yet he was able to get to his feet. Lu Shen is back. Finally, he left the room. The girl handed him a towel. She said it was for him. Lu Shen took it and thanked the girls. He thought that he didn't think that he would spend so much time. All 3 hours his glasses were removed. He must have spent a lot. But he, on the contrary, received a reward. He said that points are awarded for setting a record. He got a record number of points. He was the first in the ranking of the gravity room. Remaining points, 4335. Hearing this, everyone around was surprised. Someone asked what is a 4-digit number. Even if you add up all their points, they won't get half of his number. Someone looked at his glasses and said that he had not eaten meat for 15. Lu Shen said he has more than 4,000. There should be enough to eat. While he was walking down the corridor, he heard in the gluing. Did everyone say he was the best? And everyone was eager to follow him as soon as possible and see what he would do next. Young Yun was scared and thought he had such a powerful aura. Like he's walking over heads. That figure, he's stalking like a tiger, leaving everyone behind. Her friend said that so Lu Shen is really talented. It is necessary to break the record of Cao Yun himself. This is really something. Maybe he has already reached rank 4. Young Yun thought that he had such power. He goes to the movement practice room. The fastest student was in this room right now. His training had already been completed. His result was, stage 2 was completed by 87%. They congratulate him. His agility level is higher than 52% of warriors. He sat down on the floor and exhaled, thinking that as a result of training, they were being entered into a common database. There they can find out their dexterity rating in the world. He's cooler than half the warriors of the world. Is that more than a couple 100 million? Of course, the difference between people is a normal phenomenon. First, he awakened the talent of speed and then received private lessons from instructor Kim. Now there is a whole gulf between him and the others, and they guys can only look at him and dream of such power. But when he left the room, no one was there. He thought, what's going on here? Where did everyone go? Instructor Dong Yikin is also there. What are they looking at? Is this really a master class? He pulled one guy away and asked what was going on there. What were they staring at? The guy told him that, of course, on Lu Shen. The guy laughed and said that Lu Shen. So he's a slacker. Do they really think that this king of soft pillows can beat his record? They're crazy, aren't they? But this guy asked him, what? Who is he anyway? Then they saw something and asked what it was all about. The fastest student thought that this could not be. All guns were activated. At full power, Shen was in this room right now. He thought that's how it was. It turns out that he just needs to dodge these rays. It seems that the difficulty lies in the fact that it is impossible to predict the trajectory of cannon shots. But it's not a problem for him at all. His trials have begun. He deftly dodged all the shots. The fastest student asked that how is this even possible? What the hell is this? Another guy said that there are 1,000 laser guns in the training room. It is simply impossible to predict their movement. He has such a speed, it's just unreal. The fastest student approached him and asked him if he was sure that he was using this simulator for the first time. The guy told him that yes, everyone saw him come in here. And before that, he broke the record in the gravity room. Tenfold pressure. This guy is completely desperate. He wondered if he didn't have a power talent. He's been sleeping for over a month, how come? The difference between them is too big. The lieutenant colonel also watched his training. She wondered if it was really his first time on this simulator. Even after 100 times, it's not easy. His movement looks as if he anticipates them. But that's just not possible. Shen is very agile and quickly passed this test, dodging all the obstacles that the system had prepared for him. Instructor Dong must have something in mind. She decided to check on Shen by increasing the difficulty of testing it on their own. Instructor Qin noticed this. He asked Instructor Dong what she was up to. But Instructor Dong didn't want to tell him anything and told him that no, nothing. And she thought it was very strange, because last time his reaction was to hell. Now she looked very puzzled, tense. She thought it meant that trying again would just be very stupid. The system reported that the level 2 movement training was completed by 62% already. Shen wasn't even tired yet. He kept deftly passing this level, and he thought that this simulator was really not bad. He even feels his movement becoming more maneuverable. After that, the system informed him that the second level of motion processing was passed. The audience that gathered to watch this spectacle was shocked. One of them asked if he had already passed level 2. He passed it in just a couple of minutes, how so? The guy in the red jacket said that yes, everything looked so simple when he moved. The girl who was standing next to him said that indeed, if compared with the previous subject, this time the training seems just trivial. Instructor Qin told them that the fact is that Shen is now relaxed, and his dexterity is really close to flawless. Instructor Dong was very determined. She said they would see what would happen next. Instructor Qin laughed and told Instructor Dong that he thinks that this is their first time when their thoughts finally converge. Right. Shen started the next level. The system notified him that the third level of dexterity and speed of movement processing begins. This level was much more difficult than the previous one. But Shen was not going to give up because there was a goal. He wanted to test his skills and how much he had pumped everything during his sleep. Level 3 consisted no longer of rays, but of many small balls, which flew out of the wall with great speed. Their light even blinded the onlookers. Which one of them did you ask? Is this really the third level? Meng Jin watched the whole scene with horror. He was almost biting his elbows and thought, is this level really that difficult? But even here Shen showed a masterclass. He really was very serious. Although it wasn't easy for him, he thought that it was hard from the very beginning. Even his escape route was blocked. This is quite good, but then he will try to add his strength. He jumped very high and decided to land right in the center. Instructor Qin watched him very closely and said that damn him. Did he jump into the epicenter? Did he really decide to go ahead? Not all combat veterans of 4 or even 5 ranks who practice their dexterity in real battles are capable of this. It was only by the age of 22 that he began to get like this. Instructor Dong sighed and said that she was 25 years old. Instructor Qin said he had a damn talent for speed. He has an advantage in agility and speed from birth, and this brat is only 18 years old. Meanwhile, the system reported that the level 3 movement testing was completed by 15%. But Shen was still not going to give up. Apparently, he decided to go to the end. He dodged another obstacle and thought that the difficulty was already increasing with his spiritual abilities alone. He could not cope here. Instructor Qin looked very tense. He began to follow Shen's movements even more closely and said that, and this guy is not so simple. Meanwhile, the difficulty of the test was increasing. Shen decided to try out his skill called wind breath. Now he was moving with great speed. The system reported that the level 3 movement training was completed by 62%. The guy with the earring asked what kind of person he was. Has he disappeared now? The system has already reported that the level 3 movement testing was completed by 81%. Instructor Qin said that his speed was too high. Even with the naked eye it was impossible to see. so it seems to everyone that he has disappeared. Soon, the system reported that the level 3 movement was 100% completed. Lu Shen stopped for a while and decided to catch his breath. Instructor Qin said that, well, what kind of young people went? Lu Shen is quite the star of today, isn't he? Tenfold gravity, 3 levels of practicing movements. Instructor King thinks he's dog-tired. They need to go back. But Instructor Dong firmly said no. After all, it seems that Lu Shen wants to continue. He began to go through the next level of practicing movements. Instructor Qin was very surprised. He said that he himself had even just started to pass level 4, and he decided to do it for today, or what? Instructor Dong looked very excited and puzzled. Meanwhile, Lu Shen began to pass the next level. The guy pointed his finger at him and asked what kind of monster is he anyway. The system notified that the level 4 movement testing was completed by 30%. Now Instructor Qin also looked puzzled. He said that they would see what Lu Shen would do at such and such a speed. Lu Shen understood that his wind breath was already at its limit. Then he decided to use star tempering. After using this skill, he thought that time felt like it was taking forever. And if his memory does not change, then the warriors who are endowed with spiritual abilities call it the perception of time. These are spiritual abilities that can qualitatively change spiritual power. Only spiritual masters of the 3rd rank are capable of this, and this means that his abilities are now equal to them. Instructor Dong was terrified. Here expired, this training room could not stand. The glass burst, so is the floor outside of this training room. Instructor Dong smiled and told Lu Shen that he was their spiritual master. It turns out, Instructor Dong is up to something. She used her power and created an illusion that had the appearance of a woman. All the students and Instructor Qin were alarmed. Instructor Qin asked her what she was up to. Had she gone mad? But Instructor Dong was very determined. She said she wanted to test Lu Shen, and she ordered her illusion into battle. After which, this illusion went to attack Lu Shen. Lu Shen was still going through the 4th level of practicing movements and did not expect a trick from the instructors. At first, he was a little scared and surprised. But then he grinned, clearly in anticipation of how events would unfold further. He easily dodged the attack of this illusion, and he destroyed it himself. When this illusion was destroyed, Instructor Dong felt a strong pain in her chest. After I got over myself, she got up and said that it turns out that she really is a spiritual warrior, and his strength is not inferior to hers. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was clearly enjoying everything that was happening. He thought that now he understands that there are too many rays, and he himself has already reached his limit. He did not think that the ability to perceive time would take so much of his spiritual strength. So also Instructor Dong decided to check it out. Lu Shen has already reached rank 4 progress, but only half. This is his limit even with Wind Breath and Insight Sutra. That's why he decided to leave it at that. He stopped and let the test end. The system announced to him the result of his training. Level 4 was passed by 56%. The system congratulated Howl and us with the number Ru 285,632. And she added that his level of dexterity of movement is higher than that of 907% of the trainees. After hearing all this, the students were very shocked. One of them asked, what? Is he just an ordinary student with such results? Another guy said that Lu Shen, after all, visited the training room for the first time, but at the same time he had already bypassed countless warriors. Meng Jin was completely crushed. He said that his agility is above 52% of warriors, but Lu Shen beat him by as much as 45%. And he asked, what kind of power does he have in general? But meanwhile, Lu Shen didn't pay any attention to all these students. He was only interested in his own characteristics and increasing his combat power. After analyzing the information that the system gave him, he thought that it turns out that there are still 3% of people to whom he is inferior. 3% of the warriors in numerical terms are a little more than 10 million. He is still very weak, so he needs to put even more effort into it. Then 2 instructors approached him. Instructor Dong congratulated him. She started applauding him and said that first he broke the record in the gravity room, and now he has set a new record in practicing movements. She looked at him carefully and asked him what he was going to do next. Maybe a room for practicing combat or a hall for training spiritual strength. Lu Shen thought for a while, then said that none of the options suited him. He highlighted the dish of the day and, looking at it, said that he needed to eat now. Therefore, right now he is going to head to the dining room. Instructor Qin laughed very loudly. Instructor Dong looked at him in bewilderment and asked, what is it again? Instructor Qin kept laughing and asked, what is he steamed up for? 3 hours later, Lu Shen finally ate after all these grueling workouts. And then he went to the office, where the instructors were already waiting for him. He entered the office and asked Instructor Dong that she had called him. Instructor Dong was sitting on a chair and said yes, let him come over. On the way, Lu Shen greeted Instructor Qin. He stopped the student and said that he had called him this time in order to conduct a simple test of his strength level, and after that they would have a little chat. Lu Shen did not argue with anyone and said that it was fine. After all, he actually wanted to test his own strength level, and this was just a great opportunity. Instructor Dong took out a syringe and said that every dormitory has such a syringe to measure the strength of Kai, and I asked my student if he had used it recently. Lu Shen admitted that he had never used it. The needle just broke before entering. Instructor Qin chuckled again, because he was very amused by this guy. He told Instructor Dong that he had said that this kid had already moved to rank 3. Otherwise, he wouldn't have broken the record in the gravity room. And he advised the lieutenant colonel to take the best gold syringe with a thicker needle. Instructor Dong, without saying a word, took out the next syringe. After that, she told Lu Shen that she was using this syringe to test rank 5 warriors. Now he thinks it should work out with you, too. Lu Shen held out his palm to her. The instructor took his finger and pierced him with a needle, taking his blood. The power of Kai immediately shone out. Lu Shen's score was 24.65, and his rank was 3. Instructor Dong hung for a while, because she was very shocked by this result. Instructor Qin said for her that it was just fine. He himself had not met such a young rank 3 warrior for almost 10 years. He went up to him and pointed to the combat power measuring device and told him that he now needed to check the combat power. Lu Shen, still with the same expression on his face, said that it was fine. He walked up to this car and already, as he was about to swing and strike, he thought that if they wanted to test his strength, then he himself could look at his limit. After that, he applied his skill called fire breathing, star tempering. After that, he hit this device with all his might. The results of this test were immediately highlighted. Its combat power was 271,920. The war rank was 4. The instructors were even more shocked by this result. Instructor Qin asked that 271,000. He smiled with all his teeth and thought that a rank 3 warrior who is almost equal to 5 in combat power, isn't that right? Before, this boy is just a monster. Instructor Qin walked up to Lu Shen and patted him on the shoulder. He said it was great. That's just fine. Let him think that he has already passed this training camp. Now he can do whatever he wants here. Just don't let him forget to inform the Martial Arts Association about his rank increase. Lu Shen thanked Instructor Qin with the same calm expression on his face. Then Instructor Dong came to her senses. She got up from her chair and asked them to stop. She told Lu Shen that there was another test. Apparently, she was so shocked by all these results that she decided to check it again. She took out a crystal and said it was an energy crystal. This is a special crystal ore that was discovered in Anstra Canyon. It was discovered there more than 100 years ago. This energy crystal has a powerful ability to absorb spiritual power. After minor improvements, they use it to test their spiritual powers. Lu Shen should just touch this stone, so they can check the level of his spiritual powers. After that, Instructor Dong demonstrated it for herself. Instructor Tseni was a little surprised. He told her that her strength had also increased. Even the purity of spiritual power has increased significantly, because he himself remembers that previously it barely exceeded 3 units. Her spiritual strength was 143,241, and the purity of spiritual power was 4.2. Instructor Dong rolled her eyes and told Instructor Qin not to compare her with him. Actually, she trains daily. Instructor Qin chuckled and told her that she could taunt him as much as she liked, but she should not belittle his abilities. Instructor Dong didn't say anything to him, only handed this energy crystal to Lu Shen. Lu Shen took this crystal in his hands and touched it. From what she saw of the instructor, Dawn even opened her mouth. She was really shocked by the result. Instructor Qin, secretly told the dumbfounded Du Qingzu that if she told him that Lu Shen had half of her strength, then he would still believe him. But to be on a par with her, it just can't be. Instructor Dong shouted at him to shut up, and didn't distract her. Then the result was displayed. She asked that how is this even possible? Lu Shen's spiritual strength was 113,567, and the purity of spiritual power was 20.3. Instructor Qingzu asked that how is this even possible? Is the frequency of his spiritual power equal to 23? It's 5 times higher than hers. Purify the spiritual force. Every time it becomes more difficult. The process is so difficult that it is equal to trying to stack an infinite number of towels in a stack until the stack becomes the size of a coin. And this is not to mention the increase in its purity by 5 times. For 2 years of grueling training, she managed to increase the level of cleanliness by only 1. It's just unthinkable that at 18 he has such power. Genius is a word too primitive to describe it. But then Instructor Kin said he was cool. He's just a kick-ass, how cool. Awesome, how cool. Yes, he's just awesome, how cool. That Instructor Kinzu hit him on the head. And she went up to Lu Shen and asked him if he had a teacher. Lu Shen said yes, he has one. He showed him a special method of developing spiritual power and taught him certain practices and techniques. Instructor Kinzu exhaled and said that's how it is. And I thought that so he really has his mentor. She would never have believed him if he had told her that he had developed his teacher like that. Then I told him that even so, he has great potential and talent. And I asked him that he had recently awakened his power, hadn't I? The best one said yes, less than 3 months ago. This information put both instructors in a stupor. After that, the lieutenant colonel told him that he had awakened 3 months ago, but had already reached rank 3 and gained such a high purity of power. Even if you go over in memory all the masters from the Association of Spiritual Forces for a couple of decades, it will be difficult to remember at least one such talented person. Lu Shen was surprised and asked if spiritual masters also had their own association. The lieutenant colonel told him that yes, it is, but its structure is different from the Martial Arts Association. Since the awakening of spiritual forces is a very rare phenomenon, then, despite the huge population of their country, the probability of awakening is less than 1%. She thinks that his teacher deliberately hid it in order not to interfere with the training process. The whole number of worries grows, and the number of unnecessary thoughts, and the purity of spiritual power decreases with chaos. However, she really hopes that he will decide to join the association. Then he will have more opportunities for development. She took the tokens off her neck, said it was her token. He has to show it to the association, and then they will understand what to do. Lu Shen accepted this token, said that he had never actually seen his teacher. With each of his instructions, everything becomes more mysterious. Inspector Kinzu said that his teacher must be a very good person, and I thought that anyone in his place would strive to demonstrate the talent of his student. His teacher not only hides himself, but also keeps Lu Shen in the shadows. Only the best of the best behave this way. She herself does not know a person who would do exactly the same. Lu Shen himself thought that it was very difficult for him to explain where he got such power from. He should better admit that his teacher from the future he will appear only after 10,000 years, and in strength he is equal to rank 11. And his name is Duan Yaifeng. But then Instructor Qin intervened and said that he was very glad that they were communicating so nicely, but he had to interrupt them. They still need to discuss something else. Lu Shen said he was listening to him. Instructor Qin said that, first of all, it was for him. It was a bank card with about 5 million in its account. He may not have finished his way to the camp yet, but it is obvious that he will come out victorious. So Putin considers this a bonus for an exceptional breakthrough. Instructor Kinzu looked at him and asked what 5 million. He should be very grateful, because this is their acceptable limit. The Eastern Military Unit has huge expenses and most of the camp's funds are spent on 3 meals a day for students. Instructor Qin told him that he was the most voracious in the camp. If you calculate how much his meals cost, then it's about 7 or 8 million. Lu Shen asked, what is 7 or 8 million? And I thought what an expensive dining room it turns out to be. From now on, he should reduce his appetite. Then Instructor Kinzu turned to him again and told him that even though this amount was small, it was enough to prove the sincerity of the intentions of the Eastern Military Unit. That's what they want to convey to him. The best they looked at this map and said that the Eastern Divisions. Is this really a bribe? Instructor Qin said that, and he thinks. You could say that. The lieutenant colonel told him that he should understand that with such a talent he would have to fight on the battlefield, no matter what. Without battle and blood, he will not become a warrior. Instructor Qin said that the countries from the association give great support to the war and give privileges that need to be used. Sooner or later he will become one of them. And they hope that when it comes to choosing a division, theirs will be a priority. Besides, they have an advantage. Their girls are the most beautiful in the country. Figure, beauty from head to toe, they are perfect. The lieutenant colonel couldn't stand it and hit him again and said that there was something else. They decided that he would be the representative of their talent training camp in Dongning province, and he will take part in the review from the general and the Kaiming of all the eastern provinces. Lu Shen asked, what about the general's review? The lieutenant colonel said that it is in each eastern province that the annual shifts of talent training camps are held. Their goal is to select the best who can become generals. He understands what that means, doesn't he? Then Instructor Qin came to his senses and said that General Kaiming is the elite of the future, a talented general. Every year only one person is chosen from all the eastern provinces, and to be the chosen one. But then Lu Sheng interrupted him and said that he would go. He thought that since he was living in such a time, some things were just inevitable. In his attempts to change the fate of humanity on his own, he realized that he needed to turn the tide of the game and ignite the fire of battle. Instructor Kai told him that he and the chief instructor are confident in his abilities. If he fails, then he doesn't even know who in the province is capable of it. And there's something else he forgot to tell him. Awards all directly to the Eastern military units. These amounts are many times higher than what their small training camp can afford. Lu Shen said he understood them, and he thought that only by showing himself he would get more resources. The lieutenant colonel told him that there are still a couple of months before the selection. It begins at the end of shifts in the camps. She will inform him when the time comes so that he does not miss the entrance exams to the university. Instructor Qin told him that with his strength, introductory and unimportant, any Eastern martial arts university will be ready to tear it off with their hands. The best one asked what does it mean that he needs to stay in training camp longer. Instructor Qin told him that it was at his will. As he said, he was free to do what he wanted. He can leave at any moment. Lu Shen said he would stay here then. He has no reason to come back for a while yet. Then he walked briskly to the exit. Instructor Qin said that he was holding Paris, that this kid stayed here just for food. The lieutenant colonel said that she did not think that she would envy the talent of another person. Instructor Qin said yes, but he's not like them. He is destined for a different path, and he is sure that it is Lu Shen who will be able to change their world. Lu Shen arrived at Gord Bay, the Martial Arts Association. Shaw inside the association thought that he had not been here for a long time, and it seems like President Zhao's office should be on the 6th floor. Then he heard some loud arguments. Someone said she was happy. It was President Zhao. Did he kick his secretary out the door? Zhao Zhu called him an old man and asked that he was evil, wasn't he? She saw Lu Shen and said that he had already come. Lu Shen pointed to the door and said that, and there. But Zhao Zhu interrupted him and told him to come in first. And she opened the door for him. She told President Zhao that Lu Shen had arrived. There was another man sitting in President Zhao's office. He was wearing a suit and a hat. This man got up and walked over to Lu Shen. He told President Zhao that so this is the very genius of their city, about whom he rattled. He has all ears. He started examining the guys and said it wasn't bad. He's such a young boy. And, as he said, there's nothing for him to be angry about. Not everyone is born as talented as his granddaughter. This is normal in the world, because there are many people who join its Charlene, and his Lu Shen is no exception. Then he showed his phone, both of which had his granddaughter Charlene on them. President Zhao was still very angry with him, but then he decided to take out, apparently, all his anger at Lu Shen and asked him why did he come back before the official end of the training camp? Let him be kind enough to explain everything to him. Lu Shen took out a folder, apparently with documents, and said that everything was very simple. The head instructor of the training camp, Dong Qingzhu, told me to give President Zhao this. He hopes that the president will approve it. That man in the hat was still standing next to him and asked, is it really someone from the Dong family? Does he seriously hope that his insignificant Bay Association will approve this document? He's already done things in training camp. Is it really possible to hope that Mr. Zhao will take the blow on himself? How naive it is. But President Zhao snatched these documents from Lu Shen's hands and looked at this man with displeasure. And this man was sitting waiting. President Zhao took out these documents and accepted to read them all. But when he read everything, he was very surprised. The man, apparently, was also very interested in what was written there and told him not to be angry. President Zhao asked Lu Shen that when did he break through to rank 3. The man in the hat looked very surprised at President Zhao. Lu Shen quite said that about a month ago, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingzhu personally arranged for him to be tested. She said that the Eastern Military District has the right to award him a transition to a new rank. President Zhao only needs to confirm and put his seal. President Zhao laughed contentedly and said that there is a right, of course there is. That's exactly how it is. Its chief instructor is a representative of the Eastern Military District. He will immediately put this seal on him. Then this man in the hat snatched these documents from the hands of applicant Zhao and told him to let him see. He will personally check everything now. He began to read these documents and look at Lu Shen. He read that he had already reached rank 3 at the age of 18, and its combat power is 270,000. Yes, it just can't be this fake. President Zhao took these documents in his hands again and told this man to return them. And I asked him what is a fake. Can't he see for himself? This is where the huge steel seal of the Eastern Military District stands. But the man in the hat pointed his finger at Lu Shen and shouted that he did not believe. Like a guy who got kicked out of a training camp might have 270,000 combat power. Lu Shen rolled his eyes and clucked, said that no one had kicked him out, but they stubbornly insist on their own. And having already turned to the president, Zio told him that the senior instructor asked him to call and confirm the receipt of the document and its authenticity. President Zio chuckled and, turning to this man, asked him, "What is there not to believe now? He's not as suspicious as this old man." It is said that the chief instructor Dong Qingzu is a genius of the military district. Since he was asked to call, then you need to be polite. Then he contacted the lieutenant colonel. She asked that Lu Shen had already arrived. To President Zio in Bay City, isn't it? President Zio greeted her and said yes. The man in the hat was perplexed and mumbled that it was really senior instructor Dong Qingzu. Charlene intervened in their conversation as she heard her grandfather's voice. She turned to him and asked where he was. Why did he end up in Instructor Dong's video? Instructor Dong started to get angry at her and asked what she should do now. Maybe practice your spiritual power. Her workload has been increased 10 times today. Charlene plugged her ears and said yes, she was listening. President Zio pushed Charlene's grandfather away and said that it was fine, we need to get down to business. He told Instructor Dong that he had looked through the documents that Lu Shen had given him, and soon the procedure will be completed. Instructor Dong said it was great, just don't let them put it off. After all, Lu Shen will be the representative of the eastern provinces at the inspection of the generals of Dongning province. After all, he is the strongest in the training camp. That's why he doesn't need to stay here any longer. President Zio couldn't believe his ears. He asked, what is the review of the generals? The strongest? The man in the hat was shaking all over and, sitting down on the sofa, thought that it meant that his granddaughter was talking about him. And Instructor Dong started scolding Charlene again. She told her to continue her training. Is it really that hard for her? Isn't she going to defeat Lu Shen yet? Charlene told her that she really couldn't. Hey, it's never turn. She is also afraid to look at him. Her grandfather was sitting on the sofa and thought that the monster from the camp was Lu Shen. President Zio told the instructor that he understood her. He doesn't dare to detain her anymore. He will sort everything out as soon as possible. But Instructor Dong stopped him and asked her to have another talk with Lu Shen. And she told him that he had asked her to help her find a couple of ingredients for the elixirs of spiritual masters, and she had already found almost everything. She will send him a list, and if he needs something else, then he should just tell her. And finally, he needs to pass and be recognized as a spiritual master as soon as possible in order to make purchases on his own. Lu Shen said he understood. After that, Instructor Dong disconnected. The conversation was over. When the conversation was over, President Zio accosted Lu Shen and, shaking him by the shoulders, asked him what Instructor Dong had just said. Did he pass the spiritual master test? The best one said that, well, yes, they found out that he had a talent for spiritual powers. That is why Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingsu sent his recommendation for official testing to the Association for a Spiritual Master. That's all. President Zio stood next to him and started slapping him on the shoulder. He said it was great, it was just great. He was in it, and he had no doubt at all. He really was the most talented in their city for the last 100 years. And Charlene's grandfather still couldn't come to his senses. It was spinning in his head that 270,000 combat power. Spiritual master. Meanwhile, on the way out of the association, President Zio decided to personally escort Lu Shen. He asked him what he could do to call the driver, but Lu Shen refused, saying that he needed to go to another place. President Zio told him that if he had time tomorrow, then let him come to his place for lunch. He will prepare the best dishes for him, the best meat for his muscles. He's not that old and horses can have a good time talking. Lu Shen, getting into a taxi, said that they had agreed. And he himself thought that, of course, his strength was still insufficient. He needs even more. The taxi driver was a very curious person. He asked him what his relationship was with the president of the association. Why is he being so nice to him? Lu Shen thought that even the driver must have noticed it. It seems that President Zio is really delighted. And he told the taxi that nothing like that is just familiar, Mr. Zio, a very kind person. Then something happened, and the taxi driver asked what it was. Lu Shen got out of the taxi, asked what the sign of the Crimson River School was, right. Meanwhile, there was some kind of beating at the Red River School itself, where a man came to the headmaster of the Bagrov River School and told him that today they would not discuss business and martial arts. These men already know who destroyed this school. This man introduced himself and said his name was Intensifying, and he specifically came here today to teach them a lesson. Next to the headmaster of this school sat his daughter, Miss Nai. She told Intensifying that he was of course a rank 4 warrior, but wasn't that too much. He comes here and takes advantage of her father's injury. He has no conscience at all. The headmaster told him that their Crimson River School had already promised not to lie to new students for the next year. What else does he need from them? This Lin Teshin sneered nastily and asked, what else? Since they were so proud of the huge sign, they could have already guessed that someone would want to break it. Mrs. Father did not say that he was right, because you always need to be ready to defend your honor. Nai Hongchuan arrived in Bei 20 years ago. He came here alone, and he relied only on his own strength to lay the foundation of this school. Nai Hongchuan's name means Crimson River, meaning he founded the school by giving it his name. Nai Hongchuan said that he had succeeded then, so now he will also cope. But then my father coughed again. His daughter was very worried about him, but her father told her he was fine. Lin Teshin kept grinning and saying let them just take a look at him. He pretends not to understand who and shakes. If he becomes a colleague today, he has only himself to blame for this. Here is an 18-year-old boy warrior of the second rank. Isn't he a student of their school? Miss Nai said that she had already told them that Lu Shi was not her father's disciple. He just comes here sometimes. Lin Teshin said that, but he didn't care. After all, he knows that they used the name of this youngster and grabbed half of the students of their schools, since they dared to covet someone else's, that he himself would not be polite to them. Miss Nai said it was their students' decision. They never lured anyone to them. Lin Teshin said that since that was the case, then today he would compare their diner to the ground. And in this case, their guys will have nowhere to study. And they'll all come to him, won't they? Miss Nai couldn't leave her father and said she would fight him herself. Lin Teshin, hearing this, said sarcastically that he was very afraid of breaking such a flower. Her father told her that he was not her rival, she would not be able to cope with him. He is a rank 4 warrior who gains strength through hard work, and with his injury, he has a low chance of defeating him. But what to say about her? But Miss Nai told her father not to forget that she was also a rank 3 warrior. And even if her opponent is Lin Teshin, the two of them will definitely not lose. Lin Teshin couldn't wait any longer and told them that he was already quite waiting. He already had a lot to do. Maybe, in this case, he will defeat them quickly. Or do they want to postpone it until tomorrow? Miss Nai said they would fight now. She would make him carry the sign of their school through the streets of the city. Lin Teshin told her that she was sharp-tongued. He is, of course, very sorry. After that, he approached the girl with such force that no one even noticed it. And he was about to hit her, but the father stood up to protect his daughter, who took the brunt of it. The blow was so strong that the man flew away to the wall, breaking it with him. Lin Teshin was very pleased with himself and told Nai Hongchuan that he couldn't even repel a palm strike. Nai Hongchuan was badly injured. He could not stand up, and blood was flowing from his mouth. He told Lin Teshin that he had reached rank 5. Lin Teshin grinned and asked if he was surprised. He's been sitting outside his school for too long and teaching these kids. How long had he been fighting with a master like him at all? And looking around the whole hall, he asked what it was, who was next. Nai Hongchuan found the strength to stand up, but he was already very weak anyway. He barely uttered that enough was enough. Didn't he want their school to close? All right, he'll go to the association right away and apply. Miss Nai was already crying. She called out to her father. Lin Teshin was very pleased with himself and told the headmaster of this school that there was at least some intelligence left in him. But if that's the case, then he'll go, because he has nothing else to do here. But at this moment, when he was about to leave this school with pride, Lu Shen himself appeared. He asked him that if such a good school closes, then where should he practice? Miss Nai asked, is it really Lu Shen? Lu Shen smiled at her and, waving his hand, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling her Miss Nai Shuang. Lin Teshin's men began to talk. One of them said that it was because of him, all the students left them. Lin Teshin himself heard this and told them all to shut up. He came close to Lu Shen and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that it was quite good. He can see talent even from here. And I asked him why he was so worried that after the closure of the Bagrov River he would have nowhere to train, or what. He shouldn't worry so much, because their Steel Mountain schools will welcome him with open arms. Teshin literally translated from Chinese as a Steel Mountain. After all, he himself believed that the Crimson River was nothing but garbage. They couldn't even deflect any of his blows, so what could they possibly teach him? Let him come to him. He will personally teach him the secret techniques of Steel Mountain. Lu Shen feigned surprise and asked what the Steel Mountain was. Lin Teshin said that of course. These are unique techniques that can make a warrior invincible. He opened his shirt and said that he didn't want to brag. But among the rank 4 warriors, few were able to break through his body armor. Neither this old man nor anyone else has been able to do it. Lu Shen kept playing and said and asked him, is something such a powerful technique? Would he really teach him her? The master of Steel Mountain said that of course. He will only need to join them, and he will personally become his mentor. Lu Shen asked him what then, how are they going to train him? The master of the Steel Mountain thought that he had a lot of questions, and he said it was him to begin with. But then he couldn't tell him anything, because he saw a bunch of different scary and vile monsters under him. He screamed and covered his face with his hands. Lu Shen gave him a thumbs up of the class and said it wasn't bad. It's really not bad. After which, he hit his steel armor, and this master flew away for a long distance, breaking through the wall. After which Lu Shen asked him, didn't he promise to teach him? So how can he do it? Everyone who watched this massacre asked, did Lin Teshin really lose? Some guy asked that he was told that he was an 18-year-old kid and a rank 2 warrior, wasn't he? The other guy told him that why did he stand rooted to the spot? He should help his master get out of here faster. After that, all of Lin Teshin's people started shouting that now let Lu Shen walk and turn around. Lu Shen didn't pay any attention to their words at all. He approached Miss Nai and her father. Lu Shen held out his hand to Miss Nai and asked her if she was okay. Miss Nai was embarrassed and said yes, everything is fine. Then she took his hand and he helped her up. Lu Shen turned to Master Nai and told him not to close the school. Otherwise, he will have to look for another place close to home. And it's so dreary. Master Nai squeezed his hand and told him what he would say, after which he thanked him and said that if he ever needed anything, he should just tell him about it, and he will do everything to help him. Lu Shen smiled at the master and said that he, after all, and his fault in this is also there. However, he was able to help them only today. If such a thing suddenly happens again, then they will have to cope on their own. They themselves know that strength in this world is a pledge of respect. After which Lu Shen, after saying goodbye to them, went about his business. Master Nai told his daughter that by breaking through to the middle of rank 1, Lin Teshin had achieved a lot. But the day was better able to defeat him with just one blow, as if nothing had happened. This guy must already be at the peak of rank 5, right? Miss Nai said that 3 months ago he only had rank 2. But in the end, what is his strength now? It was already quite dark and Lu Shen finally came to his home, where his family was waiting for him. He went into the house and said he was back. Everyone was already waiting for him at the dinner table. Mom met him and said it was so late. Wasn't he going to be back with them for lunch? Lu Shen closed the door behind him and said that on the way home, he saw a bunch of scoundrels attacking an old man. That's why he stayed behind to help him. His mom was very scared and asked if he was really fighting. Did he get hurt anywhere? The father told his wife that her son is now a war. What can happen there in a dream? But mom was still worried about her son. She began to examine him, asking if he was alright. Does he have any scratches? My father said that's what it means to be a warrior. If he sees a person in trouble, then he should come to his aid. His son will go to the battlefield to fight monsters and defend the country. Lu Shen approached his sister and King whispered to him, what kind of meat did he send them? Their father has been feeling much better since he started eating it, and her Kai has increased to 1.1. This meat is much better than any tonics and medicines. Did he really steal it at training camp? Lu Shen grabbed his sister by the cheek and told her that was she really slandering her brother. She shouldn't be so worried, because he didn't steal anything from anyone. Meanwhile, mom brought him a huge portion of rice and asked her son how he was doing in the camp. If it's really hard for him there, then he should return to them, because health is first of all. Then the father clicked and told his wife that the wife understands there. The wife is unhappy. She looked at him, and the father told his son that he had known since childhood that he was very strong. He will definitely be able to become a great hero and perform more than one feat. Even if he suddenly fails, his family will always support him. Lu Shen was very pleased to hear this from his father, and he said that yes, he knows it. And he himself thought that he really needed to become even stronger so that the days could pass as calmly and serenely as they are now. He needs to become strong enough to withstand adversity and protect everyone. After dinner with his family, he went to bed again in order to continue pumping. He easily dealt with one of the zombies. After that, he exhaled and said that now he could even take down a rank 6 zombie master with just one blow. He finally got to the place he wanted to get to another time. He raised his head up and said that he thought this was the center of the base. He tensed up and thought that the mighty zombie he had met here. He doesn't know if he can handle it now, but first he wants to see what's inside. Here, in the very center of the so-called base, he saw an old man, who stood and looked at him. Then he jumped down from there. The blow was so strong that even Lu Shen recoiled a little. Did this old man come down? Lu Shen looked a little scared and thought that his Kai energy was as hard as steel. He is now rank 6, but it seems as if his power is simply limitless. This is the power of the Guru. When someone absorbs a lot of combat memories at one time, there is an insatiable desire to destroy everything he sees. While he was using crystal vision, he was coping with internal aggression. But now he doesn't want to back down. He just needs to adopt the fighting power of this old man. So now is not the time to give up. After that, he used his skill called Wind Breath, 6 times the power of the stars, and rushed at this old man. All this time the old man stood motionless. Lu Shen jumped up and decided to hit that old man with your foot in the face. But what he saw, he clearly did not expect. This old man stopped his punch with one of his hands, but he didn't even budge. Lu Shen jumped back. He was puzzled, surprised, and scared out of his mind. Lu Shen really didn't understand what was going on. He thought what? Of course, he didn't put everything on the floor right now, but still he used 6 times the force and a blow that was close to 101,000 damage. But at the same time, he couldn't even start this old man. Here he is a true master. He clenched his teeth with such force that he could be heard creaking, after which he applied the breath of fire, 10 times the power of the stars. After which, he attacked that old man again, but now he wasn't going to hold back. There was an explosion, but the old man was not hurt again. He created a protective field around himself that did not miss a single blow from Lu Shen. He was really very surprised. He staggered back in surprise and thought that it was. There are a lot of rumors that the guru has a protective field, and even with the strongest field, you can't break through it. And now in front of him is the same force field. Lu Shen moved even further away from this old man and wondered if he would follow him. Was he really not going to attack him? He exhaled and said it wouldn't do. He really can't get to him. He sat down on the ground and thought that his attacks were not going through, even though he had used almost all of his strength. And this old man did not take a step, but repelled all his attacks. It's also a force field, and it's already a zombie, after all. Apparently, he is very lucky that he does not consider him an opponent. If he forged it, it would be almost impossible to parry it. Without blocking his blows, Lu Shen would have died immediately. Although the difference between him and this old man is 1 rank, but the gap is simply colossal. A warrior of rank 7 can be called a guru, but 6 does not reach that yet. There's just a whole gulf between them. And now one-on-one, he can't handle it. What should he do then? Is it really just to give up? No, there must be a way. Lu Shen needs to finish him off and take the power with the battle memories. After some thought, Lu Shen pulled himself together and began to beat this force field with his fists with great speed. He struck the last blow and bounced back to his former place. But this old man still stood motionless, and even the force field didn't crack. Everything remained as it was. Although Lu Shen himself already knows that he is tired. He was already breathing heavily and could not even out his breathing in any way. But still, he was able to learn something. He thought that now he finally understood. His defense is not perfect. This old man's force field had weakened after all. It's almost imperceptible, but a breach has definitely appeared. And this means that he has a chance. He wiped the sweat from his face and thought that he would need to inflict millions of blows for this. And his strength is already running out. Without the ability to constantly recover with the breathing technique, he does not know how much more he will be able to withstand. Well, what should he do in such a situation? Maybe he should back off now and try again when he gets stronger. He looked back at where the corpses of the zombies he had killed before were lying and thought that a new one after reaching rank 3 of spiritual forces, killing zombies below 6, might have stopped being a problem. But then it dawned on him, and he thought that spiritual forces, he's never tried to hit with them yet. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that since he had not yet trained martial spiritual techniques, he only used them as an auxiliary element. He used the Spiritual Enlightenment Sutra exclusively to accelerate the movement of Kai through the body. But he had completely forgotten that he was considered a strong rank 3 spiritual force master. Compared to martial arts skills, spiritual powers are much more powerful. After that, he decided to try this method. He began to concentrate. Lu Shen thought that he couldn't concentrate his strength into a physical weapon like a sword yet, but that should be enough for him for now. After which, with the semblance of a weapon, he again attacked the force field of this old man, and the effect has already been noticed. However, this is not all. He jumped high up and again using his strength, rushed to attack. He needs more concentration. There was already a crack in the force field, but still it wasn't enough, more was needed. It wasn't enough. Lu Shen gathered all his strength and hit the force field again. It was no longer the first or even the 5th attempt, but still the field has not collapsed. Lu Shen asked, is it really still not working out for him? Then he decided to try another method. He concentrated again and applied his spiritual power, the breath of flame, the tenfold power of the stars. It was just the perfect shot. He gathered all his remaining strength and with the words so that this field would break, he struck. And at that moment the field fell apart. He finally managed to do it. This old man looked surprised and a little scared. He clearly hadn't expected this. Now it was a small matter. Lu Shen again. He gathered his will into a fist and hitting the sage, told him that now his will would become his. There was a feeling that the old man wanted to tell him something, but he just smiled at him sadly. After that, a strange purple aura began to hover. Lu Shen immersed himself in this old man's memories. Now he was in his body and watching his life. Fragments of his life were fragmentary. This old man's name was Mr. Shen, and according to his memories, it could be said that he was conducting some kind of experiments on himself. Some two men who apparently helped Shen conduct his experiments approached him very joyfully, and with some pride congratulated Mr. Shen on his breakthrough. From today on, he really has become a guru. The old man understood that the situation was getting worse every day. Despite the efforts of the greatest warriors, the bases continue to fall. There is no place in the world safer than the base that belonged to the Martial Arts Union. Their departure has already been arranged. It should take place today at noon. This sage had a daughter, which he just wanted to send on this flight. The girl cried and asked her father that he wouldn't fly with her, to which her father replied that her dad is a warrior who is obliged to stay on the front line in order to protect all of humanity. But when this monster appeared, everyone was very scared, because it was a rank 9 monster. Just to see him is enough for the body to start trembling with fear. This sage has become a Kuru and his will is firm and unyielding. But why is he still afraid? Why did the gentleman from the Eastern District strike him down with just one blow? What kind of power does he have? As long as such warriors exist, they have hope. They really did it. With the help of Wang He's techniques, he was really able to do it. Now the sage was badly injured. He was lying on the floor and couldn't move anymore. He only thought that they were saying that the Martial Arts Union had obtained the Ray plan. This plan was better for me. It was aimed at creating warriors of the 12th rank. Now people really have a chance. It's a pity that it's already without him. Lu Shen finally woke up from these memories. He was breathing very hard. He thought, is this really the life of that guru? But the volume of absorbed memories is greater than ever before. The life of this guru can indeed be called legendary. He is a martial artist named Shen, and he lived his whole life training. His combat techniques, combat experience are now part of Lu Shen himself. He already feels a rapid increase in his combat power. He began to increase strength, increase power. He has reached the peak of the current rank. When he absorbed all this power, he thought that the boundaries of control. Lu Shen was holding a glowing ball in his hands. He thought that the boundaries of control. He clearly already looked very happy now. He thought that this was what Master Shen had been learning all his life. He looked at this master's body and said that Wang He. This name has already flashed through the master's memories as often as his wife and children. But it was this Wang He who created the star tempering technique. He thinks that for 10,000 years, Wang He was one of the wisest masters. He was a real oriental master. Even she himself, being a rank 7 master, admired him. Apparently she once saw Wang He use his attacking strike, and this attacking blow was so powerful that martial arts could not even imagine. Lu Shen was digging into his memories again. He thought, why can't he find anything in his memories? Maybe then he should dig deeper. Get inside the memory. Digging deeper there, he found just the same ball. He touched it and got inside this glowing ball. He began to sink into consciousness. Lu Shen asked that this was one of the enemies that Master Shi himself had once faced, wasn't it? And he himself thought that he was Lu Shen, an outstanding warrior. Why is he still so scared? What is hidden here in the darkness? Did he really see Master Shi himself in the distance? His vision did not deceive him, it was really him. In ancient mythology, the Golden Raven was an advisor to the Emperor and served as his eyes. The Golden Raven was the viceroy of the sun. When the sky swallowed 10 suns, rivers began to dry up, and the earth is cracking, and the heat enveloped everything around. Not a single living creature could survive. So that's what you've dedicated yourself to. With this skill, he was trying to reach the 8th rank of martial arts. And the name of this technique, Sky 10 Sun. And now this technique has become his. After a while, Lu Shen woke up and was sitting on the bed in his room. The time was already somewhere closer to lunch. Lu Shen looked very thoughtful. He thought that it seemed his spiritual power had undergone some changes. He concentrated in order to take a closer look at his new technique. And he did it. He feels that, of course, not in quantity, but in quality, his strength has reasonably increased. If the basis of Charlene's strength is air, and Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qingzhu has water, who turns out he has, like a red-hot ball of metal. Lu Shen was clearly pleased with the work he had done. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that although his form was still unstable, he felt it much stronger. This is just incredible progress. But now he wondered how could he use this technique? So he decided to try something. Using this technique, he decided to raise the building, which was located opposite his window. It was a high-rise building, and he managed to raise this building. The people who were now in their apartments were scared. They asked what was going on here. Why did their building take off? Shen himself was a little scared of this. He immediately lowered his head back and thought that he could lift heavy objects with his mind, as if his spiritual strength had increased tenfold. Right. He needs to practice more, otherwise he almost demolished the whole building. He decided to concentrate again and thought that it would be very difficult for ordinary warriors to imagine such a thing. He feels that his body is at a new stage of development. Now he is absolutely sure that even a small part of the spiritual force is able to easily cope with warriors of the 3rd and 4th ranks. And besides, he is now able to recreate the force field of the Great Master. It is, of course, at his initial level now, but with an increase in the spiritual power of the field, it will also grow. At the moment, the thickness of his field is not even close to the field of that zombie. Now his force field can be compared to a chicken egg, and the force field of that master with the ostrich egg. However, with him, he is less vulnerable now. A seed appeared in his hands, and he thought that one day this 7 would turn into a whole tree, which will satisfy his skill. Shen has already arrived for the meeting that was scheduled, but the person who was supposed to come and was there to meet him still hasn't come. He was already tired of waiting, so he decided to write. He wrote that he had already arrived at the banquet hall. The person he was supposed to meet apologized for being late and told him that he would be right there. While he was waiting for this person, Shen thought that now he can't eat meat every day, since he is no longer in that camp, but his body still needs energy. Therefore, it's time to contact the manufacturer of serums. Then He ran into the banquet hall. She was in a hurry, so she was tired. She was trying to catch her breath. She saw Shen and thought that this was really a youngster. She grinned and straightened her hair, thinking that it would even be better this way. Shen noticed He and told her to sit down. He sat down opposite him. Shen plunged back into the menu and said that they say the steaks here are just wonderful. And looking up at he asked her if she would mind if their conversation took place over a meal. He smiled at him and said that of course. A waitress came up to her and took her coat, said that she would let her hang her coat on. And He herself thought that she couldn't even get a piece down her throat. Shen had already decided on her order and called out to the waiter. He asked to be served their best medium rare steaks. 40 servings should be enough for him. The waiter told him it was fine as he said. He was at a loss. She thought that steaks. Does he really want to eat 40 steaks alone? Meanwhile, the waiter recorded his order. He was looking at Shen, apparently studying him. She was twirling a glass of water in her hands. She thought that even though Shen is a martial artist, such an appetite is justified. But one steak costs 1,280, which means that for 40 such steaks she will give 51,200. She, of course, understands that he can eat so much, but forgive her, pay for such an amount. Then Shen called out to her and asked her what she would do. He thanked him for his concern and said that she had already. Shen did not even listen to her, as he understood what she would say to him and told the waiter that she did not need anything. Let them bring him everything when ready, because he is already terribly hungry. He also continued to smile sweetly at him, although she herself thought that he was shameless. After which she told him that she thought she should introduce herself. But even here Shen was ahead of her. He was already thorough. He had studied everything about her and knew all the information about her. He passed her business card across the table and said her name was Lingsu. She is 22 years old and hails from Ba County, Guanlin City, Xinan Province. Her great-great-great-grandfather, whose name is Jimin, was originally an apprentice at the Jian Pharmacy. He showed himself not only a talented warrior, but also an outstanding developer of elixirs and medicines. He also became a rank 5 healer and founded a shelter. He was already very angry with him. Shen, ignoring her, will continue to say that about him in a network of pharmacies that were located in at least 20 cities of Dongning Province. At first, his business was going uphill. Hap tried to interrupt him, but he wasn't going to stop. He said that, however, when the business came under the management of her father, whose name is Shi, the profit only started to go down. After he finished telling her all this, he began to look at her carefully. After all this, He told him that, apparently, he spent a lot of time collecting all this information and also remembered it all. And I asked him what was all this about. Just then, the waiter brought him all his 40 steaks. Shen just blossomed all over. He finally started eating. After eating half of the steaks, he told He that, moreover, he knows that her mother left Dongning Province about 20 years ago. For 2 decades, even with her daughter, she did not dare to meet. And the reason for the collapse of their family business without taking into account the problems that have already piled up and incompetent management. He was already boiling with all the anger. She could barely hold on to this. But Lu Shen wasn't going to stop. He said that the whole collapse lies also in the machinations, which her mother's family had been building against this pharmacy for many years. Here he has already withstood. She slammed her fists on the table and asked what are all his statements based on? It's just ridiculous. Lu Shen remained as calm as ever. Apparently, everything was going exactly according to his plan. He told her that she could, of course, not believe him, but on her return, let her ask her father about everything. And he himself at this time thought that excellent meat. He even feels a surge of energy. He calmed down a little and thought that when she was only 2 years old, her mother left her and her father. For so many years, she has never returned to see her daughter. How heartless she is. Their pharmacy really fell into disrepair after it came under the control of her father, and her mother left their house. And they didn't even open it, because there was practically no profit. Let her father be a bad manager, but not so much. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lu Shen, who told her that wasn't every collaboration project curtailed at the last moment, right? He was surprised by this and looked at him questioningly. Lu Shen asked He to judge him for digging so deep. He thought that the pharmacy was really on the verge of closing. All cooperation agreements have already been cancelled. And in addition to all this, many more strange things happened to them. Is Lu Sheng really right, and is her mother really behind this? After which she smiled at him and said that she was considering all his words, and she offered to move on to discussing cooperation. Lu Shen said that of course he himself would personally be responsible for providing recipes and relevant recommendations, and they would be responsible for production and sale. As for the revenue, he wants 90%. As he flared up again, she asked, what is 90%? But that's practically everything. Lu Shen had already completely finished all the steaks and folded his hands on the table and said that this was exactly the case. But he said that not even 80%. 70% is the maximum. Lu Shen asked her if she knew why he was asking so much. Firstly, this is a guarantee of their cooperation. And secondly, helping her is a bit troublesome for him. Lu Shen then stood up. He understood what he was talking about and asked what he was talking about. Lu Shen told her that her mother's family had given them enough trouble. And he asked her what, did she still not understand what his help was? Of course, in revenge, and the return of former greatness. After that, he decided to demonstrate his strength. He didn't know what to say, because she was terrified. She was really very scared. Lu Shen asked her to take a look, and I asked her that she understands what it is. Ms. Hayek of course understood what this meant and said that he was a master of spiritual power. And she herself thought that he was just an 18-year-old boy, so also an outstanding warrior from the city of Bei, so also a master of spiritual power. He really is an unusual man. She understands his power perfectly. Lu Shen passed by her and stopped next to her and said that he thought she was aware of what was behind it all. He's not the only one standing, is he? He said that means there is someone else. Lu Shen was already standing next to the exit and said that she was smart, so they would also get the power behind him. He stopped and, turning to her, asked her if she didn't think it was just a great deal. Mrs. Chen kept her back to him and thought that if Lu Shen was really right, then sooner or later she would have to face the Chen family face to face. Although for 20 years they did not try to go against them, but they continued to cause trouble to them. And if Lu Shen is on her side, then maybe. Then she squinted at him and thought, what the hell is she getting into? After which she said that she agreed. On his terms, 90% of the profits will be his. She thought that in the short time since they had met, Lu Shen had shown his talent and intelligence. Lu Shen handed her a USB stick and told her that there was a recipe for vitality serum on this USB stick. He told him that she really hoped that he would keep his promise. Lu Shen said that, of course. He thought, what will come out of this cooperation? Already standing in the doorway, Lu Shen advised her to contact the Association of Physicians in order to create a patent for the serum. If she has any more questions during production, then let her not hesitate and turn to him. And he doesn't worry about the rest and trusts her completely. And besides, he would like to use their laboratory, so let her write to him when it's convenient for her. He's already had enough. If that's all, then he'll go his own way. He thanked her for her cooperation, then slammed the door behind him. He was left alone. She sat down on a chair and exhaled. After that, she thought that Lu Shen would be a simple schoolboy who would find it easy to talk his teeth, but it turned out to be the opposite. It was as if she was negotiating with a businessman. and how quickly they switched to you. Then the waitress came up and, turning to the lady, asked to be allowed and to calculate it. At that moment, she turned to the empty plates and asked what did he really eat and didn't pay for it all. But it doesn't matter, and she asked the waiter how much she charged. The waiter calculated it and said that the total was 900 portions of their best steaks worth 115,200, and her discount was 200. As a result, it is 115,000 exactly. As he asked what's what, she pointed to the empty plates and asked where the number 90 came from. There are only 40 plates here. The waitress explained to her that the gentleman had eaten 40 servings and asked to wrap 50 with him in order to treat his family. And I asked her if it was cash or a card. Mrs. He, with tears in her eyes, went to pay with a card. Then she paid, and the waitress thanked her. Meanwhile, Shen had already come home with all these portions of steaks. He called the house and, entering the apartment, said that he was at home. On the threshold he was already met by his mother, who asked what it was. Shen, looking out from behind the boxes, said that these were steaks of the highest quality. She may not cook in the evening. Mom asked that she had already seen this logo. Didn't it belong to an expensive restaurant? So many steaks. Shen could have just said he wanted to eat meat, but he had spent so much money. To which Shen told his mother that he had not spent. His new friend invited him to this restaurant and paid for everything herself, although he himself insisted on separating the account. His mom took all these steaks and said okay, but don't let him do that anymore. It's good, of course, when he is treated, but when he also takes it with him, it's no longer cultural. Then she added that, by the way, his teacher Zhang from his school came. They chatted for a while. He asked how he lived. He has such a caring teacher. Shen thought about it and thought that teacher Zhang, he really hadn't been at school for a long time. Maybe he should go there tomorrow. The next day at Bei High School, there was a knock on teacher Zhang's door. Teacher Zhang said to come in, but still he got up himself and opened the door. He never expected to see Shen there. Shen greeted his teacher and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a very long time. He was holding a bonsai in his hands, which he destroyed in this very office. He handed teacher Zhang the plant and said that he remembered that last time he broke his bonsai, so he bought him a new one. The teacher accepted this gift and thanked him. Teacher Zhang said that it was really so unexpected, because it had been a long time. And now Shen is radically different from the boy he remembers. After that, teacher Zhang invited Shen to his office, and there they will be able to talk a little. Shen went into his teacher's office and said that it was fine. They sat down next to each other on the sofa, and the teacher lit a cigarette. Teacher Zhang said that the school year will be over soon. He already thought that he would only see Shen on TV now, and I asked him if he already had plans for the future. Shen calmly, and as if this happens every day, said that for now he was preparing to take part in General Kaiming's review, and then he will need to look into the Association of Spiritual Masters and take a test there. Teacher Zhang even dropped his cigarette in surprise. He asked what's what. Selection of generals, spiritual masters. Shen was not surprised at all, because now it was a common thing for him, and said that yes, he was recommended by the senior instructor at the training camp, which, by the way, he had already finished, but he did not tell the teacher that. Apparently he did not want to shock him even more. She herself discovered his talent for his spiritual powers. Teacher Zhang grabbed his head and said that this is it. How? Wow. Teacher Zhang patted his student, already a former student, on the shoulder and said that it was just fine. He's a great fellow, he doesn't even have anything to say. Shen must go to the goal and not stop, no matter what, and he will support him in any way he can. Shen thanked his teacher for this. After that, they talked a little more, and then Shen decided to look somewhere else. He said goodbye to his teacher and moved on. Teacher Zhang watched his disciple leave and thought that he would be waiting for him to finish. What kind of guy is he? He is not only the hope of the whole school, but of the whole Bay. Perhaps he will become the ray of all mankind. Meanwhile, the graduating class is Group 2. They had just started a lesson. The teacher was reading them some kind of lecture. He told them to show courage and perseverance, to strive for knowledge. Keep your mind clear, even in a moment of great excitement. But the teacher was not a fool, and he noticed that half of his students were not listening. He shouted with a new juice, "What's in the ascent? Everyone should get up immediately. They should not underestimate the culture classes. Many of them apply to the University of Martial Arts, but this does not mean that they can score on their grades in culture. If he gives everyone failures, then no one will accept them. Even if they spent the night in the training hall, they will still be of zero use if they are stupid as a cork." One student woke up and yawned. He asked that when is the end of the lesson already? It's just boring to death. He turned to Kaiming and asked him if he was going to an internet cafe. He needs to pass that level. But King Aming was focused on studying and said that not today, let them go without him. He has already signed up for additional classes before entering after school. He immediately goes to training. His friend was surprised and said that he really had changed. He's become so diligent, he doesn't even look like himself. Then the teacher could not stand it and called out to these two students. He ordered them to get up and asked them how long it was possible to talk already. Are his words just an empty sound for them? Then a guy knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. It was Shen. He greeted all the guys and told them that they had not seen each other for a long time. Everyone gaped in surprise. Someone said that it was Shen himself. Did he really come to class? The girl said that she already thought that she would not see him anymore. Someone said that they say that he is on good terms with the chairman of the Martial Arts Association, and very soon he will become a guru as he trains daily. And someone heard that the head of the city wanted to marry his daughter to him, but he refused in order to focus on training. Another student said he wanted an autograph, and he asked that who knows when they will see each other next. That's why he needs to get an autograph. He's going to hang it on the wall now. The teacher was very happy to see him. He asked if it really was him. Shen said that he would like to attend at least the last lesson, and I asked the teacher if he would allow it. The teacher said that, of course, let him pass soon. The teacher stood in front of the blackboard again, told all the guys to open their textbooks. They continue their classes. One of the students said that to wait for him to fail. He was sitting in the same class with Shen himself. His Kai is felt a kilometer away. Are they really the same age? They say that he is already a rank 2 master. His old friend Kaiming looked at Shen with admiration. He thought he had changed so much. Then the lesson ended and the bell rang. The teacher slammed the textbook shut and said that the lesson was already over, after which he left the classroom. Shen also stood up. He said goodbye to all his classmates and said that he would not forget them. The students said that it was the first time they were so happy to be at school. They need to study hard, and two guys discussed and said that they want to enter the University of Martial Arts. They have to prove that they did not study with Shen in the same class for nothing. Meanwhile, Shen approached his old friend Liu Kaiming. He hugged his friend and wished him luck. Shen told Liu Kaiming that if there was time, they would hang out together. After that, Shen went about his business. Liu Kaiming looked after the departing Shen. He even burst into tears and said that he would give his all. He will go to university, he promises it. Shen has already returned to his home. It was evening now, and he was sitting in his room. He was looking for something on the internet. He looked very puzzled right now. He looked at the monitor screen and thought that he had already told Linsu to buy enough components to create a vitality serum and bone marrow pills. These drugs have a special effect on strengthening muscles and bones, and the cost is not so great for them. This amount should be enough to reach rank 4. And now he decided to take up weapons for spiritual power. He logged into the mail and there was a message from Instructor Dong. Best of all, he thought that before the results of the spiritual force exam, he could not log into the social network to buy. That's why he needs to take an exam from the Association of Spiritual Masters before the start of the review. Otherwise, he would have to bother Dong Kingsu every time. Well, she decided to look at the prices. He opened all the attributes that Instructor Dong had sent him. Shen looked quite surprised. He was examining the blade of the infinite blade. He thought that this endless blade and the silver floating shuttle. But this is just a rip-off. The cost of this endless blade was 37,500,000. At that moment, Shen thought that he did not think that he would have 5 million in the account and feel like a poor man at the same time. But he really doesn't have that much money. The silver floating shuttle cost 29,500,000. Shen thought that for the manufacture of such tools, at least 910 grams of selected iron is needed. Even in order to create a part of such a blade, 5 million is definitely not enough for him. And if we take other auxiliary materials into account, he himself will definitely not be able to create it. Yes, his spiritual power surpasses that of many. Simple metal from the shop simply cannot cope with such pressure. Therefore, he will need first-class quality iron to manufacture such weapons. But even if you think about it that way, the price is still too high. Therefore, his funds are not enough for anything yet. Well, he really has no way out. Therefore, he will have to get everything on his own. It is good that he has already obtained a map of the distribution of natural resources across the territory. He opened a drawer in his desk and took out this card. He got up and opened this card, thought that it should help him. Shen carefully studied this map. The unused high materials mine was right here, at Mount Nudu. So, he needs to extract resources from a mine that has not yet been processed. He will be able to take all these materials, take them to the Master of Forging. Lu Shen looked away from the map and thought, if the funds received will be enough for him, they will also be sold, so it also turns out that this is a double benefit. Now everything is definitely solved. First, he would go to Lady He in order to make enough bone marrow pills, and then he would immediately go to Mount Nudu. 1 week later, in the laboratory, He was pacing up and down the lab. She kept looking at her phone and waiting for a message or a call from Lu Shen, but there was no sign of him. She was already getting angry. She said, "This one is steamed, has he not come yet?" At that moment, Lu Shen broke in. He apologized for keeping her waiting. He said she was very unhappy that he was finally there. It's been a long time. Lu Shen put on a robe and said that he was just a little late, and he really hopes that she has already prepared everything necessary. After looking at him carefully, He was confused and said yes. Everything is as he asked. He went to the table, where all the materials were already there. He put on gloves and asked the lady how much she spent on all this. He said about 200,000. Lu Shen took one of the materials in his hands and carefully examined it, said that it was just excellent quality, and he told Mrs. He that both of them had created an estimate to begin with, and then already contributed this amount. And he himself put on a special mask and said that he would probably start already, and ask her to get out of here. Mrs. Hai looked at him with displeasure and said that it was fine. She headed for the exit and, looking at him, thought that they hadn't started yet. The sale of Vitality Serum. She hasn't even earned a penny yet. If you count it like that, then Lu Shen has already lost 1 million to her. Of course, he provided the information and that's good. At least she was already able to prepare the serum according to his instructions. But he's working on a new recipe right now, isn't he? He's been coming to the lab for a week now. How much was he hiding from her? After 3 hours. All this time, He was waiting outside. Then Lu Shen came out of the lab and told her that he had already finished. She was only displeased. She squinted at him, but didn't say anything. Lu Shen was already fully packed. He told her that he was going out of town for 2 whole days. But don't let her worry, because in the near future he will provide the startup capital to launch the serum on the market. He didn't even look at him, only nodded in displeasure. Lu Shen looked at her without hatred and with some curiosity and said that what a funny girl she was. This angered He even more, but she still didn't tell him anything. And when Lu Shen left, she immediately rushed to the laboratory. She didn't even pay any attention to the mess that Lu Shen had left here. She immediately started looking at all the test tubes and shouted what was left. She took this test tube in her hands, at the bottom of which there were some blue granules, and thought that this was it. This is a new unknown serum. Although she does not fully understand the purpose of this serum, but she feels that it is something very strong. And this serum is also able to strengthen bones. There are already several million bone strengthening drugs on the market right now, but Lu Shen used completely different components. She can even smell the profit already. She thinks he has a bunch of new things in his backpack. But why did he take everything with him? Then Ma Feng came running. He looked kind of scared and was holding a phone in his hands. He told the lady that he had done everything as she told him, but he didn't see anything in the monitor. It was as if the system had failed and recovered only after Lu Shen left. Apparently, He was trying to follow him. She held her head and said, "Oh, how did she really think that she would be able to spy on the master with spiritual power, didn't she?" The idea was doomed to failure from the very beginning. She looked at the test tube with a green filling and threw it into the trash, said that, well, okay. She would just trust him. Now he is the hope for the revival of the He family, the city of Kyuming. The guide addressed all the tourists and said that their destination is the village of Xianlin, which is located in the Nudu Mountains. These are simply magnificent landscapes that are hidden from human eyes. One of the pearls of Dongning province. They will learn a lot of interesting things about local customs and taste the traditional dishes of Xianlin. And of course, they will enjoy the mountain nature. They will also have the opportunity to buy exquisite handmade items that were created by the residents of this village. But people were clearly not very enthusiastic about this information. Some woman asked what was handmade. Will it be necessary to buy it? The old lady who was sitting in front of her said that it seemed like they had been driving for ages. And she asked what they would do in the evening. Isn't everything swarming with mosquitoes in the mountains? The guide assured them that their travel agency is the best. They will never force them to spend money, and in the evening they will settle in a guest house. It will be just wonderful. There is air conditioning and a TV. Lu Shen was riding in the very back seat. He was looking out of the window and looked very thoughtful with an open book on his lap. He thought that he had created 93 bone marrow pills in a week. It should be enough for him for a while, although it is really far away. Probably that's why no one has discovered the deposits of resources, so he will be able to take everything for himself. Then he noticed that a yellow ball was rolling towards him. A little girl came running after him. She picked up this ball and, looking at Shen, she smiled and asked if he would play with her. Then her mom intervened. She gently took her daughter and told her that there was no need to disturb people. They'd better sit down. The woman apologized to Shen for the trouble. Shen said that everything was fine, but then he saw the father of this girl and was very surprised. After all, around this man was the same aura that a master has and Shen himself has. Shen smiled and thought that's how it was. He is not the only master of spiritual forces here. Meanwhile, Mizzy was still fiddling with the test tubes and, apparently, she still got something. She said yeah. She thought that was it. At the foot of the Nudu Mountains, on a tourist bus, two girls were sitting on the bus nearby. One of them with a pink tail was fanning herself, as she was very hot. She said that what a fist there is also this heat. She is already beginning to regret they decided to come here. They've been trudging here for ages. Spend 3 days and 2 nights in this hole. Her friend told her that no one had dragged her here by force. She wanted to go, didn't she? Jing Dan said yes, well, that's all because she was abandoned. And she was just worried that she would take her own life here. What an ungrateful fool she is. A friend said that it's okay for the best friend in the world, and let her not worry so much because it didn't upset her so much. It's just that she hasn't been out for a long time, and since there are opportunities, she decided to go. Although the program here is not so rich, but the scenery is what you need. She is just sure that her friend will be delighted. Shen Dan said that she was already just thrilled. Then she heard some cheerful shouts. That girl was already playing her whole yellow ball with Shen. Shen deftly caught the ball. Then he smiled. It's the girls. Jing Dan saw this smile. Apparently, having seen this smile, she has already. I fell in love. Then the girl wanted to throw the ball to Shen again, but something went wrong, and the ball bounced to those two girls. Jing Dan deftly caught this ball. She said she would help, and then threw the ball back to Shen. Shen caught the ball with ease, and thanked the girl. Jing Dan blushed all over and said that there was nothing. She sat back down in her seat and clutched her flushed cheeks. Another 2 hours passed. Jing Dan and his girlfriend got off the bus. Jing Dan started looking around and asked, is this really the same village? Is this really the first-class view? Her friend was looking at the map and said it wasn't bad. They say that there is a very beautiful waterfall nearby. Then this girl got off the bus with Shen. She was very happy and constantly jumping. She said the most beautiful place is right here. She called Shen uncle and asked him that tomorrow he would play with her too, and grabbed his hand. Shen sat down next to her and patted her on the head, saying that he would, of course, if he had time. The girl smiled at him and said that they had agreed. Then Jing Dan came up to them, and calling this girl a baby, I asked her what, and can she play with them tomorrow, too? But the girl hid behind Shen and stuck out her tongue. She told this girl that she didn't like her and she would only play with a handsome uncle. Just then the girl's mother came up. She called her daughter and said that dad was already waiting for them. After that, this girl talked to Shen and, taking her mother by the hand, went to her father. Shen told her that they would see each other again. Jing Dan also waved to this little girl, called her a little toadstool, and I told her that he surrendered to her. A friend behind her could barely contain her laughter. Shen said not to pay too much attention to it. She's still a child. Jing Dan was embarrassed and said that how could she be offended by her. Then I asked him what she could add him to my friends. Shen looked at her and said that of course. Then all three of them. They exchanged their contacts. Jing Dan said that he has a very beautiful name. After that, she took her friend's arm and, saying goodbye to Shen, said that they would see each other again, calling him handsome. When these friends stayed on the one, Jing Dan told her not to add it. She thought it would just be boring to death here, but it's getting more interesting. A friend with her said that how happy she is now. Shen waved them a little more, then thought it was very interesting. On the trip, he met a rank 2 spiritual force master, and 2 more warriors of the 2nd rank. However, he thinks that that master of spiritual powers did not reveal him, unless he just thought he was a simple warrior. After the transition to the guru level, his ability to conceal his powers increased. Therefore, no one will be able to find out what kind of power he has until he wants to. He doesn't know if there will be wars here that will be stronger than him. So it doesn't matter why the others are here. If they get in his way, they will be punished. At the same time on the expressway, a man was sitting in the car, all in furs. There was a woman sitting next to him, and another man bowed to one man in the leg. The man in furs asked, well, what? Had he located Tang Maolin? The man said that yes, he is now in the Nudu Mountains, and he thinks he decided to take refuge there with his wife and daughter. The man in furs looked very puzzled. He said that Tang Maolin wasn't that stupid. If he goes deep into the mountains, there's no way he can get to him. His subordinate told him not to worry so much about it, because they had already sent people after him. Whatever he did there, he would get it even from under the ground. The man in furs laughed and said it wasn't bad. They are great fellows, let them just watch him. They are, of course, rank 4 warriors, but they are not suitable for him as rivals. And when he gets to Mount Nudu, he will deal with him himself. After that, the man in furs drank the contents of his glass and thought that let Tang Maolin not accuse him of cruelty. If he can't get rid of him, then others will decide that he's good for nothing. And in that case, they will want to take what belongs to him. He held out his glass to the woman who was sitting next to him. This woman looked very sad and, apparently, was subordinate to him. When he handed her his empty glass, a strange purple liquid flowed out of her eyes and mouth, which soon refilled the man's glass. The man chuckled and said that the 28-year-old's love-filled kai was so fragrant. He delivered a photo with Tang Maolin's family. The man asked if he really took his daughter with him too. But it's even better because this way he will be able to collect another collection. Tang Maolin's family moved into the room. Their daughter very happily escaped there. She began to rush around the room and shout that it was so cool. Her mom laughed and told her daughter not to run around like that, otherwise she would fall. Meanwhile, her father decided to scan the whole house. After scanning the whole house, he said that it was clean. There was nothing suspicious. His wife told him he was being too careful. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't find them here, would they? Tang Maolin told his wife that since they were with him, he should be very careful. One should not forget that they are now fighting for their survival. Zijing has a very strong master and spiritual powers of rank 3. His thirst for revenge is so great that everyone who stands in his way is already dead. And he really hopes that this time they will be able to hide from him. He thinks that if they go into the shadows for at least a year, then everything will get better for them. And if he continues to pursue them, then he will try to unite with her father in order to resist him. Maybe then they will have a chance to negotiate. And the woman said that she also hopes for it very much because she hasn't seen her father for a long time. And she doesn't even know how he is there. Tang Maolin said that his father-in-law is quite strong. After all, he is a rank 2 spiritual master. He hugged his wife and said that maybe soon he would reach rank 3. Therefore, he is sure that he is alright, so she shouldn't be so worried about him. After all, he would never let them hurt. Meanwhile, their daughter went to the window and started looking all around. Shen moved into the opposite house from them. He also decided to scan, but not only the house, but the whole neighborhood. Everything was as usual. The only one who was different was the guy in the bushes who was looking through binoculars. Shen thought that there was nothing suspicious here except for that person. But he's not here for his soul, so it doesn't matter to him. He took a container from the inside pocket of his jacket and took out its contents. It was a blue pill with a pattern that looked very much like a month. It was a bone marrow pill. Shen took this pill and thought that with the help of this bone marrow pill, progress is going at double speed. If this goes on and on, then in less than 2 months he will be able to pass the first stage of the formation of the golden body. And by generating inner strength, he will be able to become a rank 4 warrior. Then he received a message from his family. One message apparently sent by his mom. She wrote to him that the weather is very unpredictable, so he should be very attentive and eat well. 2. The message was apparently from his sister, in which it was written that it needed to be translated into text. Shen grinned and thought that he was already rather big. After that, he opened a chat with his sister. His sister wrote to him that her brother had gone somewhere again. Today, young Yuan returned to school and asked if he wanted to go for a walk with her. She grinned and sent him a funny smiley face, after which she wrote to him to confess. Shen asked her sister how long they had been together and what kind of girl she was. She should mind her own business and think about martial arts. And also she should not forget to take the elixirs left by him. When he returns, her Kai should already be 1.3. And also sent her a funny smiley face. Then he wrote so that he wouldn't tell him later that he hadn't warned her. After texting with his sister, he put his phone on the nightstand and sat on the bed. Then I lay down and fell asleep. He thought he needed to look at the results of his last training sessions. After that, he finally fell asleep. He went back to his dream to pump. He was killing more and more monsters. He thought that it was quite good, because after studying the technique of 10 suns, and the acquisition of Guru's memories, now he's practically unstoppable. He easily dealt with a whole pack of zombies. There was some kind of explosion. Shen immediately tensed up and thought that there seemed to be something there. He feels very strong Kai. Therefore, he decided to go there immediately. A female zombie appeared there, and she was much stronger than the master that Shen had recently defeated. When Shen saw her, he was very shocked. He thought it was a guru-level zombie. It was so sudden. At some point, this zombie disappeared. Shen thought it was the influence of spiritual power, and then he was showered with words about the danger. At that moment, he became very tense and thought, What kind of danger signs are these? It's a zombie attacking him. And all this is her skills. And apparently this zombie killed Lu Shen in his dream. He woke up abruptly and began to breathe heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead. He was in a lot of pain right now. He clutched his chest and said that his whole body was shaking, as if he really died. Lu Shen could not come to his senses. He thought it was a good thing it was just a dream. But it wasn't real. Otherwise, the end of the wedding is right here and now. He used his spiritual powers to fight back, but it didn't help him at all. The attack power of this zombie is incomparable with the strength of those he has previously met. It always seemed to him that training in a dream went smoothly and without any problems. He even visited the so-called dangerous zones a couple of times. He was overconfident when he thought that even high-level zombies were nothing in front of him. But it turned out to be not so simple. A warrior who was created by the blood of losses and the fire of enemy attacks during the collapse of civilization. This girl, her strength is so great that she is many times superior to Shen. Even simple warriors can't even call her. He thinks she is a rank 8 guru, and this block of ice, he believes that this is the embodiment of her power. He is even afraid to imagine what will happen to him if he takes possession of her. If he attacked her in full force at once, then he would rely on martial techniques and skills. Perhaps he would have succeeded. Maybe he should try again. Lu Shen sat down in the lotus position and tried to concentrate. But something clearly went wrong. He thought, can't he get into the world of dreams? Does he really need time to recover because he died in his sleep? He sat down on the edge of the bed and thought that, apparently, nothing would work out for him today. Then the phone rang. It wasn't a call. About a message from Zheng Dan. She texted him hello, calling him a new acquaintance, and asked him that he was still in the room. Wasn't he? Has he packed his things yet? Maybe they'll take a walk together. But he shouldn't be afraid if she protects him. And I sent him a cool sticker. And I wrote to him after that sticker that he hadn't eaten yet, so maybe they should eat together. This girl was really very annoying. After I didn't ask him why he didn't answer her. Couldn't he see her messages? She sent him a cute doggy sticker. Lu Shen already regretted adding her to his friends and asked what and why he only added her to friends. But then his stomach rumbled, and he said that well, okay, he also needed to eat. After some time, he went down to a local cafe. Zheng Dan and his girlfriend were already waiting for him there. She called out to him and Lu Shen was even a little surprised. In this cafe there was this girl with whom she was playing ball on the bus. Lu Shen waved to this girl and went to sit at a table. Zheng Dan started pestering him again. She asked him why don't they sit together? And then there are a lot of people here. Lu Shen was not very happy about this, but agreed and asked them what they hadn't eaten yet, right? Zheng Dan said no, but her friend told the truth and said they had already eaten. Zheng Dan angrily looked at her friend, but she had already turned away from Zhen. But soon she took the menu herself and said that she thought she had no appetite at all, and now she suddenly got hungry. Therefore, we are happy to eat with him. A friend decided to mock a little for a few days and said that yes, that's exactly what happened. She thinks one thing, but says something completely different. This girl asked her father, who was eating at the next table, if she could eat with her uncle. Mom wiped her mouth and asked her, isn't there something for her here? The girl said that she really wanted to chat with him. Dad laughed and said that she could go to him, but she shouldn't give him any trouble. The girl was very happy. She immediately jumped up and thanked her father for it. When the girl had already moved away from their table, the wife asked her husband did he really think it was a good idea to let her go to a stranger? With all this, given their current situation, Titan Maolin told his wife that she herself said that he was too cautious. But apparently, he is still far from her. He had already examined everyone present with the help of his spiritual powers. And there are only tourists here, there is no danger here. That guy is really not bad. By his eyes, he sees that he has no evil intentions, but he looks very tired and barely moves. He's probably going to study martial arts, but his strength is average. And those two girls are university students. At this age, they have already reached the 2nd rank, which is quite good. Within his sight, no one is threatening them now. Everything is very quiet and peaceful. Hearing this, the wife exhaled and said that it means you don't have to worry. Then just the same Lunek brought his order. The waitress put everything on the table and said it was their order, so let them help themselves. Everyone was very surprised. Zheng Dan asked him if he could really eat that much. Lu Slit said that yes, he just has a beastly appetite. Cute edible pigs were placed in front of this girl. The girl was I was surprised and said how cute it was. Lu Shen invited her to play a game and asked if they could see who would eat faster. The girl immediately agreed to play with him. After that, they started their duel. This girl only took a bite, and at this time Lu Shen was already finishing a whole plate. Zhang Dandan's friend closely watched the eating of food and thought that probably only people from average families who have not yet received the status of war officially. How much to eat, isn't it? Ordinary warriors rely on tonics to replenish their logical reserves, and those who can't afford them yet to choose the highest quality products. For example, like the dried meat that he and Zhang Dandan took with them. For a rank 1 war, 2 pieces of such meat are enough. But if there is so much, then you can stay in the toilet for life. But Zhang Dandan herself couldn't get enough of it. She said what an appetite he had, he was just handsome. Her friend leaned over to her and whispered that did she really like him so much. Zhang Dandan said that of course. Meanwhile, the girl and Lu Shen had already finished eating. She picked him up and said that there was a vending machine and asked him to go with her. Zhang Dandan asked his girlfriend, is it really so noticeable on her? Her friend objected and said that, but he's younger than them. He's still a simple high school student. After all, she also felt that his Kai was very unstable, and he was simply no warrior. She thinks he's not in the money, and she is the best student of Dongning Martial Arts University. So besides, she is also a rank 2 warrior. Zhang Dandan did not listen to her friend at all and said that they were only 4 years apart. As they say, you need to take a tiger as a kitten. She believes that this is fate, and apparently she was destined to come here in order to meet him. Her friend flared up and asked her what kind of nonsense she was carrying at all. And then how is she? A long-distance relationship? Or what? Even if they last like this for a couple of years, then after graduation she will receive 5 or 6,000 a month. And apartments or a car. She must understand that love is not a fleeting passion, and the feeling that is formed after passing through life's trials. With the increase in her strength, the gap between them will also grow. Contradictions will only accumulate, and one day they will simply not stand it. Zhang Dandan told her that everything she says is not a problem at all. She is a rank 2 warrior and will only be able to help him become stronger. Even if he doesn't go to her university, she will be able to visit him at least every week. If he doesn't have an apartment or a car, then she has it all. Even if he doesn't want to become a warrior, she will support him and live as a simple person. But you will not need to train all day long, disappearing in the gym. It's really exhausting sometimes. And besides, Lu Shan himself is an unusual person. In her heart, he had already eclipsed everyone, and she believes that a wonderful future awaits him. The girl whispered to Zhang Dandan that she was just crazy. Does she really want to throw away years of training for the sake of a snotty high school student? She pointed at Lu Shen leaving with the girl and told her friend to just take a look at him. What did she see in him at all? Zhang Dandan sighed and asked her friend that wasn't she too worried about her. They're not even in a relationship yet. They'll talk about it when she gets close to him. But in fact, all this time, with the help of his power, Lu Shen had been listening to their entire conversation. He shook his head and said it was too much. The girl heard this and asked him, what does too much mean? The best one smiled and said that it was nothing, just that the girls were very beautiful. From there, the girl came up with something. She ran up to these 2 girls and pointing her finger at Zhang Dandan told Lu Shen that these girls were even too much. Lu Shen smiled wryly and said yes. These 2 girls only looked at them questioningly, and the girl was spinning and rejoicing, saying that these ants were too much. The next day came. All the tourists gathered at the bus again. They were waiting for their bus to depart, so everyone was slowly getting ready. Basically, everyone complained about the creepy beds. The guy told the girl that the beds were so hard, he barely fell asleep on them. The old people also complained about the beds and said that their backs were falling apart now. And someone kept complaining about the bugs, saying that there were so many of them. Now they were all itching. Then some old man caught himself and asked, what and where is that family? They're all on their way soon. The guide asked if they really weren't in the room. 11 tourists asked her for help and told her to help them find them, because they don't even pick up the phone. That old man said that the young boy was also not to be seen. It's strange that so many people disappeared overnight. The guide started calling and asked everyone else not to worry so much. She will call the police and the rescue service. Zhang Dandan thought about it and asked that neither the family nor Lu Shench could be seen. A friend told her that you don't have to worry about this family, because their father is an unusual person. But the absence of Lu Shen is already a little alarming. But Zhang Dandan told her that it didn't matter who they were. Once their guide got so excited that the trip might even go wrong. She rushed into the forest and shouted that she would find Lu Shen by herself. But the friend could not ask her alone and rushed after her, shouting to her not to rush like that. Meanwhile, Lu Shen was rushing through the forest in search of his materials. On the way, he thought that after a short rest, the pain from the fight in the dream world had already subsided. Then he stopped abruptly and jumped up. Landing on the ground, he applied his skill, and he realized that he had found the materials that should be here. After that, he picked up a piece of land with his new skills, and in the resulting pit lay the same materials. He quickly collected them all, holding them already in his hands. He thought, is this really the secret metal? But if you add his spiritual power. When he did this, he thought that after the metal is filled with his spiritual power, then it can change shape at will. Now his arm is about 5 kilograms, and if his guesses are correct, then he needs to convert a lot more. However, this is only a handful of metal. In order to create a spiritual weapon, you just need to melt a lot more of this metal. Although for a start, 5 kilograms should be enough. He only needs to see how high his purity is. But this mine is too small to meet his needs. 70% has already been excavated by him. And if he sends people here, it can be done in less than a week. But how can he transport so much ore? Thus, he will definitely attract a lot of attention to himself. He thought that he would drip a little and stop, but as soon as he started, he was immediately delayed. Therefore, he needs to find someone who can help him with this case. He dumped all the ore into the pit again and said that for the time being they would put it all here. By trampling a better hole, he said he would hide it even deeper. Now everything is just fine. As far as he remembers, there should be a village nearby. He can ask the locals to help him. They're probably just naive simpletons. He thinks that there is no need to pay them a lot, and if they want to deceive him, then in that case he will trample them. He clutched his head and thought that it was getting more and more dreary. Now he also has to negotiate with people. He looked in the distance, saw a small village. He was eating his fist, so he started to tremble and thought that he needed to learn how to talk, and not solve all his questions by force. He needs to moderate his ardor and try to negotiate with these people. Meanwhile, these girls were still walking through the forest in search of Shen. To the strangers, Dan said that they had already gone very far into the forest, but Shen was still not visible. Her friend said that they had already spent a lot of time here, and I asked her, what, isn't she tired of it yet? Well, then she stopped her abruptly. Dan asked, what is it? Her friend pointed her finger in that direction and asked her if she saw it. Dan reached out to pick up this ball and said that didn't it belong to that nasty little thing. But at that moment something strange happened. She didn't even have time to touch that ball. How she was bound by a strange web. Her friend was also tied up. Dan said she couldn't even move. Meanwhile, in some village, a man was rushing with all his legs to old age. The old one who was now sitting quietly in his house and engaged in wood carving. The man ran into his house and said that she had returned. She returned with her family. It was the village headman of Linchai. Hearing these, the headman immediately stopped his occupation. His granddaughter broke into his house. She couldn't have shouted that she missed him so much. The girl hit him with such force that Grandpa almost fell off his chair. After that, his granddaughter asked him how he was doing. Old age cleared his throat and said that he was doing well. Then his daughter came into his house and told her father that they had returned. 2 guys appeared in the back of the house, who greeted their sister and son-in-law. One of them asked why they came here. The headman told this guy that he was an obnoxious boy and asked him that really they can't come here without any reason, and they'd better hurry up to hunt now and get something bigger. This guy picked up the girl and told her that they needed to go catch game. The girl was very happy. She said it was hunting. She wanted to eat chicken soup. When the 3 of them were left, the headman said that, well, now was the time to tell him about what had happened. The wife turned to her husband. Mao Lin told her father that they, after which the man told everything to his father-in-law. Old age cleared his throat and asked what 3. Did they cross the path of a rank 3 spiritual master? Was he wrong about him? Ever since he came here and took his daughter, he knew this day would come. The daughter began to beg her father to help Mao Lin. Mao Lin was just terrified. He was now very worried about his entire life and told his father-in-law that he himself had been a rank 3 spiritual master for a long time. And now he's probably all ready. But old age interrupted him and said no. Now his internal wounds have reopened, and he has stopped his development. And now he's even rolled back. If this spiritual master really comes to the village, then he will only be able to buy some time for them so that they and their granddaughter can escape from here. They already need to run and look for help. By this the headman made it clear that they were doomed. Mao Lin jumped up in surprise and asked, what's the help? Who else should they ask for help? The headman seemed to be already seething with anger and asked who had what. Should they go to the police? Mao Lin and his wife looked questioningly at the headman. The headman told them that they live in a country of laws and regulations, and asked them what? How can a spiritual master kill everyone indiscriminately? Mao Lin clutched his head and thought that if the police could help in their situation, then why did they come here at all? Then a young man burst into them. He shouted to his old age that there were strangers here. All 3 of them immediately tensed up. Meanwhile, according to the map, Shen finally reached the village. He looked at this village and asked that it was a village marked on the map, wasn't it? Of course, it is located a little far away. Then someone threw a dagger at him, but Shen evaded him and was not surprised at all. It was one of the guys from that village. He prepared the whole army to attack him again and asked him who was he, and how did he find this place? She wasn't going to answer him. But then that girl ran out and, overjoyed, said that it was a handsome uncle. She immediately rushed to hug him and asked him that he had come here to play with her and grandpa, and didn't he? Then the girl's mother came out on the terrace with her father and the village headman. The woman calmed down and said that it was just that guy. The headman asked her if they really already knew each other. They came closer to him, and the headman asked him, how did he get here? Shen said he was traveling with a group. During the walk, he got a little lost and ended up here. He turned to Mr. Tang and asked him if he, too, was lost. Mr. Tang told him that this is not quite true. His wife's father lives here, and they come here every year. This time it turned out that it was much more convenient to come from the group. Shen said that's how it is. The headman said that this guy has a very kind heart. He likes him very much, and told him that welcome to their village Xianlinjai. Shen was approached by the same guy who almost killed him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying that they were all already familiar here. He apologized to him, saying that he was too harsh. That's how it's a coincidence. He was here when their sister came here, and it's time for him to go hunting now, because they're urban, they've never done anything like this. Shen said it was fine. He thought it was Xianlinjai village. Now he decided to walk together with the Tang family. This girl, he took in his arms. Passing by some shop, his grandmother dug into him, in which she called him handsome and asked if he wanted to buy their products from the village. But Shen didn't say no, but I thanked him for it. And he himself thought that it was very difficult to call this village ordinary. He thought that he would meet only one spiritual master, and then there are two more of them. This old man is already at the peak of rank 2 spiritual mastery. Having such power in them or not knowing the value of that metal. Yes, and subjugating them to yourself will also be somehow impolite. That girl sighed sadly and told him that they would not be able to play with the ball now, because she had lost it on the way. Shen asked what she had lost. But it's okay, because he will help her find him. Well, then he felt someone's Kai. He thought, is this Kai Zhen Dan Dan and Lin Zai Shan? But why are they here then? Were they lost too? But then he tensed up and thought that no, they are not alone here. There were cries for help. The girl, who was still in Shen's arms, pointed her finger in that direction and said that her ball was there. But at that moment, just the same Wu Jiaming appeared. He very brazenly broke into their village with his people and said that only they could escape so deep into the forests, and he spent so much effort to find it. The headman said, Tang Mao Lin, is this really his enemy? But he was wrong. He is not just a spiritual master. That yak rank he is already at the peak. Old age decided to detain this man and shouted, Mao Lin, that he take his daughter and wife and run away from here with the rest. But the strength of this headman did not affect Wu Jimin at all. He just sighed wearily and asked him if he was really running away already. Decided to throw out some kind of trick, didn't you? Or did he decide to rely on this old man? But he's such a weakling, it's even a shame to call him a spiritual master. But now he will deal with all of them in turn, and then he will feel true suffering. Tang Mao Lin was also ready to attack and told this man that they would take another look. No one could move because of Wu Zijing's cobwebs. Only Mr. Tang could still afford to move. He concentrated all his strength and directed it at Wu Zijing, attacking him with his iron balls. But his iron balls were chopped up by cobwebs. Mr. Tang was very shocked by this. He asked him how could he destroy his iron balls with just one blow? Wu Zijing chuckled and asked him if he really thought that such a weak weapon would be good against him. Now he will show him what real power is. Mr. Tang was very worried about his family and told the man in furs that he only needed him. He should not touch his daughter and wife. Wu Zijing laughed, and I told him that he was braving, even knowing that his death was inevitable. Then he began to pull the web even harder. The cobwebs around people's necks began to tighten and almost choked them. Wu Zijing said that he was originally going to kill these two girls and blame it all on him. He didn't even think that there would be such a nice place in the mountains, and this means that he can take his time and enjoy it calmly. But let him worry so much, because he will leave his incomparable daughter for the last time. Then he laughed again. Mr. Tang was scared and asked him if he was really able to squeeze all the energy out of people with this technique. And calling him names, he got even angrier. Wu Zijing was clearly pleased with the work done and told him that it was exactly like that. He kept laughing. Lin Zai Shan, who had been here all this time and was bound by his web, thought that it was over. This man is a spiritual master at the peak of rank 3. Apparently, she really will die in the mountains of Nutu. She already regretted it and thought that she shouldn't have come here. And now they're all going to die right here. Zhang Dandan noticed Lu Shen. She began to cry and thought that, apparently, they were destined to be together only in the next life. Meanwhile, Wu Zijing ordered his men to drag this girl here. The two men went straight to Mr. Tang's daughter. The girl was shaking all over with fear, and then the threads of Zijing broke. He himself was very shocked by this and asked why his spider threads broke. Lu Shan did it. The girl clung to him and told him that she could move and asked him to save her mom and dad. Lu Shen just smiled at her, and the enraged Wu Zijing ordered his men to seize him. These two men attacked him, but Lu Shen easily neutralized them. He knocked them down with only one of his hands. Wu Zijin was already noticeably tense and asked what was going on here. Is he a rank 5 warrior? But after looking at him more closely, I thought that no, he had a very tired look and unstable Kai breathing. He's definitely not rank 5, which means he can't compete with him. But how, in that case, did he manage to cope with his threats? He turned to Mr. Tang Mao Lin and asked him that the boy and I were his main associate, wasn't it? But that wasn't the case, so Mr. Tang looked very surprised. Wu Zijing pulled his strings again and said that without proper protection, he was still a weak boy with a drop of strength, and this means that his threads will be shredded in an instant. He is already eager to hear his screams. Lu Shende wasn't the least bit scared. He told this man to let him try, and turning to the girl, he told her not to be afraid, because he was next to her. The girl was already sitting in his arms and said that it was fine. At that moment, Wu Zijin attacked him with his threads. His threads merged into a single one and became like a huge spider, but the half-overcoat neutralized his threads with one of his hands. Wu Zijing was very shocked and asked that did Nam stop them with one palm. Lin Zishan, watching all this, was also very shocked. She wondered if he could really stop the attack with his one hand. Are they really capable of such a thing? But what, then, is his true strength? It was as if she had seen a deity. Wu Zijing asked him that how could he do it? It's just not possible. Lu Shen was already impatient, asked him if he had said everything. After that, he took his threads and pulled them with all his strength. Wu Zijing couldn't stay on his feet and reached after his threads. He thought, why are his own threads not obeying him? After that, he began to change and said that if he died, he would take them all with him. He turned into a huge nasty ball and rose up. The elder said that, damn it, he wants to be blown up by spiritual force. They will definitely not survive now. Zhang Dandan was very scared. She thought what should they do now? Lu Shen told Wu Zijing that it's worth noting his spiritual strength is really negligible. After which, using his skill, he crushed it with one hand. Lu Shen easily overpowered him and told him that he had a stupid name. He picked up his threads and said that, although his threads are really not bad, he loosened the threads so that everyone could move again and said that the spiritual weapon that was created from the secret metal could be useful to him. The girl, who was still in his arms, hugged him and said that he was very cool, and thanked him for saving them. Mr. Tang was still in shock and said that Lu Xian's attack was really just amazing. What a powerful spiritual force he has. The elder exhaled and sat down on the ground, said that, yes, he agrees with that. This kid is still a youngster, and he thinks he's a high school student. To have a fighting power that is comparable to rank 5 and so skillfully apply techniques and easily defeat Wu Zijing to a rank 3 spiritual master. Such masters meet even more than once and in one generation. A true warrior has now appeared in their country. Lin Zishan asked, where did he get such strength from? All he did was stuff his stomach. Zhang Dandan couldn't say a word. She was so surprised by his strength. She just thought that he was good looking, gives talent not to take. He's just perfect. And how should she address him now? Mr. Tang approached Lu Shen, and calling him Mr. Lu thanked him. Lu Shen called him Brother Tang and said that he only removed the brazen bug. That's all, so don't thank me. Although there is one case where he needed his help. Mr. Tang said that of course, he will do everything in his power. 3 hours later, Lu Shen was already on the bus, apparently back to his home. He looked out the window and thought that the main purpose of this trip had been achieved by him. He left everything related to the metal mine to Tang Mao Lin. After all, he confirmed his second rank of spiritual master when he passed the exam. And this means that he can use special channels for metal processing. And now it's time for him to confirm the possession of spiritual power himself. In addition, he now had a high-class spiritual weapon. It is even difficult for him to estimate its value. Right now, he was dabbling in the threads that had been taken from Wu Zijin. What kind of unexpected gift is this? These girls were traveling with him on the same bus again. Zhang Dandan thought that she had never thought that Lu Shen could have such power. Without him, they would most likely have died in the mountains. She plucked up the courage and asked him where he was going now. Lu Shen said he was going to Liangcheng City. The Association of Masters of Spiritual Forces is located there. He needs to sort something out there. Zheng Dandan was delighted. She asked what is Liangcheng. That's a coincidence, and they need to go there too. It's so great, they can go together. Lu Shen smiled tightly and asked her that weren't they students of Dongning Martial Arts University? Aren't they going back there now? Why would they go to Liangcheng? Zheng Dandan didn't know what to say to him. A friend decided to help out Lin Zishan, who said that the Dandan family lives there. She said she wanted to visit her family after the trip. Zheng Dandan started to agree with her and said that, yes, that's how she really missed her family. Lu Shen said he understood, and he said that if he got lost in this city, he could ask for help. Zheng Dandan said that of course, and stay with her, too, maybe, if he needs to. Lu Shen exhaled and, having gained patience, thought that did she really think that he had fallen in love with her? What's going on here anyway? But it doesn't matter because he has nothing to do. He'll leave this town when he's taken care of everything. Then Instructor Dun contacted him. Lu Shen greeted her and asked her what he owed. Instructor Dong Na reported to him that the Kingming review was decided to be held a little earlier. She will pick him up and asked him where is he now? Lu Shen asked what before, and he said that he would be at the Liangcheng train station soon. Instructor Dong said she understood, let him wait for her in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, at the bus station of this city, all three have already arrived. Lu Shen told the girls that he had urgent business and would be taken away. Here their paths are already diverging. Zheng Dandan asked him, where is he? Can she give him a lift? But then the people who were standing next to them started screaming. The guy asked his girlfriend if she had seen anything. This is the latest model, he will see this one time. Let's say she just looks. It is immediately obvious that they are rich. This car drove right up to Zheng Dandan. A girl got out of the car and hugged her, said that she had finally woken up. This girl's name was Wen Hui. Zheng Dandan was a little confused and told her that she had arrived so quickly. A guy was sitting in the car and calling Dandan told her that they had not seen each other for a long time. And she became even nicer. And I asked her, what, are these her friends? Maybe she will introduce them. Zheng Dandan was clearly not very happy to see him and asked him why he was here. She decided to introduce her friend first and said that this Lin Zishan. She is her classmate and a rank 2 warrior. And turning to Lu Shen, she introduced him as well. She said he was a good friend of hers and they met on a mountain trip. And she thought that Lu Shen is so mysterious and she doesn't know anything about him at all. When Hui approached Lin Zishan and said that she was rank 2. It's so cool. They shook hands. And when Hui said she was Dandan's girlfriend, and introduced herself, saying that her name was Wen Hui, the man in the car said his name was Cao Mingliang. And, as they say, Dandan's friends are his friends. And he suggested that they must be very tired from the road already. Let them get into his car, they will give them a ride to the city, and show them everything here. Zheng Dandan said that it was designed for 3 passengers in his car. They'll just call a taxi. Lu Shen kept trying to make it clear that he was expected and told her that it was not worth it, because he should be picked up soon. Then when Hui got into their conversation, who asked her friend what he was, because he was just an acquaintance whom she met during the trip. Should she be so worried about him? Are they all friends, or has she already fallen in love with him? Yes, they have a lot of them here, and there are even prettier ones. Then Cao got confused and told Wen Hui not to make it up. Their tribute is just too kind, that's what cares about everyone. He gave me money and said that this should be enough. Let the kid order a taxi. Zheng Dandan got very angry and asked them what are they doing? How dare they? Lu Shen tried to calm her down and said that everything was fine. Besides, as he said, he should be picked up soon. There was a strong wind, and they were all very surprised, naturally, except Lu Shen. He immediately realized that it was behind him. Instructor Dong came to pick him up by helicopter. She told him to hurry up, because you can't land here. Lu Shen immediately clung to the ladder and said yes. Wai Hui was very surprised and asked, is it really a helicopter of the Eastern Military Unit? Is he really going to get there on it? Lu Shen waved to everyone and said that they would see each other again.